Hey, everybody, how you doing? Well, that's good. Welcome to PHLY Flyers, day 2 of the draft, and we're just jumping right into it today. Of course, thank you to our presenting sponsors for both days of the draft, Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. And, of course, Philly Sports Trips. We'll get that QR code up for you in just a minute. But I have to introduce our guest today, joining Charlie Kelly and I. It is the head coach of our Philadelphia Flyers, Rick Tocchet. Rick, thank you so much for making the time this morning.
Good music. That's good warm-up music.
Wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
It's getting me cranked up.
Amped up,
Let's
right?
go. Love it.
So, Rick, it's draft weekend, and head coach of the team. I'm just interested with this sort of thing. Do you want to be involved, hands-on, and if not the decision-making process, at least have some information, or are you more of a let me know when they get here kind of guy?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think, you always try to stay in your lane. I'm the head coach. You got scouts, management. But Jonesy and Danny wanted me to watch a little bit of video. You watch the Nesbitt, and you watch Martone and Brady Martin, all these guys. So it's not like I watched a ton, but I did watch enough to get a feel. But these guys, I mean, they see them every day. They're meeting their parents. They're talking to them every day. So as a coach, you got to stay in your lane, but they know kind of players that we all kind of agree on what we like. And, grabbing, like I said, grabbing a Martone who's, like a Kachuk Perry type. And then Nesbitt, a tall centerman, lanky, good skill. Those are the types of attributes that you try to win in the NHL.
Going into, you mentioned about about Danny. Obviously,
Yeah.
you know Keith Jones as well, really well. One thing that they've talked about from the jump, and this starts from the top, from Dan Hilferty, is the importance of collaboration. They talk about it as being like a triumvirate with the coach, with Jonesy, and with Danny. How do you envision the interactions between you and Danny and Jonesy in terms of making decisions for the good of the franchise?
Yeah, for me, I've been around the block. Obviously, been in different organizations, head coach, assistant coach. Even as a player, but more on the management side with coach, communication's huge. Like, you got to have the conversations. You got to constantly talk about it. Stick with the plan. Don't get me wrong. There's going to be some arguments. And I think to win a Stanley Cup, I'm fortunate as a coach and as a player. There's always been, like, whether it's not a controversy, but argument or something that you got to have it. So I think that's important. Even with Danny and Jonesy spent a lot of time with them last month about their plan and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot of back and forth, but we're all in agreement. But it's good to have those debates. I mean, that's how you get better.
You mentioned Danny and Jonesy. You've had professional relationship with them for a long time. I would love to know, what was a young Danny Briere like as a teammate? You played with him a little with the Coyotes.
Yeah.
What was that experience like, and how did it inform your decision to come here?
Well, he was a great kid, and he's a great man. He was a man now, but back then, wide-eyed kid. Good skill, smaller, but he was a sponge. He was really close with, became really close with Shane Doan, one of his close buddies. A guy you want to root for, but he was a good player. He was a good. I remember doing the broadcast for Comcast when the guys went to the finals, and it was at 10.
Yeah.
And I remember that whole playoff run. He scored some big ass goals for the
Sure
Flyers.
did.
I mean, 2-2, 8 minutes left. Those goals, or power play when you need one. So, but seeing him as a general manager and knowing him as a young kid on my line, like it's an incredible transformation, because he's very methodical. He's a communicator, but he's got a little savvy in him. I could tell, like we'll be talking, he'll, one of the GMs will be calling, I gotta grab this, and you can hear that, he's confident in what he's doing. So, really impressed how he's evolved.
Rick, I want to ask you about the coaching staff.
Yeah.
So you guys have announced the assistants. If you wouldn't mind, could you go into what the roles are going to be, and then also, why? And I mean, obviously, it wasn't just your decision, but why you feel like this is the right staff for you.
Yeah, I'm a huge listen. If you don't have good assistant coaches, you're dead as a head coach. I don't care if you're Scotty Bowman or who you are. You need assistant coaches, and I think that's even evolved even more. Say 15 years ago, I feel the assistant coaches. You might have to hire a guy better than you at something. You really do. I was fortunate when the Jack Adams 2 years ago in Vancouver. If I don't have my staff, no chance. And plus that's a team award. It's a group award. It's not an individual guy. So. Jay Verde, I had him in Arizona. He was a Tucson coach, the minor league coach. I brought him up during COVID, so he hung around with us, and I thought he was outstanding. We're lucky to get him off Detroit. Then you got Yogi, who I had in Vancouver. He was our skills coach when I got there, and I promoted him, and I thought he was outstanding. He ran our power play. We had some injuries and stuff. We were still, I think we were like 13th, and I think he had a major, say in that. I brought Dylan Crawford over. He was our video coach, but he's also like an assistant coach. He's an out-of-the-box thinker, motivational. He'll show motivational videos to the players. His technical part of the game is excellent. And then Todd Reardon, who, if you look at his track record, he's won a couple Stanley Cups as assistant coach. He was head coach of Washington. I think he went to the All-Star game as head coach. You look at, and he was here, Matt Niskanen, probably his best hockey his last 6 years of his career. He was excellent. You got Carlson in Washington, Letang. I mean, these are guys that I've talked to before. I reached out to somebody with Tom Wilson to ask about Todd. You do your background check, and Todd, Tom Wilson, who I love, he said he helped me a lot. Love the guy. So you like to get the player's point of view from him, and he came up, great for me. So, and then obviously Kim. The Dilly, don't know him that well, but just interact the last month, solid as can be. And then the video Adam and Vinny, they're putting some projects together. So I'm really lucky. I love the staff. I think it's going to really, they're going to really help the players. I told the players that they're going to really help them.
So to break it down, Todd Reardon's going to be running the defense, obviously, and PK.
Yes.
And then Yogi will be doing the power play?
With Jay.
With Jay.
Jay will help him. Jay and Alex Tanguay ran the power play in Detroit. I think they were like top 5 2 years in a row. So I'd like to get Jay involved in that too. So, And then, Jay will help me in other aspects. He'll be the conduit with the analytics guys.
Okay.
I don't know what they did in the past, but Jay's really good at that stuff. And, with analytics, where we really want to get to the meat of it. And we write our own analytics, which I like. It's not we're getting, where do they get it now from sports? I don't know. I can't even know where they get it.
They have
different. No,
exactly. The different place where they get the data.
But I think it's important that you do your own analytics. What's important to be hard to play against and stuff like that. And Jay's going to help me with that. So, and then other roles and stuff like that.
And then Dylan Crawford will be doing more video.
So Dylan is like kind of our project guy. I'm every day like I'm not the most organized guy where I write all these notes and stuff. And this is where Dylan's there. So I could be talking about. We were talking about in Vancouver about being selfless, right? And I don't know if you ever seen the Beckham on Netflix series.
No.
Where he actually gets hurt, and there was a guy that never played, and he ends up scoring 2 goals. It's a great. And I remember I watched it the night before, and I was telling Dylan in the morning after practice, he clipped it down. He goes, talk. I got it ready to go. You want to show the players? And I'm like, what? And so we showed the players, and it impacted. We won about 4 or 5 games in a row. I'm not saying it was because of that. But that's where Dylan's ahead. That's where Dylan. I'll say something, or I've watched, or what I see on TV or something. I like to have that message to the players, and he's already got it. So he's one of those guys outside the box thinker.
So I think one of the reasons why fans are so excited about you coming on at this particular moment is that this is a team that's really, I think, ready to turn a corner and start kind of like putting the pedal down and start, turning into a team that's really going to make some noise in the Eastern Conference. As you kind of settle in and you take a look at this roster, are there any of these players that you're super excited to get to work with and kind of shape?
Yeah, there's quite a few guys. I can name the whole roster. Because what, you look at the roster and you look. I want to see a Jamie Drysdale take a Cam York. What are they? Can they get to the next level as a defenseman? That's why I brought Todd in. I think Todd's going to really help their development and the other guys. And you just go down a list. Obviously, Sanheim, I had him in 4 nations. In the summer before, I think they had him like 10th or 11th on the roster of making the team. And I remember talking to Jonesy, and we played you guys twice early in the season. I mean, this guy was playing great. And so he climbed the ladder, did a great job for his 4 nations. So, I mean, look at that guy. You know, can he be one of the top 2 or 3, 4 or 5 defensemen in the league? Yeah, I really believe he can have it. You know, Owen Tippett's a guy I like to get my hands on. Big guy, can skate. You know, now we got to get him to play a give and go game, that type of game. Obviously, michkov is a talented kid. We got to get the puck in his hands in certain situations. Zegras, you know, obviously TK had him in the 4 nations. I mean, I could go down a list. A lot of people around the league talk about Cates a lot. He's made some noise. And, you know, I talked to Sidney Crosby after World Champions. He told me, hey, you're going to love Forrester. He loved Forrester. So there's a lot of bright spots. There's a long way to go. And, you know, like I said, before training camp, I got to think of another word than process. But we do have, when the players hit the dressing room or go into our buildings, that they know that they're taken care of with knowledge. You know, we got their back, trust, and there's going to be accountability. And you know, we got to maximize these guys' talents. So that's our job. So I'm looking forward to that.
For you, because obviously you're coming into a new situation, and you're going to be giving every player a clean slate. You're going to be looking at them, but you know, every coach, really every person in hockey, they have things they like in guys, things they like in players. What would you say are the traits that make a player, you know, a Rick Tocchet guy?
Well, I call them staples. I watch this on the ice. That's how you win. You know, you watch how a guy changes. I know, you know, maybe the average person doesn't really understand that, but like if you look at the playoffs, there's about 3 games that were lost because of a bad change. So changes are a big thing for me. You know, being creative and holding on to pucks. I think this team can be better at that. Offensively, you know, don't give the puck up so quick. You know, don't throw it away. Guys on your back, it's okay. You know, if you look at all the great players, when they get it, when somebody's on their behind them, they never get rid of it, right? Yeah, okay, you're confronted, give and go game. I think there's certain things of this team, right from September, I want these guys to hold on to pucks. I don't want them to get rid of pucks. I want us to attack the blue line with speed, obviously. And so this is a good rush team. I think they're, you know, you might know more than I think they're a top 10 rush team. Yeah. But one of the worst possession teams offensively. So we got to flip the script. I don't think you have to be a super rush team to win a Stanley Cup, but I think you got to have the puck in the offense. You know, you look at Florida, they're the benchmark back-to-back Stanley Cup champs, right? What do they do well? You know, they hold on to pucks down low.
Yeah, they break teams down.
They break teams down. All of a sudden, third period, you're gassed because they had the puck all night. A la Edmonton, game 5 and 6, there was no contest because of Florida.
Rick, I think it's pretty obvious you're excited to get to teaching here, excited to get started, but the rumors were you basically had your pick of jobs. There was a number of teams interested, and you have the ties to Philadelphia, maybe a little unfinished business here as well, but what made it so appealing that you chose the Flyers?
Yeah,
because it can't be working with Jonesy.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said before I did the press conferences, now you're walking the plank. I love that. I think what sold me, obviously, I had some opportunities to go to other places, but you know, Danny and Jonesy spent a lot of time, and we talked about the plan. You know, where we're going with this, and you know, obviously this year a lot of draft picks, next year a lot of cap space. So, with the nucleus of guys, you know, do we have a shot at some of the big time free agents? Maybe. So I just like the fact that honestly coming back home. I mean, it's hard not to go down the street and you see an Origin, you know, the Flyer hat or something like that because it brings back a lot of memories. You know, I was here in the 80s and 90s and the early near the end of my career, 2000s, and you know, it's an unreal building to play in. You know, the fans are, you know, I've seen it every generation. And they're starving for a winner, and you know, to be part of a solution to bring the winning tradition back here, it'd be incredible. And I love, you know, a lot of friends still here. It's a great place to live. I mean, it's, you know, you're an hour, 2 hour from everywhere. I mean, there's a lot of perks, right? Yeah. And the organization. I mean, I've just got here, and just the people I've met, you know, the department heads and stuff like that. You can tell everybody's just, you know, ready to go and turn this thing around.
What's your approach to handling goaltending? Are you
Yeah.
kind of a, oh, Dilly's got it kind of guy, or are you more hands-on than that?
Yeah, no, it's a good one. I'm a hands-off guy to a point. The attitude to me is the goal. A lot of times, goalie coaches like, oh, let the goalies are different. No, they got to be part of the team, and they got to have mental toughness. They might let 3 goals after the first period, but you don't let that 4th goal in. It's sometimes you get goalies like, it's not my night. They let the 4th one go, and you end up losing 4-3. Well, I don't. I honestly, I don't know the goalie situations in the sense that over the years. But the attitude definitely is something that I like to be involved with when it comes to technical and and I'll rely on Dilly. Hey, should we play this guy? This guy? I think today's NHL you can't over play goalies either. You got to be careful. Back in the day, Brodeur, those guys played 65 every game.
Yeah,
every
70
game.
a year. Yeah.
Now it's different. So you got to be calculated on how you get your other goalies in.
One thing that that was really interesting to me in the lead up to the to when you got hired was all of the star players that swear by you. You have Quinn Hughes, Phil Kessel. Why do you think that high end talented guys really like to play for you?
Yeah, I use the word partnership a lot. And you got to earn their trust. I remember when I took the job in Pittsburgh, a guy like Sidney Crosby, I think he's the benchmark, right? How do you deal with him? So I knew I'd have to back off and just earn his trust. And he would throw little things at me because he was testing me, right? And then obviously we have a great relationship now, but he's one of those guys. I remember being at dinner. It's 8 o'clock at night. I'm having dinner and I get a text. It's Sidney, right? Hey, did you see that San Jose power play face-off when this guy did this guy when this guy did? And I'm like, and I'm just biting into a steak, and I'm like, no, but I knew the next morning I better have an answer for him, right? And that's the sort of things that you got to be ready for. These guys, they test you. Quinn Hughes, will ask you questions about power play. Even got to know Connor McDavid in the Four Nations, same thing. So they like to have a voice, but they know I'm not scared to tell them either, like what I think. And I think you can't treat those guys with kid gloves, but you got to also know that these guys are smart guys. So it's more of a partnership.
You've obviously you got to coach Sidney Crosby. You got to play and coach with Wayne Gretzky. Sure. There's something that like a characteristic that defines those types of guys, like something that makes them similar. You go, I've seen this before.
Yeah, great question. I could name before Mary Lemieux, all these guys. When the temperature is hot, when it's it's whether it's double overtime, whether it's whatever, you get called, a bad call by the ref. There's a lot of stress going on. They're like this. They're very you don't see, obviously they're intense. Don't get me wrong, but there's no panic. And I learned that from him because sometimes even head coach early in my career, you're screaming at the ref. You're all over the map. You miss a line change because you're not focused. So from learning and still talking, still those guys being my Rolodex where I talk to them a lot, they give you a little calmness on the way you do things. So I think that's, to me, those guys, their calmness. Whether it's double overtime. I always tell the players, I don't care if it's double overtime or it's exhibition game against Jersey in September. If the play's there, make it. Like if it's a pocket play, just because it's double overtime, you just don't go, well, I'm going to rip it off the glass because the first period you didn't. If it's there, make it. And I think you have to have that temperament the whole year. And then when it comes to hopefully make the playoffs, when there's pressure moments, you can make those plays under pressure.
Rick, thanks so much again. Just one more quick question, and then we'll let you go. But really appreciate all the time you've taken with us. Obviously, going into a season, you're a competitive guy. You're going to say, I want to win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
But realistically, with where the Flyers are, what are your expectations for the upcoming season?
Yeah. Well, I think that everybody says that, hey, we got to win. We want to, I talked to Michkov the other day. He's like, I want to win. I want to win. I want to win. I get you want to win, but for me, my job is to maximize everybody. Can they play to their potential? That's how I'm going to get judged by. That's how our staff's going to get judged by. And the players crave it. When they come in, they want to be better. That means more ice time, more money, hopefully a championship, right? So we're all on the same page when it comes to that. But what are you willing to do? Are we an interested group into, hey, we want to win, we're interested in winning, or are we committed? There's a difference. And, I want a committed group. And then if you do the right things, usually you're successful. And so, yeah, I want to win, but I also know that I got to win my players over in the sense that they got to trust our staff for them getting better. And hopefully that works for us.
Well, Rick, thank you so much
Yeah,
for the
thanks,
time.
man.
Really appreciate it, and hope to do this again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much.
Anytime.
Nice
Thanks
meeting
again,
you.
Rick.
That is Flyers head coach Rick Tocchet joining us right
Legend.
off the bat this morning. And now we have to take our first commercial break.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks so much.
It is time to tell you about Ace Hardware Home Services. That's right, because if you have that outlet you said you'd fix last summer, well, guess what? It's almost July. You still haven't done it. Time to close the tutorial videos and call your friends at Ace, because not only does Ace Hardware have the tools and the hardware you need to get the job done, they've got the people to do the job as well, from plumbing and electrical to heating and cooling. They've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're bringing helpful home, the helpful you love from the store, now to your front door, from Philly to the Jersey Shore. That's right. You know how hot it's been lately. The humidity, I mean, it's hot as hell in this room, quite honestly. It's actually cooled down quite nicely. Maybe Ace came in and fixed the thing while we had Rick on. But whatever it is, whatever your issues are, you got to call Ace Hardware Home Services. Visit Ace Hardware Home Services online at acehardwarehomeservices.com to get started on your next project. While we're here, it's time to tell you about Art of Words. That's right, because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this local Philly artist is proving it. Each piece is made entirely from handwritten words, like, say, the name of every Eagle to form the link, or every Philly to form the bank. That's right. And it's not just sports. He's captured Boathouse Row, Reading Terminal, the Skyline, Jersey Shore, and so much more. These are unforgettable gifts for sports fans and really any occasion whatsoever. I have a few of these pieces in my house. One of them hangs actually in our studio where we do the show every day, my gritty one. It's very cool. This local thing, it started here at the K-Lot and Rice's Flea Market, and it has really blown up to be featured on the Today Show, ESPN, TED Talks, and so much more. You got to check these pieces out for yourself. They're great conversation starters. Head over to artofwords.com. That's artofwords.com, and use code PHLY at checkout for 15% off your purchase. Yeah, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was.
It
Took 10 seconds to win me over. I'm such a mark.
Yeah, I know. It's the easiest freaking thing in the world. Like, oh yeah,
100%.
he came in and was Rick Tocchet, and I'm like, that's right.
I like you.
You rock.
I
No,
remember.
it was very, very.
And I told you this. I told
why I have
both
yours
you
as
guys
well.
Everyone loves it.
that when you get everyone I talk to in the game, because I didn't have a pre-existing relationship with Rick Tocchet, but everyone I talked to in the game, when the rumors were swirling that Tocchet was going to be the guy, is that spend some time with him. When you get to know him, you are going to be sold. And you can see why. Number one, he's a great talker, but number two, he does, he exudes knowledge and intelligence about the game.
That
I
was
liked
a
a lot of what he said. I got to say.
That was sitting down with Coach.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very much like the dude from Friday Night Lights. Like, oh yeah, you just want to teach. You want to talk about the game. That was very cool. We didn't know we were doing that till I woke up this morning, and it was a pretty nice surprise that we were able to be joined by Rick Tocchet here on day 2 of the draft. We are actually live in Atlantic City today. We are at the Hard Rock Hotel.
We're just a few short rooms away from the
They're
war
right
room.
over there.
Right
They're
there.
right over there. I actually walked in the other room by accident. I know last night you showed me where this was.
Right.
You said ballroom 3. This is ballroom 3. I walked into 2.
And that's where they are.
Obviously. And that's just connected to 1. That's just where the whole meeting. I walked in. I was like, this is not PHLY. Okay, time to go.
Close.
But yeah, we are right here in AC. Hopefully, we're going to have some guests. We're going to have Alex Appleard joining us at 1 o'clock. We're going to have Thomas Williams at 1:30. Already Rick Tocchet. We're going to see if we can open it up to maybe some fan reactions after some Flyers picks are made. I know I've wanted to take calls for a long, long time and have been promising it. I think today just might be the day.
All right.
We're going to drop a link in the Die Hard Discord for people to be able to jump in and react to the draft. And
just another
whatever they
reason to
want.
become a diehard.
Yet another reason to become a diehard. Great segue, Charlie, because if you're not a diehard, what the hell are you doing?
What's wrong with you?
$36 for the year. I was saying this on the show last night, Charlie. You weren't there. You were down here, doing your capital J journalism thing. I started a thread. You probably saw it on the PHLY Twitter of all of the draft pieces. And then I just got tired and gave up because I was like, page 3, no, I'm done. I'm done with this. There were like 20 pieces published. This was draft coverage, obviously, all of the off-season stuff we're going to be getting through up until the season. And then you know how great our game coverage is. And that's not it. Not only do you get all Charlie's premium content, all of our all-star roster of writers content, plus access to the Discord, discount on merchant events, a shirt. Who the hell doesn't love a shirt? Go to allphly.com or scan that QR code. I'm trying to figure it out. There we go. Scan that QR
There
code
you
right
go.
now. I am so bad at that. And become a diehard.
It's hard to know which direction you're pointed in.
All right. Well, it really is. Charlie, welcome back to the show. Long time no see.
Yeah, it's been a bit.
I saw you at like 3 this morning. I saw you at 3 this morning.
Yeah,
but,
got a couple drinks after.
It was
People were up.
I can't eat. It was a
I
really
was wired.
bad decision.
I was wired.
There's a reason I didn't show up until like 11
so
today.
fast.
Yeah, it was a nice time down here. But Charlie, you haven't been on in a few days, but now the picks have been made. At least the first round's worth of picks. We are waiting the beginning of the second round. For some reason, they're showing us the Philly War Room.
They sure are
on ESPN right
Danny
now.
is on television.
NHL Network. Excuse
We're the
me.
winners.
Yeah, they made the picks. I was elated with Porter Martone. He was one of the 3 guys I was really hoping to come away with. They get him. Awesome. I think probably best player available. And then at 12, they trade up, which was very exciting. As I said, we did that mock draft, and I traded 22 and 31 to get to 13, and there was someone in the comments saying that's impossible.
Well,
and then
apparently.
And then they did it to get to 12.
Hey-o.
Huh.
What do you know? Bill might indeed know puck.
But and then everyone's very excited. I was telling you about the atmosphere at the party last night. Like Martone. Well, honestly, the loudest the building is when Brady Martin came off the board, so the Flyers couldn't draft him.
People were very
And then
excited
they
about
take
this.
Martone, the place explodes, and then they make the trade. Places going nuts. I'm in the middle of a Mando read. Brandon Grant comes on the screen. There's Eagles chants. It was nuts. And then they announced Jack Nesbitt, and the air came out of this room. It was visible. I think we are all in agreement. Martone, well done. Nice pick.
Yeah, I don't think
Nesbitt at
I
12.
don't think there's anybody who is super negative about the
How could
Martone.
you
But
be?
I mean, some people might say I would have rather had Hagens. I had Hagens higher on my board, but Martone is one of those guys where you take him over Hagens. Makes sense. I get it. Martone's going to be awesome. I think he's a classic high floor, high ceiling guy where if he hits, he's a star. If he doesn't hit, he's still a top 6 winger who brings size and has a unique element that you're still going to want on your team. So Martone, slam dunk, great job. Nesbitt is controversial, let's say, polarizing. I think the big thing for a lot of people is that they traded up to get him. If he's the pick of 22, I think people are more like, yeah, okay, maybe not my favorite, but sure. The fact that you give up two first-round picks to jump to get him, I think that the excitement level of the jump was completely neutered by the fact that it wasn't one of the exciting guys. It wasn't Kashawn Aitchison. It wasn't Victor Eklund. It wasn't even a center that a lot of people had ranked higher like Braden Coots or Cole Rezny. It was the big guy who most public draft boards had, projected in like the 30s. Now, I don't think it was a reach, to be clear, relative to industry consensus. Bob McKenzie had him 17 on his board.
I was ready to go with the Bob McKenzie.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kelly.
Sorry.
But McKenzie's draft board is very much a reflection of what the industry thinks. It's a reflection of his polling of scouts and executives. He was going in the teens. If the Flyers wanted him, they were going to have to jump up. He was not getting to 22. So it was not a reach in that sense. Now, was it a reach in terms of his upside? I think you can make that argument. I actually like Nesbitt. I am, because we had this debate when we interviewed Corey Proman.
Yes.
We had a show that was very Nesbitt focused that we can now push out again, which is great. Get those extra views. I said that I think he's got talent. I think he has second line center talent. It's just the skating. the skating is bad. And I tried to sugarcoat it a little bit. It's really bad. He was one of the guys I watch, and I was just like, because there's some guys you watch and you're like, yeah, they could be faster. They don't have the jump. I watch him, and it was like, ugh. You know, it was like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone when like, yikes. But if he can fix that, there's a lot of really good tools, and the Flyers historically do believe they can fix skating. This is something they believed for over a decade.
Yes, this is a long-standing.
They can take guys with poor skating, especially when they're big, and turn them into at least passable skaters. If they can do that with Nesbitt, I do see second line center potential, but it's not going to be easy because there's a lot to fix.
Can you imagine how good at hockey you have to be even like, okay, maybe it was a reach, maybe he was going to go in the late teens, 20s, maybe Charlie had him even ranked as a second-round guy, but like,
yeah, I did.
And NHL, oh yeah, he's going to play in the NHL.
You can't skate.
And he can't skate. Can you imagine how good you have to be at everything else?
Yeah, right.
That is insane.
I mean, when you're 6'5", that helps.
It certainly does, but it's like there's never a part of the game where you're not skating.
Yeah.
Like you're
It
doing
does seem
that
to
the
be
entire
central.
time, and for like that just blows my mind. But yeah, it is. It is. I think because we saw like Wheeler's final mock draft, it's Nesbitt to Ottawa at 21. We talked to Pronman and brought up that he had just been mocked to the Flyers at 22, Nesbitt. Like,
if you remember, Corey said, I don't even think he's going to be there at 22.
He did.
Remember that?
No, because Corey was higher. I think he had him 15.
He finished, his final list, he was 15.
Yeah, he had him like it. Because I asked him, it seems like everyone else is looking 20s-ish. You have him at 15. Like, what do you see that maybe everyone else does? He's like, I don't think I'm that far off from everyone else. And clearly, the Flyers agreed. So there we go. And yeah, we do have those back catalogs of freaking Jack Nesbitt episodes. The one guy I looked into in the 20s who they ended up drafting.
We'll be able to clip these shows and put them out there. It'll be great.
Are you guys feeling better having slept on it? Like feeling better about that pick than you did when it happened yesterday?
I still think you left potentially better players on the board. Like,
I agree.
Obviously, no one knows shit. Like, that's the thing, is no one knows. There's no way to know. It's all, we'll see. The draft is a crapshoot. We know this. But I just feel like, hey, I'm not totally down on the pick like I was last night, where it kind of let the air out of the balloon. But it just seems like Kashawn Aitchison, Victor Eklund, one of these guys has just got a higher ceiling.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So we talked about this last night, Charlie. You weren't there. I feel like last year when they selected Jet, we all had kind of a very similar response where it was like, wait, what? Like at 13? Like this is what you're doing? And I don't think I'm alone when I say that, like, I feel a lot better about that Jet Luchenko pick today than I did on draft night. And I'm just wondering if this is another situation where in a year we're going to look back on this and be like, you know what? Maybe not so bad.
It certainly could be. And the Flyers,
I'm willing to give it a chance.
The Flyers believe, Danny Briere spoke to this after round 1 last night, they believe that Nesbitt is going to take a big step forward scoring-wise next year and even the following year. Dennis Patterson, one of the Flyers scouts, said as much, that they believe he is going to take a big jump. He was voted the most improved player in the OHL this year. So he took a big jump year over year. They think he's going to take another big jump next year. I think for me, though, the disappointment on my side, it's less like I understand the Nesbitt pick. I get it. Their view was we wanted to get a center with 6. We didn't get a center because we love Martone so much. Now we're going to go up and we're going to get a center. I get it. I do get it.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's just that you had the opportunity to have a draft where I looked at it and I said, oh my God, this is game changing. Like if they had come out, because you trade up, you get that early team pick. And it's like, if you come out of this draft with Porter Martone and Victor Eklund, or Porter Martone and Carter Bear, or Porter Martone and Kashawn Aitchison, or for me, Porter Martone and Cole Resny, I am jumping for joy like, oh man, the Flyers just hit a home run. And instead now we're having a similar conversation to what we had with Jet last year, Kelly, where it's like, okay, you have to just trust that the Flyers are right and that a lot of other people are wrong, and they might be, but it's a lot easier when everyone agrees that you're right.
But also it doesn't seem like just reading up, like it doesn't seem like like every other team was like, why would you? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I guess we're talking about the public sphere.
Okay, yeah. Because it seems like for us, we were like, what? Like that came out of nowhere. But like kind of reading up a little bit between last night and today, it seems like, general manager wise,
Yes.
league wise, like this was a pick that made a little bit more sense than I think we're giving it credit for as fans.
I agree that in the industry, this was not viewed as a reach, but it's the kind of guy where the public sphere, because the perception of, I would say not everybody believes this, but a lot of the public sphere looked at Nesbitt and says, bottom six center all day. I look at him a little bit differently. I see a guy who could be a second line center, but he just has one really big flaw he needs to improve, and I'm not sold that he will be able to improve it. But if he does, he could be a second line center. Another thing too is that there were guys on the board, guys, as I said, like Carter Bear, like Sean Aitchison, who I think had a higher likelihood of being top half of the lineup guys. Like it would, with Carter Bear, who was the top guy available. Him and Eklund were the two top guys on board. Both those guys, I can very easily see a world where those guys are first line wingers. I am probably higher on Nesbitt than most in terms of what I think his plausible upside could be. I don't see a world where he could be a first line center. I think his best case scenario is a second line center, and I don't love getting a guy with that upside at 12.
It feels like when you just talk about the value of a pick, and I think that's what it really comes down to. Like, okay, this guy we think can fit this role for us. And while it might not excite the fans, it is a thing we need, and we like that. And I think we, as the public, as fans, as somebody who analyzes the thing, it's like, yeah, you take Victor Eklund and maybe he's a star for you. Or maybe everyone knows Victor Eklund's really good, and in a couple of years when he's a rookie or maybe he hasn't even arrived yet, you can trade him because he has that name recognition, because he has that pedigree, because everyone looked at him as a high draft pick despite him falling the way he did. Like the league will come around on understanding like, oh, we let Eklund fall, and now he has serious value as he matures. And it's like a player with star level potential will always be worth more, especially before they get here. Like, yeah, maybe when Nesbitt gets here, it's like, oh yeah, man, great 2C, great 3C, whatever it is, and we absolutely need that, and it's a great pick because this is an NHL player for us who's productive. But until then, it's like, what did they do with, basically the finality of the Giroux trade in kicking the can to the Edmonton pick and trading up, and the Sean Walker trade? This is what they did. This is how it ended with Jack Nesbitt, and it just feels like a little bit of a letdown. But I'm also not going to let the real fun of Porter Martone and Trevor Zegras be sullied by, I didn't like the pick at 12. Like, well, so what, Bill? The world doesn't revolve around you.
I think for me, one of the, and I am very complimentary of the Porter Martone pick. I think he's going to be a stud, and I think they got themselves in Martone another core piece. Now you've got, I think, two guys in Michkov and Martone that can be true top of the lineup guys on a cup contender, and that is very exciting. I think the part of day one that is most disappointing to me, and I mentioned this in my article, is that the Flyers over the last 12 months have now spent 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks to try to address the center position. They spent 1 on Jet Luchenko, 1 first-round pick on Jet Luchenko. They spent 2 first-round picks to trade up and get Jack Nesbitt. They spent a second-round pick to trade for Trevor Zegras, and they spent a second-round pick on Jack Berglund. So that's 5 prime assets in the last 12 months on the center position, and I still don't think they have a clear-cut solution to 1C. Like, that is, I think, my disappointment out of round one, is that, man, you've spent a lot of assets, and yet you still don't have that guy who you can point to and be like, yes, he is our future 1C. Zegras could be that guy. He could. But there's a world where he's not even a center.
So do you think going Martone was a mistake?
I don't think it was a mistake. I mean, I would have went Hagens, but I don't think it was a mistake because I love Martone as a player. But I do think that at some point they are going to have to get a 1C, and this was your best chance to. This was your clearest path to getting one at 6. and they did it. I'm not saying it was the wrong move necessarily, but it's real hard to get those 1Cs. And now it's going to be like, okay, well, is the plan to just have a bunch of 2Cs and then be a wing dominant team? Maybe you can make that work, but it's a different path than the way most teams do it.
And I think that's one of the things I found a little like about the pick is they go Martone. So they go with, I guess, the guy that they had, best player available rather than trying to shoehorn in the position. Not that I don't think anyone would have, they're just trying to get a center by taking James Higgins. But, like they didn't go center. Cool. You took the best player on your board. Way to go.
Yeah.
But then it feels like, oh, shit, we didn't get a center. Well, we think Nesbitt's sticking at the position. Like I think like one of the guys of all the centers you're like that we talked about in the first round. It was like, yeah, maybe they're a winger though. It was like, oh no, Nesbitt's going to be a center. Like that was just kind of the thing.
That is true.
And they go and get this guy and they trade up for him. And it's, well, we took a wing. So now we absolutely had to get a center and had to ensure it. And it's like,
And I do believe that was part of it. One thing that also
is that the best way to go about business?
In retrospect, is like, oh, if only it would have broken differently. If you're trading up to 12 to get Jack Nesbitt because you decided you want a center, man, if Roger McQueen only would have slipped 2 more picks. He went at 10, and it wasn't that out of the realm of possibility for him to slip. That said, if he's there at 12, maybe Pittsburgh doesn't trade the pick. So it's hard to play the what-if game. Maybe Pittsburgh just takes him. But, man, like, when McQueen went at 10, I was like, whatever. Like, I thought that the earliest they were going to be able to trade up to was maybe 14, 15. Okay, whatever. When you get to 12 and you're just looking at it, you're like, oh, if you would have just fallen 2 more spots, they could have gotten Roger McQueen, and then I would have came out of the draft feeling like they do have a guy who could be a 1C.
You want to hear something spicy?
I
What's
do.
that?
Friedge is reporting that the Islanders offered 16 and 17 to the Flyers for 6. The Flyers said no, thank you.
That makes sense.
Good.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were really trying to get Higgins.
Yep.
Yeah, of course they said
Should have just taken him number 1 if you wanted him so bad.
Yeah. We're gonna give you this thing that's worth way less than your thing.
Yeah, but two of them.
Yeah, that would have been a bad.
That's a bad trade.
That would have been a bad trade. Yeah.
If Danny
Good
did that,
move, Danny.
then we would have.
Or good non-move.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, apparently they offered it to Nashville, Philly, and Boston.
Yeah. And nobody
Which,
did
of
it
course,
because you know why? Because top 5 picks never get traded.
There it is, folks.
We were really hoping
Or
one
top
would
6, apparently.
just so.
We're top 6.
Just so we could throw it at you today.
Yeah, that's
but
all we wanted to do.
Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. I will say, though, Charlie, when McQueen went, because you and I both talked like, oh, you know what's going to happen. He's going to the Penguins, and he's totally healthy, and he's going to be the best player in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
That is the most likely outcome if he falls to the Penguins. It is the Ducks, and that stinks. But at least they're all the way over there.
That's
at least
fair.
It's not the freaking Penguins.
Yeah, what's going to happen is, inevitably, in 5 years, the Flyers and Ducks are going to be in the Cup final, and then it's going to be the greatest story ever.
Dear Lord. I mean, they are going to meet in a Stanley Cup final. That is without a doubt.
Flyers versus Cutter.
Zegras v. Cutter, like.
And the thing too is they have to meet.
It's going to happen.
They have to meet before Cutter throws a tantrum and forces his way out of a second place.
You know what would be fun?
What would be fun?
Going on a trip to Anaheim to watch the Flyers play the Ducks.
Ooh,
you
that
know
would
what?
be fun.
Maybe that's a thing that could be happening. It's a slight possibility. There is this rumor going around that right now, Philly Sports Trips is taking refundable deposits, totally refundable $99 deposits on a Flyers trip for this upcoming season that may have something to do with that guy Cutter and maybe some quacking, maybe Lightning McQueen, all
Quack,
of
quack,
that
quack,
stuff.
Mr. Ducksworth.
Yeah, maybe that's where this trip is going. Obviously, there's no schedule released yet, and some details got to be worked out. So I can't guarantee you anything. But what I can guarantee you is you can guarantee yourself a spot on this trip by just putting down that $99 deposit. But this deal does not last. It is only for this draft weekend. After the draft ends, so too does this deal. So if you want to get in on this trip, do it now.
Do it.
And you won't regret it. Philly Sports Trips, amazing. They sent us to Montreal last season. It was one of the best trips I've ever been on. Certainly the best sports trip I have ever been on with a travel group like this. Philly Sports.
Yeah, it was a blast.
Philly Sports Trips rules. Great events, great interactions, really good time. So check that out. And we are also brought to you today by our friends at Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 5.
Okay, it does look like they're getting close to starting the
It's
second
not
round.
begun yet.
It was supposed to start at 12, but maybe it's actually
hate
starting
that.
at like 12:20. The Flyers pick at 36.
PM
So they will get a pick pretty early in the second round. Then they pick twice more before 48. I believe it's what, 40 and 48?
Yes.
Are their next 2 picks. They enter the week with 4. They traded 1 away for Zegras, but they have 3 picks early in the second round. What are you guys thinking in terms of what you want them to do here? I know you guys had Alex Appleard on the show yesterday. I have guys that I want them to target, but I'm curious where your guys' heads are at.
You know, I was really hoping to come away with like a defenseman in this first round with 3 picks they had, and now I'm not quite sure. Like one of the falling guys is going to get all the way to 36 for them, but. You know, I was really thinking goalie as well, and when 2 go in the first round, we talked about this last night. How wild was that? The first goalie off the board was not Ravensburgen, which was
it was the guy
pretty wild.
It was the guy who Alex loves.
What's going on here?
It was Piotr. What do we got here?
I just see the Flyers logo in the background.
Oh no, I think it's just because that's like the
it's like the board in
that's
there.
the board.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So Bill Daly's up there. We'll keep you abreast of the situation as best we can. But yeah, now I'm just now I am just hoping for swings on high upside guys, as we often say, because it doesn't feel like that's what happened at 12. And now I kind of, you got a guy who's going to play a role and you think he can do that, but that's kind of just what he is.
So I just noticed Brenna's big board that she had up there. Malcolm Spence was 14.
Yeah, I was actually just asking Bruno whose big board this is.
It's
okay. I was legitimately curious. I like Malcolm Spence a lot.
Is he good?
Yes. So I ranked Malcolm Spence 27th on my board.
Okay.
Which at this point would be a good pick. I have, looking at my big board,
That's what I was using.
I am now through all of the guys who I have as clear-cut first-round grades. I had 20 guys with clear-cut first-round grades. Cullen Potter, who was taken 32nd overall, was the last guy I had with a clear-cut first-round grade. But there are still 3 guys on the board that I had as borderline first-round guys. Malcolm Spence is one of those 3. The other 2, Alexander Zhuravsky, who I love. I have him 21st on my board. Then Blake Fiddler.
Fiddler seems to be a guy that a lot of fans are talking about.
Big defenseman. I would be thrilled with that pick. If I had to guess, I think San Jose probably going to take him at 33 because I'm shocked that he's the guy I'm the most shocked slipped out of round 1 because he's a big, smooth skating, 6'5" right-handed shooting defenseman. How do those guys slip out of round 1 given everything we know about the way that that teams draft on draft day? So Fiddler, I would like, and then Malcolm Spence I have as the 3rd guy as a borderline. Ooh,
Simon Wang.
All right, so they took Simon Wang. Is
it Simon?
Simon
I've
Wang.
I've just been saying Simone.
So I believe it's Simon Wang. Simon Wang is from China.
Yes.
He came over at age 12. He played a little bit of hockey in China, but he didn't really start full-time hockeying until about 14.
Wow.
He's huge. He's a great skater, but he's extremely raw. This is a fascinating pick at 33 for the San Jose Sharks. I liked Simon. Was that really? It's Simon Wong, if you pronounce it correctly. Simon Wong. I had him 43rd on my board. I would have been perfectly fine if he was the pick.
I know you talked about him as a guy who was really intriguing at one point, just because of the tools and how
super toolsy.
I guess unpolished he is.
Yes.
It's look.
Okay.
Guy just started playing in 33rd pick.
So Carolina has traded out of 34, which is interesting because I thought Carolina would be an option to take Alexander Zhuravsky. He struck me as a big Carolina type guy.
You like him,
but
right?
it looks like Eric Tulsky is trading down to stockpile more picks. This is what they do. Tulsky is a big believer in taking as many shots.
Yes.
I guess he thinks that he can get his guy further down the board. So now it's Montreal who jumps up at 34. Flyers are, they have this pick before them, then they have Nashville at 35, and then the Flyers are up at 36. Maybe this is a jump up for Blake Fiddler, potentially. Because again, I'm surprised that Jake Fiddler is still on the board. It looks like Carolina dropped down to 41, so they will now be picking after the Flyers at 36 and 40.
Interesting.
That's Dr. T probably just
he's just stockpiling the picks.
Probably just got the demands like we're not We're not paying
He likes to
anyone
take a
else.
lot of shots.
Get a third.
He
round.
does.
Right.
He loves those
No
darts.
more contracts. It does.
All right, the Canadians took Jarofsky.
They go with Jarofsky.
Ah, that's a bummer.
All right.
That's a bummer.
Charlie's dream is
Alexander
the dream is
Jarofsky
dead.
off
God, I
the
love him.
board at 34.
Ugh.
So now
Now it'll be Nashville, then Philly.
So would you say Fiddler would be the best option for us at this point, or Van Sage? Because I know you like him too. Right?
Fiddler would be the top guy available on my board who is still untaken. He'd be a cool pick. He would definitely give them that size on the back end that I suspect they want. We know Jonesy loves that. God, I'm bummed for Jarofsky. I really thought the Flyers might go for him.
That's when you tell me about a 6'4", 209 righty defenseman. It's just and he's from Nashville.
Oh,
well,
no.
guess who we're not getting because there's just no
There
way.
he goes. That's
There's just
Well,
absolutely
he
no
might not
way.
be really from Nashville.
birthplace.
Vernon Fiddler played for the Preds, which is probably why he was born there.
Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that most likely explains that.
Yes, place of birth, Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
All
So
right.
They take Jacob
Jacob
Rambach,
Rambach.
who he's one of the big defensemen.
All right,
Now
so
the Flyers are on the board.
We are on the board.
Flyers
at
are on the board.
36,
Let's
and you're looking for Fiddler.
Fiddler and Malcolm Spence are top two guys.
Okay.
I like Milton Gastreen as well. He's a center, real high character guy. I actually have him higher than Nesbitt, so I'd be fine with that pick too. Shane Van Sage, I really like. Daniel Prokhorov is another big power forward type. He's huge. He's physical. He's a lot of fun. He's Russian. He could be a potential option. Jack Murtagh, more of a swing type, center wing type. He was my favorite guy on the U.S. national team development program this past year. There's some good. Jacob Wozniak is a guy who Alex likes a lot. Another potential goal-scoring power forward. There are some real good guys still on the board, so we'll see who the Flyers take.
Shout loud enough. Do you think Danny will hear us?
It's possible.
I was just thinking there's no way they can't hear us.
It is possible.
As we were talking shit on the pick.
Fiddler, I feel like, would be
there's
the
no
chalk
way they
pick.
can't hear us. They're right there.
Yeah.
He would be the chalk pick. 6'4", 209.
Fiddles.
He would be the chalk pick, but we'll see.
Fidsy.
I could see Prokhorov if they want to go size up front. That said, they did get two guys, big guys, forwards.
looks like
so
the
you would think
cowardly lion.
defense maybe is the pick here, but we'll see. I'm still bummed about Jarofsky.
I feel like
I really wanted him.
I feel like when we talked about Prokhorov, it was like, yeah, him, Nesbitt. When they want to add that thing, it'll be one of a guy like this. Like,
Yeah.
would there be maybe a little too much similarity between Prokhorov and Nesbitt to like double up? Do you think?
I mean, I think Prokhorov is more physical. He's meaner than Nesbitt. Not that Nesbitt isn't physical,
that.
but Prokhorov likes to throw the body. He's more of a nasty player.
I like the nasty
They might
Russians.
like that.
They when they want to go, they go, man.
I'm just ready for
I
us to
wouldn't
have
be
all
against
the
it.
Russians since nobody else wants to
I
take
feel
them.
like we've been saying this, and they haven't done it quite as much as we expected. Once it was like, okay, Fedotov came over and Kolosov came over, and we just got Michkov. This is just going to be nothing but Russians, and it
Why are
hasn't
they
quite
taking
happened
so
as
long?
much.
They've been thinking about trading, maybe? I guess we'll see.
Don't do it to me again.
I guess
Don't
we
do
shall
it to me
see.
again. Just make the freaking pick fly. No, I'm
do it,
not going to
Danny.
start yelling about making picks already. We have way too long to go for me to return to the.
This is
bitch
exciting,
fit
though. I
I
mean,
was throwing last night at the end of the show.
The guys on the board are exciting. I'm legitimately curious what direction they would go, even if I am bummed that Jarofsky, my boy, is gone.
Just to address something in the chat here real quick, when do I expect to get Mongoose? Is that a
I
way
would
later?
say mid-rounds.
Okay.
Third, fifth round, maybe even
Ready
late.
for Mongoose.
All about the Mons.
But Mongoose, I would be surprised if he goes second. It's possible if a team really, likes his upside because he didn't get a lot of playing time this year.
Who's that kid? I'm frightened by him.
Unclear.
Oh
He's
my
got
God.
very large eyes.
This guy, he was up later in AC than we were.
They're in LA, William.
Oh, God damn it.
Well,
I keep forgetting because they're here. Why would the draft be in Atlantic City?
right,
That is
why,
a great question.
Why would the teams be in a different place from the draft? That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, like the NFL does it and their draft does okay. What did you think of the presentation, Charlie, while we're waiting? Like, did you notice major differences? And obviously you're not there, but you are kind of right here with everybody.
It was just that double interview that was really messing things up because you have the initial one where the players would meet the war room via that television set, but then they were bringing everybody for a second interview, and that really slowed things up. This is interesting. The Flyers are just not making this pick.
They're just TV showing this up right now. They're probably 5 picks ahead.
It could be a TV thing, or they could be looking to trade out.
I didn't like the weird room that they put the children in afterwards with the screen That was weird. I'm talking about last night's presentation. I was just going back to that.
It's just interesting because
like
it looks like the clock is run down, so that implies that potentially a trade could happen. I'm curious here because they're obviously picking at 40 as well.
Yeah, this is a lot of time.
If they're looking to trade out, I do legitimately wonder if Jarofsky was the guy, and maybe they think they can get their guy later.
And they don't have a fourth.
They do not have a fourth
and 1/5, right?
Yeah,
I believe that's the case.
Okay, I'd have to go back.
I
and
gotta
look to
look.
see exactly what they're.
I think it might.
Brennan,
be
can you
two.
pull up the picks? Pull up the picks. As we are waiting to see what the Flyers are doing.
36
They have two fifth-round picks.
2/5. That's what I thought it was.
2 fifth-round
Yep,
picks.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, and no 7th, I believe.
No 7th. Yes, they have no 7th.
Yep.
All right, so now we are just staring. We are waiting.
Apparently, I guessed who that
Danny's doing his
What are the Flyers doing?
He is
the
listening
Flyers
to
are
us.
the ones who have slowed down the first round. It was the second round. It was moving so
going
fast.
It was going.
I was just so happy.
It was
I was
moving
so
so
happy
fast.
for 3 picks.
We were rolling, and now the Flyers have
Has Elite Prospects
ground it to a halt.
Because Elite Prospects was ahead of the stream a little last night, but this is actual. I think this is like actual cable,
this
so it's
is-
not
yes.
whatever we were watching last night.
All right, the Flyers have traded down.
They've traded down.
They've traded
They did
to
some
38.
right.
So they traded the 36th pick and the 68th pick, so the pick in the third round, to drop down 2 picks to 38, and they pick up a late second 57.
Interesting.
Now they're back to having 4 second-round
Back
picks.
to 4 seconds.
So
Back to
down
4
a little
seconds.
bit and then up a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah, so they go down 2 picks to go up 11 picks.
Very
Okay.
interesting.
Okay.
And we
I
just
like it.
kind of, they could be thinking any number of things. I don't think anyone had Jack Nesbitt on their mind at 12, but when you just kind of ran through, it was like, oh, I think there's 3 guys there that seem interesting to me. So if we trade back 2 spots, perhaps we don't actually lose anything.
I guess we shall see.
Maybe that's the thinking here. But now, who did they make the trade with? I can't.
It was
even-
with Seattle.
It was with
So
Seattle. Okay,
Seattle
that's what
jumps up
happened.
2
Okay.
slots. Now we are still waiting, but now they will pick a 38 and 50 and 48 and 57. So back to 4 second-round picks
go.
for Danny.
All right, as we
He's making moves.
as
He's
we await
making moves.
a couple of picks here, Charlie. Just wanted to get your thoughts on some things we were throwing back and forth last night. I don't think we ever got a chance to talk about what the Rangers did.
Sorry.
Bless you. The pick that they ended up giving the Penguins. They didn't have to. It was the top 13 protected pick. It
Yeah.
was number 12.
That's true.
And they decided to surrender it anyway. What my thought process is, one, all right, well, if we do suck again, we hold our McKenna, we have our McKenna ticket. But really, it came down to, we expect to be good.
They want to be able to trade it.
We can trade it.
I think that was their view, was that if we're bad, we want our shot at McKenna. If we're good, we want an arsenal. And I guess it really just boiled down to maybe them not being that high on this draft. That probably is what did it.
Whomst?
Okay, who is this? Who have
At
the Seattle
36.
Kraken taken? It is Blake Fiddler.
Fiddler.
So
Blake
they
Fiddler
jump
off
up
the
to get
board.
Blake Fiddler.
That is, I know Steve was very high on Blake Fiddler last night. That was a player he was hoping maybe to get at 36.
Well, they could have taken him.
Yeah,
he was there.
He was
and
there.
Clearly, Seattle wanted him, so the Flyers clearly didn't, because usually in these situations, you know who the team's trading up
Yes,
for,
of course.
especially if you're only moving down two slots. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, we'll do the deal if you tell us who you're going to take. If Seattle told them they're going to take Blake Fiddler, the Flyers clearly did not have Blake Fiddler tops on their board. So they disagree with me.
Not. So now only Washington
Spence
and
still
then
hanging
the
out.
Flyers will have
Yeah.
2 of the following 3 picks.
Yeah, we've got Malcolm Spence as my top guy on the board. Then Gastreen, the center, Van Sagi, Prokhorov, Murtag, Jacob Wozniak, and then that big swing, out of shape, Ivan Radkin.
That's another one. Like,
Is he the attitude problem one too?
Potentially,
I
yes.
don't like that.
Yes.
I don't have time for attitude problem in children. Get out of here.
I don't know. I think Rick Tocchet could give him one death glare and be like,
Well, I
"Oh,
mean-
that's solved."
He's got other things to worry about.
He does. He in fact does.
Rick Tocchet has that. It's the combination of death glare and then also disappointed dad.
Yeah, I got way
Yeah.
more like.
Yeah.
It was
All right,
a lot
the Caps
softer.
have taken
All right,
Milton
there's
Gastreen. So
Gastreen.
Gastreen
Okay,
is
so there's
gone.
his-
so the Flyers are now once again on the clock.
Yep.
They got to take Spence, right?
I mean, at this point, though, there is so much.
Mushiness.
Not even mushiness, but just there's a lot of differences of opinion of these types of guys.
Technical term, Bill.
Spence is probably the chalk pick.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean the fact that they trade down, you wonder if he's not the guy they want. Maybe they
That's
have a
true.
guy who isn't, generally consensus top pick, because they had to wonder if Washington was going to take Spence, given the fact that he is so highly touted.
Given the mushiness, Kelly, could it be Van Sage?
Ooh, I mean, I'm a big Van Sage guy.
Wow.
I'm a big Van Sage guy.
This is good. This is what I'm thinking
You are
about.
absolute
Flyers.
Very, very, very Sage.
I'm just still thinking about the best names list. There's a lot of those guys that are, I feel like, coming up now. So
all right, are the Flyers actually going to make a pick? Are they going to make a pick?
Danny.
Looks like they are. And who is it?
all right.
We are getting an announcement.
38.
38. It is. Put the name up. It is. Is that Cameron Schmidt? I'm trying to just put the name up. Put the name
They
up.
don't know.
Put the
Who
name
are
up.
you? Turn around.
Carter
Amico.
Amico. Carter Amico is a guy that I
yes.
did.
There's a defenseman.
I did project him to the Flyers in my every pick mock. Not at this pick. So Amico is a big physical defenseman.
6'6".
Right-handed shooting. He's 232. He is huge.
Lord.
So here is the story.
love it.
Here is the story with Amico. Okay. He is a U.S. NTDP product, U.S. National Team Development Program. He was a guy who I think most people thought would probably sneak in around 1. He got hurt early in the season, missed basically the entire year.
Yeah, only 13 games with the development.
He busted
program.
up his knee. He is a guy who I like. I had him 50th on my board, but I am totally fine with this pick. The size, the physicality, the meanness. He's a pretty good skater. I like him as a guy to add some beef. The clear theme of this draft is the Flyers are getting bigger. Now you've got Martone,
very
you've got
clearly.
Nesbitt, you've got Amico. These are big guys. They are beefing up the prospect pool clearly.
Very excited.
At 40, who's the biggest dude available?
Oh, the Penguins traded up.
Penguins just traded up to 39 in front of the Flyers at 40.
I'm fine with Amico, so I'm going to run through, as we're waiting on the Penguins pick, I'm going to run through my strengths and weaknesses for Carter Amico. So I had a lot of strengths. I liked what I saw from him on tape. Strengths. Huge in a right-handed D. Number 2, extremely physical. He's mean, and he hits to hurt. He's filled out already. So, as I said, 232 pounds.
Yeah, that's large.
He's already a really strong rush defender. Uses his stick well, closes gaps well. He uses his reach well to kill plays. He blocks a ton of shots, wins a lot of puck battles. And my opinion of his skating, mobility, honestly decent. It's not a strength. It's not a clear weakness either. Puck skills are basic, but he can make a pass. He doesn't handle the puck like a hand grenade, and I can see a path to him being a really solid, mean, complementary defenseman. The weaknesses, missed most of the draft year due to the broken kneecap, needs to work on his first few steps.
As all big guys do.
He rarely activates. He plays plays an extremely simple, straightforward stay-at-home style. The Penguins took Peyton Kettles.
Flyers back on the clock at 40.
Cannot see Amico scoring many points at the NHL level, and his upside is limited. But to me, he is your long-term Rasmus Ristolainen replacement. I like him a lot more than I like Hunter McDonald. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
I'm fine with Carter Amico. Wouldn't have been my pick necessarily, but I'm fine with the pick. He's a guy I like.
It feels like there are more exciting or at least higher profile names, but everything you just said, I like.
Yeah.
The people that are smarter than me at BroadStreetHockey.com seem to like the pick. I'm excited to talk to Thomas about it. He seems to know who he is.
Oh, yeah, Thomas. And, of course, let me, after this pick, Bryn, I know I said that last pick, and I totally forgot. My timing in my head is thrown off because we didn't start at the top of the hour, so I have no idea what time it is.
Time is a social construct.
I'm just a college graduate over here. Actually, we are kind of
Flyers are making the pick.
We are kind of on time.
Who is their new?
It's a big eyeballed kid.
It's Jack Murtagh.
Jack Murtagh.
Can I just say it's very upsetting to me that it's not Murtaugh? Yes, it's very upsetting.
Steve and I talked about that last night.
Jack Murtagh. I like this pick. Murtagh, I think this is a value pick. I had him 34th on my board. He was a clear second-round grade guy for me. As I said, best player to my eyes on the U.S. National Team Development Program this year. It was a weak year for them. I like him. There's real talent there. He played center. I think he's probably more of a wing at the NHL level, but there's at least a possibility.
Left wing.
There's at least a possibility he could play center. He's played both. I like Martone. I think this is a good pick. Fine with both of these picks.
I'm seeing a lot of rankings just on EP, on Elite Prospects. A lot of rankings with that start with a 2, so that's kind of nice. And he's 17. He doesn't turn 18 till August, so very, very young is Jack Mertag. He is not getting too old for this shit. He is only 17 years old. It blows my mind you can be drafted at 17. Like you are legally a child. Like, do they have to have like a co-signer on their first professional contract?
They must, right?
Or like it can't.
Someone had to sign Jet Luchenko's contract for him.
Yeah, like there had to be a witness.
His mom was there.
Maybe he's been emancipated. Maybe that's
No, this is a guy who, as I said, I think it's a value pick. I like Mertag. I think that he could
you commit.
He could surprise. He could surprise. He's not huge, but he's not small. 6 foot 185. Spicy trade. Okay, the Canes picked Frolov. They picked the goalie.
Canes took a goalie, which is not shocking. They go with Frolov.
Gibson to Detroit.
John Gibson to Detroit. Interesting.
John Gibson to Detroit. I'm happy about that just because I didn't want John Gibson.
I didn't want John Gibson either.
People kept bringing him up as an option, and I'm just
year
like,
is it, fam?
I'm good.
Yeah, I do not need
on
John Gibson. No.
He has finally been traded, though. It feels like the Ducks finally pulling off all of the trades that have been rumored for 3 years now.
Enjoy whatever the Wings are doing over there.
John Gibson has been on the trade block, I think, as long as we've
1997.
As long as we've been doing this podcast together.
Seriously.
And Trevor Zegras not that far behind him, it feels like.
Right.
And they are finally moving to their new era of orange for whatever reason they're wearing orange. So it's the Islanders on the clock. That had nothing to do with the other trade that you guys were talking about. Okay, I'm caught up. All right. Speaking of caught up, let's take our next commercial break. Let's talk about getting back to what you love, especially this summer, because it's activity season, you know? Whether you're biking by the Schuylkill, chasing your kids through the sprinkler, or finally tackling that hiking trail, it's tough when your body doesn't cooperate, and that's where Rothman Orthopedics comes in. Maybe Carter Amico needs to check him out, because from aches after a pickup game to old injuries flaring up on summer adventures, Rothman's team of experts is here to help. They're here to help with evidence-based care and a commitment to restoring your mobility. They'll get you back out there and back out there stronger than ever. Don't let pain put your summer on pause. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY to book your appointment today and get back to doing what you love pain-free. Rothman Orthopedics, getting you back to your summer game is their mission. And why don't I now tell you about our friends at TrueMark Financial Credit Union and, of course, that awesome Greenlight app. That's right, because summer's here, which means the kids are out and about, hanging with friends, maybe even picking up a summer job, which makes it the perfect time to set them up with something that teaches real-world money skills and gives them a little freedom as well. That's right. It's the Greenlight debit card and money app. If you're a TrueMark Financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. It's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job, allowance, birthday cash, what have you. They'll get their own debit card. They can set savings goals. They can track their spending, learn how to budget, all the things I wish I learned as a kid, all while you stay in the loop from your phone. So you're still in control, but they get to learn how money really works in everyday life. So before the summer rush kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that'll stick with them long after the season's over. Head over to TrueMark.com/Greenlight and get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set your kids up for financial success. And it looks as if we have another trade, and Daniil Prokhorov comes off the board.
Yeah, so Prokhorov is off the board. So I want to go into my my view of Mertag. So I'm a fan of this guy. Going through my strengths of him, very strong and powerful skater. I like the skating ability. So this isn't a skating project guy. This is a guy who can move. He's got legitimate wheels, young for the draft year, as you noted. Flyers obviously did that last year with Jet Luchenko. They did it last year with Spencer Gill, Murtagh as well. That speaks to plausible upside. I really like the shooting ability. He's one-timer, powerful. It's got pop. He plays with relentlessness, a lot of compete, back checks hard, fights through contact. So I think he's going to be potentially a popular guy if he hits.
Okay.
Goes to the net. I always love using this word. Goes to the net with aplomb. He goes to the net. I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan of aplomb.
He really is great.
He shows some passing ability, especially on the power play. I saw him make a lot of. Malcolm Spence goes to the Rangers, so Spence off the board at 43. But I saw on the power play, he was really good at making passes through the seam. I liked that creativity element to his game, and his physical tools, they pop. So this is a guy who I viewed as a potential sleeper because even if the production wasn't great at the USNTDP this year, the physical tools imply that maybe it should have been better, speaks to plausible upside. Weaknesses, yeah, didn't produce incredibly well at the National Team Development Program this year, at least not at first-round levels. He didn't go in the first round, so there you go. Hockey IQ, a little bit meh for me. He goes to the net well, but I didn't really see a ton of smarts to his game, more of a physical tools guy. Didn't love the playmaking. I liked it on the power play. Didn't love it at even strength. My view of him, middle six wing, but in the early second round, I'll take a middle six wing all day.
If there is somebody with, and I know like that's how you get sometimes into that game of, oh, well, Zach Ronaldo has NHL wheels, so we take him. But like, if there is someone that you think has NHL upside at this point,
yeah,
like even though it's only the second round, not a ton of second rounders, like yes, there's some, but finding NHL players at this level, if you have a couple of the tools, it's like, well, maybe we can bring another along and suddenly we have something.
Yeah, I agree. And, Murtagh, both Murtagh and Amico are picks I like. Looking at my board now in terms of my favorite players available, Shane Van Sage is tops on my board. The great name, Shane Van Sage.
Outstanding name.
Then Jacob Wozniak, who I'm actually surprised is still available, but he is an inconsistent player. I know, as I said, Alex Appleard really likes him. Then Rabkin, who, big swing, risk, but a big swing. He went into this year potentially a top 5 pick, so it is a swing on upside. I did hear some scattered rumblings that the Flyers were intrigued by him, at least at times this season. I don't know where they eventually ended up falling on him because he apparently didn't show up to the combine in the best of shape. Apparently didn't do great in interviews. But I do believe they scouted Muskegon, which is where he ultimately ended up playing a lot this season. So I suspect they know a lot about Rabkin. That's it for my clear-cut second-round grade guys. But then I have a bunch of guys who are more borderline second-round grade guys, and actually a lot of guys who project as centers, project as third-line centers. Eric Nilsson, William Moore, Cole McKinney. I like Luca Romano. I think he probably will fall. And there goes Eric Nilsson. Eric Nilsson goes to the Ducks, so one of those centers that I just mentioned goes at 45. 2 more selections before the Flyers are back up at 48.
Utah Mammoth on the clock at 46, then Vancouver, then the Flyers at 48 for their third of 4 second-round picks. Charlie, do you think, obviously they're coming in and center depth throughout the organization is their main focus. That's very obvious.
Yeah.
Do you think they keep throwing darts in this draft? Like they have spent, as you said, like quite a bit of capital at the center position over the last 2-3 years. Like, do you think that remains their main focus, or do they shift to maybe goaltender at a different point, maybe defense? Like, where do you think?
Goalie yet, right?
They have not taken a goalie. The 2 top goalies on the board in my mind are Alexei Medvedev, who is interesting because he's London. The Flyers love the London connection with the Hunters. Jonesy's good buddies with both of them. And then there's Jack Ivankovic, small guy, but super athletic. He has some big fans. I'm skeptical that the Flyers would take a small goalie, but the upside is there. There are a lot of scouts who thought he was the best goalie prospect in the draft. Obviously, not enough because he's still on the board when multiple goalies in Frolov, Andrianov, and Ravensburgen are gone. But Ivankovic has some real fans.
All right, so here we are. We are still waiting on the Mammoth.
The
Mammoth. I really do dig that name. I like Mammoth a lot.
We're moving pretty good, I will say.
We are going.
It is very funny that it can be done in this amount of time.
Yeah.
Did you see the message in Slack? I think it was in the All-City Slack last night. Like, it was like just congratulating all the different beats for doing the draft shows and everything. They're like, congratulations, everyone. The NHL has unveiled a format that not a single human enjoyed. 4.5 hours for 32 picks.
Okay,
It
so
was very funny.
another one of the big defensemen
there you
goes
go,
off the
yep.
board. This is Max Shinichka. Yes, that is how you say it.
I love it.
Shinichka.
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 Just how I would have spelled it.
Thank God we didn't draft him.
Another big
miserable for me.
defenseman. He was a guy who elite prospects really liked. They had him with a first-round grade. He's Czech. He started out in the Czech league, came over to the WHL. He was one of the guys who I thought maybe could have been the big physical defenseman pick in the second round. Obviously, the Flyers went with Carter Amico. I'm not sure if they were going to take two of these types of guys, so I don't think him coming off the board hurts the Flyers too much. I think Amico is that guy for them.
All right, outstanding.
So one more pick. We
Vancouver
got
on the clock as we await,
and then the Flyers
the
are back.
Flyers at 48.
Who do you want him to take, Chuck?
For me, it's a good question. I would say either Vansagi or Yves Wozniak probably would be the guys that I would want.
Well, obviously, both made the best
right, so
names list.
All right,
Canucks took Medvedev.
They took Medvedev,
So
goalie, the
Medvedev
London
off the
goalie.
board.
So, okay, so now Ivan Kovic is the top goalie on the board, I would say, in terms of general consensus. Flyers might disagree, but he's the top goalie on the board in terms of general consensus.
Maybe it's just because 2 went in the first round. I don't think many were expecting that.
Yeah.
I feel like a ton of goalies. Like, we're not at pick 50 yet. And we're, through 5 goalies?
Yeah.
That seems like a lot.
It does seem like a lot. I know another guy who's an option here, Kervin Liementov. Alex Appleyard really likes him. I'm a little more iffy because I don't love the hockey sense, but the tools are there. The tools are there. And
I really don't like the dumb players.
At this point, 48, I would be totally fine taking a swing on him. There's legitimate second pair upside in Liementov, maybe even borderline first pair upside if you were ever to put it all together because the physical tools are impressive.
See, that makes me think immediately of our old pal Phil.
He's not on Phil Myers.
He's not that dumb.
He's also not as big, but he doesn't have the processing problems.
Vansagi.
They took Vansagi.
It is
Shane
Vansagi.
Vansagi.
I didn't even realize we were on the clock when the pick was made.
Shane
right,
Vansagi. Shane Vansagi, the top player on my board. Love this pick.
Hell yes.
Love this pick.
One of the best names in this draft. Hopefully we can get him that Primo's Hoagies.
Nobody likes a Vansagi hoagie, am I right?
Soggy good, soggy bread bad. This is my draft analysis on day 2.
Nothing worse than soggy bread.
We have spent some time on Shane Vansagi.
Big Vansagi fan.
Yes,
Love this
Charlie
pick.
has been talking about him quite a bit. He'll be 19 in October. He's another American player, 6'2",
right? Yeah,
6'2", 216. So big guy.
Flyers not small anymore.
Here is what I saw in Vansagi. He reminds me a little bit of Wayne Simmons.
Oh, you said this
reminds me a little bit of Wayne Simmons.
Charlie,
you said this to me last
night.
Yep. I think this guy is going to be a fun guy.
Almost as good as saying Mike Richards.
Yep.
It's right there.
It's real close.
That's cool. They have him here at 6'3". On a NHL network. That could be his combine stats. But you look at what he did in his freshman year at Michigan State, 37 games, only 16 points. I don't think that's, like, it looks disappointing. I don't think it's crazy for a second-round freshman.
He doesn't look excited enough. What's happening?
He wanted to go earlier.
Is he friends with Cutter?
He could be, yeah, at the...
But no, I'm really excited about this Vansagi pick.
Right, I like that.
And to get him at 48, that's great value. I thought he was a potential option at the late first if they would have kept 31. I'm going to read my write-up for Vansagi. I'm going to read the whole thing because it's not that long. Okay, here we go. There's a group of big power forward prospects that are generally expected to go in the late first, early second round range and who I rank in a tight group. Nestrasil, Vansagi, Prokhorov. I like all of them, all intriguing, best on size, physicality, plausible scoring upside. They'd all be reasonable selections, but I like Vansagi the most. Vansagi's compete level is through the roof. He throws hits, he attacks the net front area, and he battles constantly. It helps he's already quite physically developed, 6'2.5", 212, but this is not an easy player to knock off the puck, even at the NCAA level, and the fact that he's proven able to assert his authority at the college level as opposed to the MHL for Prokhorov and the USHL for Nestrasil gives me added confidence in his ability to translate the physical side of his game to the pros. Vansagi's floor, very high. His style easily translates into a bottom six role. He knows exactly what his role is, and he owns it. But I also see upside. While he gets dinged for his skating, I don't see a terrible skater in many ways. He's strong on his feet in terms of fighting through contact, and he has powerful strides in a straight line. It's mostly agility and acceleration that are his issues, and given Vansagi's commitment to his role, I'm confident he can play a style that mitigates those issues, even if he doesn't dramatically improve them. I also see flashes of legitimate puck skill. It comes and goes, but he's delivered some pretty impressive passes at the college level and flashes silky mitts as a puck carrier. I'm especially intrigued by his long-term potential as a net front option. He already has an innate understanding of positioning and screening, and the size and strength to make him tough to move, and the compete to battle for and win loose pucks, and the hands to make some plays. It's not a perfect comparison, but I see a little Wayne Simmons in Vansagi, and at worst, he'll be a likable, physical NHL bottom sixer.
I really I want to see a printout of the heights and weights average, like who had the heaviest draft. It really feels like the Flyers are going to win this one.
Clearly addressing the size issue.
I know that they came in, and I think it was in the what was it, the Briere and Flair pre-draft press conference, Charlie, where they said, well, it's not going to be so much a focus. We're not going to be beholden.
Sure looks like it was.
We're not going to be beholden to any position or any, we're not going to definitely just focus on size. It certainly feels as if, even if you take Martone out of it, and it's just like, well, he was their highest ranked player. Even without Martone, all of these guys real big.
Yeah, Charlie Serrato goes 49. Charlie Serrato is the Penn State guy. He's a redraft. He was passed over, but he scored a lot of points for Penn State this year. Alex Appleyard actually had him in his sleeper.
He was a
article.
sleeper, yes. And we will be talking to Alex in just a little bit, actually.
Well, we got Flyers are up at 57.
Flyers are up at 57.
We'll get some downtime, I guess, after that, because now they're not picking in the third round.
Yes. Oh, right. They traded their third. Okay.
So far, Charlie, this seems like a pretty solid second round for the Flyers.
I'm liking the second round.
Okay.
All three of the guys they've taken were in my top 50.
Excellent.
So I am really liking this second round. Amico was 50th on my board. Murtag was 34th. Vansagi was 31st.
All right.
So I am very happy with how the second round has played out for the Flyers.
Nice.
They're getting good value, and they're very clearly getting bigger. I mean, 4 out of their 5 picks are big dudes, and Murtag isn't small. He's just not huge.
Yes. And it seems that maybe a little heavier of a game, but yeah, it does seem like a real focus for the team, even though they told us it won't be.
I do
I'm
wonder.
not against it. This is not something I am complaining about. Don't get me wrong here. I want the team to be big and heavy too. It's kind of funny that they're like, no, that won't really be a thing. It's very clearly a thing.
I do wonder. We talked to Rick Tocchet, and Rick Tocchet talked about how one of the reasons why he joined the team, why he picked the Flyers, is because he believed in their plan. I have to wonder if this came up in their discussions, where Rick Tocchet said to Danny and Jonesy, I like what you're building. You guys are a little small. You're seeing what Florida's doing. And they might have told Tocchet, don't worry, we're gonna take care of it.
Don't you worry.
We're gonna take care of it, because today and yesterday they are taking care of the size thing. The Flyers, after these first 5 picks, they have went from having a small prospect pool to a legitimately large prospect pool.
William Moore,
he's a center.
He's skinny.
He's another National Team Development Program product. I had him 41st on my board. Solid pick for the Bruins.
180, yeah. It's a skinny boy.
Solid pick for the Bruins.
All right,
Good
I just want to tell Alex, just join us after 57.
Yeah, that sounds good. So now the top guys on my board. Yves Wozniak, again, power, goal scorer, big winger, Swedish guy. Rabkin, who, hey, maybe they're going to take the swing on him. That would be interesting. Late second round is kind of where I expected him potentially to go. Then Luca Romano, who I like a lot. He's an OHL guy, potential breakout guy, smallish. So that doesn't really fit the theme of this draft, but I like Luca Romano's upside. Cole McKinney, third line center type. If they want to beef up the center position, he's still there. Nathan Bain, Adam Banach. But we're starting to get into the guys I don't like quite as much. I will say that. I can't
believe Conrad Fondrick didn't make the names list. That might be a real oversight.
Yeah, you missed that.
Well,
you missed Roger McQueen.
I missed Roger McQueen, which was like the whole point of doing the freaking list.
What a great
missing John Mustard.
Too easy.
It's honestly, it's too cool. He doesn't need another thing. His life's good enough. He's 6'5". He's about to be in the NHL. He didn't need to make my list too. Can't have everything.
Apparently, William Moore plays piano at Carnegie Hall.
Really?
A hockey player with like an
cool.
actual talent?
That's cool.
Off the ice? That's neat.
Oh, I did not like that Red Bull.
Theodore.
What the hell flavor is this? Blueberry.
Blue.
No thanks.
The flavor is blue.
There's Halsquith.
Oh,
there's Theodore Halsquith.
Theodore with no E. Halquith. That one's, again, thank God.
I will say I'm very, very glad that I don't have to learn how to pronounce his name.
It looks fun to write, though.
It does, yeah. There's a Q.
Yeah.
Got that wrong every time.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, the Q, the STH, that looks good. I would like to write it. I don't think I'd like to say it constantly. So, well done. Well done, Uncle Billy out there in Minnesota.
Yeah, good job, Bill Guerin. Thank you for taking a guy I didn't want the Flyers to take. Nothing to do with him. I just didn't want to have to learn how to pronounce his name.
Has anyone seen Bill Guerin lately?
Is he still red?
That guy, he doesn't look well.
Really?
He's so red all the time.
He's just like, I don't know, man. Like, shave or something. And I know this is coming from me, and I look ridiculous a lot. But like, I don't know. Every time I see him,
Bill Guerin.
Every time I see him, I'm worried about him.
You never look like your head's going to pop off your body like a balloon.
Bill Guerin is like, if I hold my breath really long, Marco Rossi might become 6'2".
I'm gonna hold my breath till the dead cat goes away.
I have to pee. I've been drinking a lot.
You can just get up.
Yeah, get up.
Right.
We're gonna
not
cycle
doing
it
this
out.
like last night again. We're not.
Okay.
This is gonna be a little looser tonight. I just told Alex to join us after pick 57, so we will have him around the top of the hour.
Brenna, where are we at in terms of, because we are going to have prospects on our show. That is the plan. Are any of those on the way? You've not heard
yet.
Okay. So we are going to have some of these second round picks.
I'm going to talk to the biggest, beefiest boy.
Carter Amico, I want to talk to him about the injury. Want to see where he's at in his recovery process and if he will be able to participate in development camp.
Yes.
But Flyers are coming up soon. Only 4 more picks until the Flyers come up. I wonder if they would take the swing on Rabkin. I wonder if this is when they do it, especially now that they don't have a 3rd round pick and don't have a 4th round pick. He's a center, and he has, if Rabkin could put it together, he has some Brady Martin to his game. He's mean.
That's it does feel like, especially now with the late second, you traded back for this pick, no 3rd. If you're going to take a swing on kind of that sort of question mark, why not do it here? You've already made 3 picks in this round. You have 5 guys already to your name. If you're going to do it, this seems like the spot.
Yeah, okay, so the Sharks take Cole McKinney.
Cole McKinney off the board now at 53.
I like Cole McKinney. Cole McKinney was 4th on my best available player board. That said, you've already taken Nesbitt. I don't know if you needed another guy who projects as probably a 3C, but I do like McKinney. It's a good pick for San Jose, to be sure. Man, they are looking strong down the middle with Celebrini. They get Misa. They have Will Smith. Now they get McKinney. Man, that team, they got an embarrassment of riches down the middle.
After all the smoke, it's Misa at 2. What did you think?
You had to do it,
right?
He's so good.
He's right.
I ranked Misa number 1 on my board. I love Michael Misa. You couldn't not take him, and I get that they really probably liked Frondell, and I like Frondell, but you couldn't not take Misa. He's just too good. 130, he had 134 points this year.
Yes.
62 goals. Bonkers. Stockselius goes.
When they, there it is.
Theo Stockselius.
The banker, Theo Stockselius. No, that's when just...
We can't use the stonks meme.
No stonks in Philly. But no, that was when last night when the Flyers draft Martone, I'm like, oh, well, sort by points here in elite prospects. Like, of all the draft eligible players, he's like third. And then you just see like there's one guy ahead of him at 99. I think it's the player Kindle, who Pittsburgh drafted. And then Misa, who's got 40 more than everyone else. Like, just raw production here. I don't see how you don't do it.
I would agree.
And so now it's
somebody in my mentions brought up Limatov as a potential option, 57. At this stage, I would be very much happy with that as a swing, given the plausible upside. That would be intriguing to me. Take a swing. There's some small guys too that are intriguing. I wonder if they might, maybe go for a small guy. Cameron Schmidt is an elite skater and a goal scorer. He's 5'7", but maybe they try to add a guy with a plus shot and really good skating ability. LJ Mooney, he's another small guy, but he's got some bite to his game. Yeah.
All right, so we have Nashville on the clock at 55. Then it will be the Lightning at 56 and the Flyers with their final pick of the second round, at least for now.
Kelly's back. We got Kelly
back before the pick. Didn't you go out that way?
No, that way.
Oh, you did? Okay, well, then that makes sense. I was confused when you came in that door.
I don't know what happens out
Anyway, we are at the top of the hour now, so it's time to remind you that we are brought to you today and this whole draft weekend by Bet365, our friends over at Bet365. You know, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. And our friends at Philly Sports Trips. And maybe you're thinking about taking one of these Philly Sports Trips. Maybe you're on board with this draft. Maybe you're pumped about Zegras. Well, I bet you Zegras is going to be pretty eager to show his old team what's up. If you want to see him do that live in person, maybe, just maybe, you want to place a fully refundable $99 deposit now to ensure your spot on a trip with us and Philly Sports Trips this upcoming season that may or may not be to the West Coast Disney property. We'll see. Who knows? But just saying, that is it's kind of where it looks like it's going. If you want to get in on this, Philly Sports Trips is the absolute best. They sent us to Montreal. We had a great freaking time last season, and that's when the team kind of just stunk. I expect them to be a lot better this year. I expect them to be a lot more fun, and I expect this trip to be a ton of fun. You want to come with us? Make sure you get your spot now, because I bet you this one sells out. All right, it looks like Nashville is preparing to make this pick at 55 here, and then we'll be up in 2 picks.
It is funny. Somebody tweeted out, which is true. The Flyers have a type. They have now drafted for 3 straight years the highest ranking grip strength player at the combine.
People have talked
Mateo
about this.
Mann, Jet Luchenko, and Shane Van Sagi. They really like dudes with firm handshakes.
I mean, who among us, Charles?
I mean, I realize the head coach doesn't have a ton to do with it, but I feel like John Tortorella and Rick Tocchet both, if you're not crushing their hand, they're like, he don't got it.
Honestly, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, we're not getting players with limp handshakes.
No, absolutely not. That is unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
They meet Toc. He's like, no, kid don't got it. They're like, really? It's Michael Misa, 130 points. Nah, he gave me the dead fish.
Oh, man.
Nope, we're not taking him.
Yep, sorry.
We're going Frondell.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nashville's trying to trade down because they've been on the clock for quite a while.
Sure have.
There does seem to be a pattern here of when it's on the clock for 5 minutes, then the pick gets
Then there's
traded.
a trade down coming.
We will we'll be joined by Alex Appleyard in just a moment after the Flyers make this 57th pick. But right now it's still Nashville probably trading out of it at 55. I got to tell you, Tocchet was really cool.
Yeah, dude. I told you guys were going to like him when you met him.
I liked him so much.
He was really good. And he gave us some really
good answers.
There is a good talker. There's just someone who's charismatic.
Sure.
And then there's thoughtful answers. And there was times where you could see he was collecting and then making sure he was giving the best version of the answer. And I always really appreciate that. Not only just a friendly guy that you kind of want to have a conversation with, but he's giving you good, thoughtful answers. And I am coming around on
yeah.
the. I mean, like, what can I do about it at this point? I
Well,
have to
now,
accept it.
now you're just rooting for him to be the right coach.
I hope it works now.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
That's exactly what we said. Like, maybe that's not who we would have chosen, but once they chose him, it was like, all right, #1 talk fan, let's go.
Yeah.
I need it to work.
Kind of the same idea as Jack Nesbitt. Listen, maybe not what I would have done, but maybe he surprises everyone.
One thing that was very interesting to me, because I wanted to talk to him about this. I wanted to talk to him about the assistant coaches. What's interesting to me about the Flyers assistant coaches is that they have two guys in Crawford and Verratti who seem like they're going to kind of be like support guys, which is interesting for a coaching staff. Okay, Nashville is trading out of the pick. They let's see who they are shopping or flipping it to. But
Vegas, baby.
Is it Vegas, baby? Vegas? Is that who?
Yeah, evidently.
Evidently, it's Vegas. So it's Vegas jumping up from 58.
Yeah.
I feel like the Broad Street Hockey Slack is the greatest insider in the sport.
It's full of the smartest people in the world, except for Charlie, who is here.
But you've got Verratti, who seems like he's going to be almost like assistant power play coach and analytics guy, and then you've got Dylan Crawford, who seems like he's like, you know, the jack of all trades. I make videos and I help out Rick Tocchet. I'm almost like. You think of assistant coaches as they have jobs. It seems like Dylan Crawford might be like really Tocchet's assistant.
Yeah.
He is the assistant to Rick Tocchet.
To the head coach.
Assistant to Rick Tocchet specifically.
The head coach.
But that's interesting because that's not necessarily a structure that most teams use. And it seems like the Flyers are maybe thinking a little bit outside the box there.
I did really appreciate how Toc, you know, and coaches say this, but, you know, I was fortunate enough to win the Jack Adams a couple of years ago. Definitely, like, that is a team award. Could not have done it, obviously, with without the team in front of him. And we've talked so much about how it's like basically a PDO award. It's basically a goalie award.
I mean, I didn't want to say it to his face, but it's a goalie award.
He's like, it's obviously a team award. You couldn't do it without them, and you couldn't do it without the staff. It seems he is going to be very dependent on the staff. I like that he recognizes you need people who do different things.
Yeah,
like someone who does something better than you. Like, yeah, we need that because you're better at that thing than I am.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, that's the kind of guy you want to hire. You want to hire people smarter than you.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like we're getting the announcement here of the
finally getting a pick at 55 after 10 minutes.
Who is this child?
I don't know.
Is this the one whose eyes are close together?
It is Wozniak. Okay,
it is the one whose eyes are so close together.
J-I-Dub. Yep, and there we go.
All right, so he was the top guy on my board. Now Yves Wozniak is gone.
Tampa has to be ready to go here, right? They've had 10 minutes with Nashville and then Vegas in front of them. Just make the pick. Let's get to the Flyers.
So now we've gotten to the point where officially the top guy on my board is Ivan Rabkin. There's a chance where he could slide real far. This could be a Kiviharu type situation where last year he slips all the way to round 4. That could happen with Rabkin. It's just the talent is so high. So the upside is so high that you think somebody's going to take the swing.
Worth the attitude problem.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't grow up, he's going to bust. Simple as that.
Yeah, right.
But if he does grow up, he could be what Brady Martin is.
I mean, I'm fine taking that kind of swing at 57.
Yeah.
No, with their 4th, 2nd round pick.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Yeah, I really have.
Because I wonder. So he's Russian, right?
He is Russian. Indeed.
We got those.
Yeah, we do.
Just need some homies.
Maybe.
You got Rick Tocchet to kind of knock him around a little bit. Tell him to get over it.
Knock him around a little.
They got Oleg as the Russian whisperer.
We got Russian dudes hanging around. Not just players, but other guys. Maybe you take a swing.
There was some rumblings from Scott Wheeler, who said that he thinks the Flyers like Adam Banach, who's small but skilled. He put that in one of his mock drafts this week. So maybe he could be a possibility at 57.
It would be interesting to see if they go with a small guy, since they've been very explicitly not going small dudes.
Yep, indeed. And now Tampa's taking a long time. Maybe they're trading too.
Could be.
Idiots.
I like this Adam Banach. I like that. Youngstown in the USHL. It's all right. I'm down with that. Let's see though. We
got some sort of announcement.
Are they finally making the pick?
Yeah, they're making
made the pick.
Who did they take?
They cut back to the same guy.
They took Ethan Zada.
Different guy, apparently.
Okay.
All right, Danny, let's see what you do.
He's a center. He wasn't one of my faves. He was on my board, but he wasn't one of my faves. This is
right.
fine. Flyers are now on the clock.
Flyers on the clock now at 57. Let's see what they do with their last pick for a little while.
For a while,
It's
yeah.
going
We're
to
gonna have a
be.
lot of downtime.
We're
A lot of time to talk these guys.
We're absolutely going to have some time here as they have traded out of the third round to get this later second here. So let us see who they take with their last pick for a little while.
Yeah.
So Ryabkin is that's your highest rated guy.
I mean, it's a scary pick because like he could truly totally bust. But the upside, I don't think there's anybody on the board that has his upside. There are other guys with high upside still on the board, like Cameron Schmidt, Adam Banach, but Ryabkin has borderline star level upside, I would say.
Here's the thing. A lot of your late second round picks are going to bust.
Yes, absolutely.
So why not, take a little bit of a swing?
Take a little bit of a swing. Let's see who the Flyers take at 57.
Big swinging.
We got Ethan
Briere.
Zada, the Czech, putting on the Lightning hat. And the Flyers are coming up soon. In all honesty, though, regardless of who they take at 57, I'm really liking the second round.
It seems like you really like it.
I like it a lot.
The fact that you like it makes me like it.
Like it a lot. All right.
Can't
Looks
wait to
like
hear
they're
what
making the pick.
Alex and
All
Tom
right.
have to
They
say.
are
Okay.
about to announce pick
The
57.
Flyers are going to take. It is Matthew
That's
Guard.
Matthew Guard.
Okay. Guard.
Charlie, tell me what to think.
Yeah, Guard is on my board. He's not in the top 50. I had him at 56. He's a center. He's interesting. He's interesting. I could see him as a 3C. He's 6'4", so another huge dude. Didn't score a lot. 36 points in 66 games, but his team in the WHL Red Deer, they basically never score. They are a offensively challenged team. He actually led the team in points with 36, which is wild. He's got good size for the center position, strong skater. I don't mind this pick. He high compete level, willing to throw hits. He reminded me a little bit, and this is a guy who I really liked in last year's draft. He reminded a little bit of Cole Beaudouin in last year's draft, who was a late first-round pick. Just a likable player. Matthew Guard, look, I'm not saying this is a super exciting pick, but he does add to the center depth. He's a little Jack Berglund, but I think he's a better skater.
36 points in 66 games, led the team. That's freaking insane. All right, and now we are joined by our PHLY foreign correspondent and draft analyst. It is once again our friend Alex Appleyard. How you doing today, Alex?
Yeah, not bad, guys. It's 105 here, so that's a
really?
bit of a
it felt
bit
like
frustrating at times. It's boiling to death, but apart from that, pretty good.
All right, so we have to start. We have to start with yesterday, Alex. At number 6, Flyers sitting there, and a couple of really good options fall to them, whether it's James Hagens, what have you. They end up with Porter Martone. What do you make of this pick? What was your reaction to their first of these draft picks?
Yeah, I mean, I said it at the time. I was very happy. I think Martone and Hagens were the best outcomes by a long way, quite frankly, and the only real options to get a potential true star player. I would have probably gone Hagens, but it was kind of splitting hairs. I'm not going to say that they did anything wrong there because I totally understand the process in them going with Martone. You know, the guy has everything to be a true star, 90-plus point winger in the NHL, and he's kind of a unique player as well in terms of he combines being an elite cerebral playmaker with being a net front goal scorer. Not many guys can do that. So I think it's fantastic pick. And if someone told me at the start of the season that we'd be getting Porter Martone, I'd be like, okay, we're picking top 3 because that's the kind of talent he has.
All right, and of course, then they trade up to number 12, and just at our draft party, I've been explaining it to Charlie because he was down here in Atlantic City for the at the Flyers draft headquarters, and they take Martone, place is excited. They trade up, place is excited. And then the air just comes out of the balloon a little bit when the announcement is Jack Nesbitt. What did you make of that pick, especially trading up to 12 to make it?
Yeah, if I'm as totally honest as possible, I really didn't like the pick or the move in terms of the value to get him. I don't dislike him as a player. And actually, he has a lot of the hallmarks of some guys who, if he develops really well, I like. He's been compared to Adam Lowry, and Adam Lowry, quite frankly, is one of my favorite bottom sixes in the entire NHL. But the issue I have is if Adam Lowry was in a redraft, would he even go top 20 despite being that kind of talent. And, you know, when you look around the league and value, like Briere said yesterday, they think he might be able to get to 2C level. And if you think a player might be able to get to 2C level, you're probably projecting him 50th centile as a 3C. And 25, 26-year-old, say 35, 40 point 3C around the league, well, you can get one for a lot less than 2 first-round picks. So that's kind of the way I would think of it overall. Don't dislike the player. You know, he's good around the net. He's good defensively, legitimately. He has some puck skills, but he really needs to improve his skating to be able to reach the upside he has, which for me, I think his absolute upside is probably somewhere in the kind of 50 to 55 point center. Think like a Boone Jenner type impact if everything went perfectly. Another player I love. But I think there's also a big chance that he ends up as like a Michael Rasmussen, you know, another guy who went high in the draft and ended up kind of a fourth liner, or, you know, even a Logan Brown, guy with a similar frame who was a better junior scorer who busted totally. So I think there's a real risk with Nesbitt. And if I was the Flyers there, I would have probably gone with either Bear or Eklund or Aitchison or Smith, because I think they provide higher upside. You know, Charlie said it. I think both those wingers could potentially be 70-point players. And Aitchison and Smith, I see the issues with their game, but there's definitely number 2, 3 upside with there. So yeah, I wasn't really a fan of the pick, and I thought the value was poor as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the value is really what people have the biggest issue with. It just seemed exciting. Oh, getting up to 12. Could it be Eklund? Could it be Aitchison? And then, Nesbitt. He got mocked to them at 22. I saw like 3 different times. Now, it seems as if he was going to go earlier than that, but did you need to trade 2 firsts for it? Yeah, that's questionable. But Alex, before we move on to day 2 of the draft, just your takeaways from day 1. Who do you think? Which teams had the best day? Which teams may have had the worst day?
Well, I think the best day might have been the Islanders. I mean, being able to get Schaefer and Eklund, who might end up as 2 of the best 5 players in the draft, and then Aitchison, who's a super unique player. You know, I'm not as crazy high on him as some people, but I would have had him in the 10 to 15 range. Most likely, because when you look at the production, when you look at what he can do, when you look at the work ethic, very few players like him in the OHL don't end up becoming 30-plus point number 4 defenseman in the NHL. And when you add in the fact that he's a big hitter and plays a physical game and can move a puck, yeah, they were the kind of knock it out of the park guys in my eyes. And frankly, in terms of the biggest losers, I'm not 100% sure. I've not looked as thoroughly through the picks. I've been so focused on what's going on in Flyers land, quite frankly. And, you know, speaking today, I spoke to some staffers from Brampton Steelheads about Porter Martone this morning. So, yeah, they only had good things to say. They said he's an excellent kid, like great work ethic, first in the room, last out, leads by example, cares about his nutrition, his everything. They said he's going to be an incredible NHL player, not just because of his skill set, but because of who he is as a guy.
Do you ever think when coaches or anyone says that, like, we need you to be the first one here and the last one out, like there's a fight to like push someone else out the door so you can say you were the last one in the building? I just always get a kick out of that one. Moving on to day 2, the Flyers kick it off by trading down from 36 to 38, and they take Carter Amico. What do you know about this player?
Yeah, I've watched quite a lot of him. Obviously, he's a US guy who's played in the USHL, and he was injured a lot of the season, but he has the talent. Like, put it this way, a lot of people talked about Wang, and if it came down to it, I would take Amico over Wang.
And Dr. T took the swing, Charles.
I know.
Rabkin just came off the board at 62 to Carolina.
Of course the Canes took Rabkin.
Yeah,
of course.
Rabkin.
Rabkin is the way you're supposed to say it, but all the announcers in the USHL say Rabkin, so my guess is that he might have told them to call him Rabkin. Just supposed to be Rabkin.
Yeah, just say it that way. That's how half the Russians, I feel. They're just like, just whatever. Leave me alone. So Carter Rico, he's dealt with the injuries, but everything I have seen and read about him, it seems like one hell of a pick as they make their way through this second round. And they picked right after that at 40, Jack Murtag, not Murtaugh, apparently. Jack Murtag, which is, it seems, maybe the smallest of the beefy players.
He's not even that small.
He's not really that small. The Flyers clearly beef it up a little bit here. But how do you like Murtag?
Yeah, he's an interesting player. I don't dislike him at all. Very, very north-south kind of player. The one question I would really have is his hockey IQ. Like, he drives play really well, actually, funny enough, going back to Amico as well. Him and Amico were 2 of the best play drivers on the national development team this year. Like, even though Amico played kind of a sheltered role, he drove play really well. And just speaking a bit more about Mikko, because I do think he's an interesting guy. He's a fantastic skater for a guy who's 6'6" and 230 pounds. Like, he moves incredibly well, not a million miles away from Wang with better puck skills. And then Murta, I think he ends up at left wing. He played a lot more there at times this season than at center. He's physical, gritty. He's quite good on the boards. I think the one thing he kind of needs to improve here is kind of shot selection, pass selection. At 5v5 sometimes this season especially, he didn't produce to the level you expect of him, simply because he made some poor decisions. But he's a plus skater. He has the physical tools to be, I think, a middle six left winger in the NHL.
Yeah, that's more or less where I'm at with him. I see middle six wing, and you get a guy like that in the early second. I'm totally cool with that. I love the physical tools, the skating, the hockey IQ. Yeah. I don't love the way he thinks the game, so it's a little bit different than your typical Flyers pick, but I do wonder, and maybe you can speak to this a little more than I can. Do you think that some of the that the U.S. national team guys, that maybe their production was a little deflated this year, just because the team didn't maybe have that, that Jack Hughes, the James Hagens guy who can kind of be the rising tide that lifts all boats?
Yeah, I think to a degree. I mean, the only players on that national team who managed to score at like a good 5v5 clip was really McKinney and Hilbert in terms of the USHL score, and everyone else was suppressed. And usually when you look at the US national team year to year, you're talking maybe 6 of the forwards who are going to become NHL players. And even though they didn't have the top end this year, I do think that the guys like McKinney, guys like Murta, I'm going to refuse to call him Murta.
Yes, thank you.
Irish ancestry myself, and I think everyone never let me visit Ireland again. So yeah, I think he's talented, and I think the US national team development program is one of the best programs in the world in terms of developing players. And he can certainly do a role for the Flyers at left wing down the line. And I think he has the ceiling to maybe become a complimentary second liner if everything goes well.
Outstanding. What do you make of Charlie's comparison, Shane Van Sage to Wayne Simmons? Do you see any of that in there?
I think there is something there. Obviously, he's not quite as truculent as Simmons, and Van Sage is another.
Could be.
Van Sage is another national team guy. He'll know Amica really well. He'll know Murta really well. He was on the program last year. He was at the World Junior Under-18s last year. He was one of their leading players in the World Hockey Challenge. I think with Van Sage, everyone's known that he's a really talented player for a while. I mean, one measure of it always is who do the London Knights take in the OHL draft? Is he going to try and convince them for the national team program? Van Sage was one of their guys, and they do not generally miss on players. And when you've watched him in the NCAA this year, it's really hard to play in the NCAA as an 18-year-old because, the average age at that level is 22 and a half. And there are guys who are 24 playing, guys who are going to jump into the AHL next year. And especially when you're playing for a team like Michigan State. He's an interesting player. I would have definitely taken him earlier. I think he's a top 35, 40 type pick. And the one thing I think that he really just has to improve is his skating. But I will caveat that by saying that I think his skating is actually better than Nesbitt's.
I agree.
His stride is a bit wide, and at times he doesn't generate power. But in terms of like the technical aspects of it, if he gets a bit better knee bend, he'll be a decent skater. And I don't think it's going to hold him back from being an NHL player. Like, you could drop him in the NHL right now, and he'd be an okay NHLer, 35th centile skater. And I think you can see that because the Flyers will have watched a lot of him this year because Dawa was his center at times this season. And he kept up with him. And Dawa, when he dropped into the NHL, was an average-ish, maybe slightly above average NHL skater. So yeah, Van Sage is really interesting. And I think he's another guy like Murta who has a chance to be a second liner if everything goes well. And if everything goes well, he's going to be a unique kind of second liner because he's a big body. He can go to the net. The one area obviously his skating needs work, and he could make a lot better decisions in transition. At the NCAA level this year, he turned the puck over way too much in transition and kind of limited his own effectiveness in a way. So he's an interesting player, and I like that pick, and I think the Murta pick's solid. The Amico pick, the thing I would say about the Amico and Murta picks is in my mind, I would have probably gone Fiddler and then Spence because I think you're getting quite similar players who have higher upside. I think Fiddler is obviously a righty D who's a bit smaller than Mikko, doesn't skate quite as well, but maybe has more offensive talent. And Spence, another decent-sized left winger with some, truculence, plays the north-south game, but maybe more skill. So, I'm not unhappy with those picks, but I do think maybe they left a bit of value on the board. And then with Gonzaga, I'm not going to have any complaints at all. Like, that was one of the best players available at that spot in my eyes.
Yeah, my general view is, like, I agree with you. Like, I had Fiddler and Spence as the top guys on my board, especially after Żurawski went, which was a bummer. But the guys who they took were not guys I didn't like. I think that's where I'm at. You know, all three of these guys were guys I had ranked in my top 50. Even the guy they just took, Matthew Guard, I only had my top 50 on the website, but I had Guard at 56, so I liked him too. So they didn't take anybody who I didn't like. And I think generally, and this is just my personal philosophy, like, it always annoys me when people, for example, in the 2014 draft, when people complain that, oh, well, the Flyers messed up, they should have taken Pasternak. And it's like, well, yeah, of course they should have taken Pasternak. He's a superstar, and that would have been great. But don't act like Travis Sanheim was a bad pick in the middle of the first round. If you get a Travis Sanheim in the teens, that is a big win on draft day. And I think my view is like, look, yes, there's always the best pick, but as long as you're making good picks, I'm not going to rake you over the coals as a team, because it's real hard to pick guys who turn out to be NHLers. And if these guys become NHLers, like, I'm not going to kill them if Malcolm Spence becomes a 65-point guy because Murtag's only a 45 to 50-point guy, because getting a 45 to 50-point guy is still a really good pick in the early second round.
Yeah, and like,
yeah, I think
when you look at where Pasta went, what was it, 25th overall? Like, yeah, you should have gone second.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone had a bad draft.
Everybody messed up.
Literally everybody who didn't take Leon Draisaitl had a bad draft. But you do kind of get hyper focused on your guys, you know, like, oh, this is my guy. And then when they go into different directions, they screwed up. It's like, it doesn't always have to be the perfect pick, but it is nice to win the draft every now and then. You know, it is nice to be that team. Maybe it's this year for the Flyers. Who the hell knows? Alex, what did you think of this just overall philosophy here? It seems, you know, Danny Briere, Brent Flair, prior to the draft, kind of said, oh, we're not really going to focus on size. I don't think there's any one thing that we absolutely need to, you know, like, focus in on. And now they're having the heaviest draft maybe of all time. What do you think of this overall strategy here?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to say the least. It does seem like they very much said we're going to get bigger and heavier. And if there's a guy in our pick range, or maybe in some cases even slightly above the tier we have, we're going to take them to get bigger and stronger. And some of the picks I think are solid, but I think there's maybe some upside left on the table as a result. But overall, you know, the Martone pick is fantastic. So that's my takeaway.
I was actually going to ask, because it seems like the fans, as I like to pay attention to what they're saying because I'm one of them. There seems to be a little bit of a, oh no, they're doing the Flyers. Like, just because every dude's large, every guy seems to be, for the most part, like, the primary descriptor is big. And I think a lot of fans are kind of just having a bit of a panic that, oh no, we're falling back into Flyers habits. Would you say that that's not quite as accurate as I think people who are on kind of the negative side of the fence want it to be?
Yeah, it's difficult to say without,
because you don't know, right?
Yeah,
frankly. Right. You don't know.
I mean, I can understand in a funny way every pick. I mean, the Nesbitt pick is the most baffling to me, but every other one, you know, I can totally understand the process, and I think that's the most important thing in general. You know, if you have guys in tiers and you believe in their talent, like, you know, they took Guard, and obviously people are going to look at Guard's point totals and go, well, that's a third line upside kind of guy, and I probably agree in general. But at the same time, he's a 6'4" center who skates really well at the end of the second. Would I have taken Ryabkin for the upside? Yep, absolutely, totally. Do I think Guard's ceiling is probably a good 3C who's 6'4" and provides a bit of grit and moves well? Yep. And would I utilize a pick like that? No, but I can understand what they're doing, even if I don't totally agree with it.
All right, so the Flyers won't be picking again for a little bit, Alex, but are there any sleepers from your sleeper article that you think maybe could be an option the next time they are on the board?
That's interesting. I mean, I don't even know who's been taken in the last couple of picks because I've been speaking to you guys, but But I would say, well, Osmanis is probably going to go if he hasn't been taken already. But if he fell to that kind of range because he's just slightly undersized, winger who plays quite a junior game at the moment, he'd be very interesting. He's a player who, if you squint and think about what skills he has and where he can potentially improve, then there's a real chance that I think he might just turn into a 50 plus point guy. And then in terms of defensemen, I mean, Limitov hasn't gone yet, but I don't think he'll fall that far. And then you've got Will Sharp. Will Sharp, I talked about the other day. I really like Will Sharp's tools, even though he's very raw. And if he puts it together, he could be a potential, top 4 type player. And then with the Flyers not taking a goalie, it will be very interesting. And I've talked about him last year, and I talked about him again in my sleeper article the other day. I think if Rimpinen falls to the Flyers pick, I would run up to the stage to take him, because quite frankly, there's a 25% chance that he's the second best goalie in the organization right this very second. Was one of the best goalies in Liga this year. He's 19 years old. And the standout thing that I would say about him, might sound bold, but there have been 8 players in Liga under 20 years old who've done what he's done and been a .910 goalie. And he was behind an awful team. Every single one of those 8 played in the NHL, even if there were a cup of coffee guys or backups. And then there were a few starters in there as well. He's 6 foot. It's small for a goalie, but he has everything to be a high-quality goalie. And the 2 things that he kind of struggled with at times last year in Mestis and at the under-18 Worlds were his glove, as well as kind of his positioning in close. He sometimes lost his angles because it's difficult to be a 6 foot goalie because you give away so much at the top of the net. And he's cleaned those up a lot this year. And he was the best goalie at the World Juniors under 20. And that, I think, shows an ability to potentially translate his athleticism, his skating, his positional sense to being a good NHL goalie. So he's a guy who I would take, and then he's probably in the AHL potentially next year, and could probably get an NHL cup of coffee the year after. But I have a feeling an NHL team, after seeing what he did in Liga this year, might take him before the Flyers are scheduled to go next. So yeah, they'd be the guys who I would look at. Although Carolina are already cleaning up on the guys I liked with Serato and Ryabkin, as they seem to do every single year. So yeah.
Damn, Dr. T. All right, Alex, thank you so much for your time today. Really appreciate you joining us once again, as you have so much throughout draft season. Really looking forward to reading more of your work over at PHLY, allPHLY.com. Appreciate you coming on today.
Yeah, have a great day, guys, and it's a pleasure.
Thanks, Alex.
Always great to hear from our foreign correspondent and draft analyst. That was Alex Appleyard. And now I got to tell you about one of our presenting sponsors, Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365 with those 90 million users worldwide, almost 800,000 live stream events each year, and those early payout offers. You know I love that early payout, because if you don't have to sweat the ending, why would you want to? I love Bet365 because they're one of the pioneers in live in-game betting. Even now, when you think, oh, there's only so many markets, it's really what's going on other than baseball. It doesn't matter. It never matters at Bet365 because they offer live in-game betting across 78 different sports. There's pretty much always something to get a little action on over at Bet365, because whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. And we have breaking news from our friends over there at Bet365. New customers now get $150 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. Whether you win or lose, that's right. All you got to do is sign up, use the code PHLY365, deposit $10, and place a bet for $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, whether that initial bet wins or loses. Bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, player props, futures, and more. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 and older and physically located in PA. If you or someone who knows a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. While we're here, why don't we talk about Cherry Hill Kia? That's right. If you're looking for amazing deals and super low lease payments, KiaofCherryHill.com is the place to be. They're celebrating Memorial Day savings all month long. We're almost in July, and the savings continue. They've got a massive selection of over 450 new Kias to choose from. They have over 40 Tellurides, 100 Sportages, 35 Carnivals, 75 Celtos, and 80 Souls. And I got to tell you, Kia is the hottest automotive brand in the country for a reason. 7 of their models received 2025 Car and Drivers Edition Choice Awards. That's kind of wild considering there were more than 450 models tested and only 20 industry-wide received the award. 7 out of 20. Not too freaking bad. Combine that with the best warranty in the automotive business, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, and 5 years, 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper. So stop in today and tell them PHLY sent you, and you will receive a $100 restaurant.com gift card just for taking a test drive or completing a trade appraisal. I know why people buy Kias. I know people buy Kias elsewhere. I just don't know why. Drive home in your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at kiaofcherryhill.com. We had Mitsubishi last night.
You said it
He
kind of right.
said it right.
Yeah, I
Perfectly
think
every time.
No, we got to go
was
back to you saying it
astonishing.
wrong.
I-
The bit.
I didn't know what to
I'm
say.
pretty sure as long as they're an advertiser, they need me saying their name correctly. I think that's kind of the issue here. But when I was on Gargano, he had a Mitsubishi read, and the entire chat was just like, "Make Bill say it," and he's like, "Why? What?" And I had to, I
It's
pulled a string in my back, and I get
it's the living embodiment of The Simpsons.
Yes,
say
it
the
was-
line.
Say the line.
it was very much that. So it feels right now, despite maybe, all right, the Jack Nesbitt pick, people don't love it, especially as we talked with Alex about, like, the pick value, trading 2 firsts to get up and get that pick kind of seems like a little bit of a stretch. But for the most part, kind of feels like a well-received draft right now.
I think that
Not a ton of complaints.
the way the second round played out, I believe, does ease some of the frustration from the Nesbitt pick. I mean, there will be people who will say the Flyers took a bunch of big guys, and that is true. But I don't think they took guys lacking talent. Like, Amico is maybe the only one who isn't he isn't great with the puck, but it's just so easy to dream on him as a Risto type, and not what Risto was drafted to be, but what Risto ultimately became as a quality, middle to bottom of the lineup defensive defenseman. Amico is so easy to kind of slot into that role, and he's so toolsy. He can skate. He's got some plausible upside that I think it's kind of hard to be too negative about it. Murtag's got physical tools. He's got talent. He could be a scorer, not an elite scorer, but maybe a middle six guy, as Alex echoed. And then with Van Sage, like, yes, he is a power forward, but he's a power forward who could score goals. Like, this is not, yes, his floor is bottom sixer, and there's a world where he's just a good bottom sixer. But I look at him and I see a guy who could be a middle sixer, could be if everything breaks right, could be a second liner. So yes, they're going with size, but they're going with size that has plausible upside that isn't just they're big. So I would say that, the Nesbitt pick, especially because the trading away the 2 first-round picks probably had some people down. I feel like I would guess that the general feeling about this draft has gone up over the last hour and a half.
And I got to tell you, I really like making 4 second-round picks. It's way better than having a bunch of 4ths and 5ths. Those are pointless to me. Having all this seconds, that feels great. It's hard not to feel good about a draft where you already have 7 guys, 6 guys. It's I don't know. I am feeling good despite the drop that we felt at 12 last
Looks
night.
like we are about to get a prospect on the line.
Really great guest is joining us now. The Flyers the NHL's 38th overall pick, Flyers' first second-round pick. It is Carter Amico joining us. Welcome to the show, and congratulations.
Yeah.
You heard your name called on draft day. That's pretty awesome.
Thank you. Super excited here.
Carter, I guess to kick things off, you're obviously a guy who brings, serious size, physicality to the table. Is it exciting for you to be joining an organization in the Flyers that, for so long has been viewed as, a big, tough, physical team?
Oh my God, it's an unreal feeling. I feel really good, especially being from the East Coast and original 6 team. I just feel like the Flyers are known for that grit and just battling hard all the way through, and can't wait to get going. Unreal atmosphere too at the rink.
No, it's definitely an exciting place to play. I think you're really going to enjoy it. Now, we have heard you last season missed quite a bit of time with a knee injury. How's the knee?
It's good. It's great. Yeah, obviously super frustrating year, only playing 13 games, but put all my faith in the guy above us all, and he did well. So,
are you going to be available for development camp, or are you good to
yeah,
go?
I'll be going there. I won't be skating though, but I will be getting back on the ice after development camp for the first time.
Gotcha. So you'll be good to go for the start of next season then?
Yeah, yeah.
And you'll be going to BU, right? Is that going to start next season?
Correct. Yeah, BU.
Great.
Carter, is there a particular NHL player that you model your game after?
Yeah, I like to say Seth Jones. I think we both are two-way defensemen. Me leaning more on the defensive side of things. Physical, simple plays, pucks up to the forwards, good transitions. And Seth Jones, all around. I want to be more like him as the years come on. PK, power play, super skilled guy, gets up in the play, knows when to go, when not to, just knows the game.
Obviously, it was disappointing to miss the bulk of the season due to injury, but aside from the rehab, were you able to to work on any gains? Were you able to get any any improvements physically over the course of the year? Take advantage of the time you missed.
Yeah, definitely. So I was a little limited on the leg exercises, but I really focused on my upper body. Put on some good muscle weight, and once I got cleared, started stick handling and shooting at least 3 days a week. Stick handling was sometimes hard to get moving, like with that, a little rusty at first, but a lot of that stuff in the gym, upper body. So.
Carter, I just got to know what this feeling is. You worked your whole life to get here, national development team, all that. You're going to BU, but today you got that phone call. I'm sure you've dreamed about it. What did it feel like?
Yeah, it felt great. I mean, it's a blessing, honestly, but it's a super big accomplishment, but it's not the end. It's just another chapter, and can't wait to get going. So.
That is outstanding. I'm really happy for you. This is
Thank you.
It's a hell of an accomplishment, and I'm glad to have you as part of the organization.
Yeah, Carter. Thanks so much for jumping on the PHLY Flyers show, and I guess we'll see you at development camp.
Thanks, Carter.
Yeah, see you soon. Have a good rest of your day, guys.
Thank you.
You as well. That is Flyers, one of the newest prospects, Carter Amico.
He seems like
38th overall.
Seems like a really good kid.
That
seems like a very sweet boy.
Very short sample size. Really nice kid.
Yeah,
he seemed cool, man.
Yeah.
So that was great. I love this format. This is way better than last night.
Yeah. It's funny.
Other people are talking.
It's funny because Carter Amico, obviously, his game is physicality. He's mean. He hits and he hits to hurt.
Yeah.
But it's funny because the Flyers now have two defensemen in their pipeline, Hunter McDonald and Carter Amico, who fit that mold. Hunter McDonald might be one of the nicest players, and the Flyers have a lot of good kids in their pipeline. He is one of those guys where, like, when you talk to him, you're like, man, I like this kid. And it's funny that Amico, similar, type of player, and it seems like he also may be one of those kids that you just really, really like, that the mean guys on the ice are the nice guys off the ice.
I feel like that's like a recurring theme in hockey.
Yes.
Like even like some of the smartest, thoughtful guys are like assholes or straight up face punchers.
Yeah.
like Garnet Hathaway went to Brown. Where did George Parros go? Was it Harvard or Princeton? Yeah, he went to Harvard. Like I feel like this is a recurring theme. Like the meaner you play, you almost have to be so man. Everyone would hate me. I'd have no friends if I acted this way off the ice. Like they are always the nicer people. Is the badasses on the ice?
I know we couldn't
Chris Pronger accepted.
I know we couldn't keep that kid for too long, but I kind of wanted to ask him because Murtag is going to BU as well.
Ooh.
I was wondering if he's excited to be able to play with, a guy that he might end up playing with in his professional.
That is very interesting. I did not piece that together.
Yeah. I'm calling him.
And as Alex said too, they all know each other.
Of course,
because they all played at the U.S. National Team Development Program. Now, Amico obviously didn't play most of the season. Murtag played the entire year, and Van Sagi left the program this year to go play for Michigan State. But they were all teammates of the USNTDP last season, as in 2 seasons ago. So they're all going to know each other. Getting a little USNTDP flair here.
Of these college kids.
Ooh,
is it a little like?
My one anti-labor stance.
Yeah, your one anti-labor stance. they really seem to be leaning heavily into Americans with a lot of the guys they already have. We know Cam York, but now, okay, we're bringing Trevor Zegras aboard. Like, it just feels as if they are leaning pretty heavily into the American-born players right now. What do you make of that, Chuck? Is it just luck of the draw, or do you think there's something about that program, kind of like the London Knights, that they look at and go, we think there's better outcomes here than elsewhere?
I would guess that this is a little bit more of just luck of the draw. I don't think that they specifically targeted the USNDDP, especially because Vinsagi, while he played for the National Team Development Program this year, he was a Michigan State guy. I just think that, these were the kinds of guys that were going to be there in round 2 because the USNDDP did not have as strong of a year this year. Usually there's like 3 or 4 guys from the program who get taken in the first round because it's such a strong developmental program and it just pumps out NHL talent. This year was a little weaker, and that gives you the opportunity to get some of these guys, from a good program that pumps out NHL talent, to get some of these guys a little bit later. So I think it was probably more just value rather than them being like, man, we need to take guys from the program.
And Kelly, I will say, I know Charlie has no interest in talking CBA, so we'll keep it brief.
There's so much other things to talk about.
There are, but because of your thing about the college players, it does seem like they are making an effort to even out like kind of the rights of all the different players, because in the new CBA, it's going to be just everyone is 22.
Yeah.
Right? 22, that's when your rights expire. Doesn't matter if it's CHL, NCAA.
Yeah, feeling 22.
There it is.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I know some stuff.
So I feel like they are, like, maybe that trend was coming where it's, you're really not going to want to draft college guys.
Yeah.
And now it's because you can now leave the CHL at 18, 19 and go to the NCAA. They had to figure out a way maybe to make these things more even, and they're doing that. So it's not, I think, as much of a concern as it would have been, if all this NIL stuff and everything was happening a few years ago without this rule coming.
Yeah, with the rule coming, I mean, like, you're going to have guys. I just think it's less of a big deal, even more so, because even if you draft a guy from Canadian juniors, he very well might end up in the NCAA anyway.
Yes. And that's the thing, is I think they had to do something about that because that's what was going to happen. Like, that was very clearly what was going to happen, and happen a number of times. Like, oh, they have my rights for 2 years versus 4.
I mean, like, I know college athletes kind of get a break as far as, like, the academics go, but I never would expect that CHL kids could, get into college. They pretty much stopped going to school when they're like 13.
They have tutors.
Who is the guy?
The focus is.
It's like D2. Like, they all just sit around outside and talk about George Washington.
Maybe.
Kelly, who was the guy who said, like, I don't play school, I play hockey?
Yeah, I'm not here to play
I'm
school.
not here to
play hockey.
Was that Maroon?
I don't think it was Maroon.
No, I don't think so.
I forget who it was.
I'm going to find out.
Okay, that was a classic hockey player quote.
I mean, listen, I think education is important.
Do you, William?
I listen.
Know how to read, probably.
I think you need to know how to read and add. But once you get there, like, if you have a skill that could potentially set you up for life, maybe you don't need to take sociology.
Yeah,
that's all.
It was Maroon.
It was Maroon. Okay, it was Maroon. Good job.
I could just picture his face. Like, I think, like, he, like, read the tweet or something. I can't remember the context, but I can just see his face.
Kurt R. from BSH, the entire internet is contained within his mind. So anytime you need a reference, just go right there.
That is true. I remember hearing a story from somebody who went to who claimed to, at least, but I'm pretty sure this wasn't a lie. Who went to high school with Michael Delzato, and apparently, like, he was like a freshman, and he was going around telling people, like, yeah, I don't have to do anything in school because I'm going to be a pro hockey player.
I mean, that sounds about right for Michael Delzato. Let's be serious.
Yeah, I mean, like,
still the most read piece on BarocheHockey.com.
Do we have an update on Thomas Williams? Do we know anything about that situation?
He's ready whenever we're ready. So I think
we're trying to get more prospects.
Okay, so I should just hit our next day. Oh no, I just did it, right?
Next ad break?
Oh no, I need to do the 140 ad break. Okay.
Okay.
So
break time.
Let us take our next commercial break. After I just told Bryn that I had it figured out. 1-800-588-2300. Empire.
Today.
Empire Today has flooring experts. I don't know how many times I need to tell you people, give up the idea of going to the big box store. Give up the idea of doing this project yourself and go to the ones who live and breathe flooring and will be with you every step of the way. And do something that no one else can. It's bring the showroom to your home. That's right. With Empire Today, you can pick the right flooring and the right colors for your space, in your space, and see how it all looks with your furniture in your house, up against the colors, all of it. See it there. Get it figured out with the experts right next to you. It's a great process, and they'll be with you every step of the way, including taking the precise measurements and having all your questions answered, so there are never any surprises. And with Empire Today, you get clear upfront and all-inclusive pricing. Plus, you can schedule installation as soon as the next day, so you don't even have to wait, because waiting is terrible. So schedule a free in-home estimate today, because some things are just better at home. And PHLY listeners, you got to listen up, because you can receive a $350 discount when using promo code PHLY. You heard that right. $350 off with discount code PHLY. Restrictions apply. Visit empiretoday.com/PHLY for full details. And while we're here, oh, you know what time it is. It's Mando time. I needed the Mando bad last night.
bless.
I was sweating profusely for hours. Thank God for the special formulated full body deodorant that is Mando.
Couldn't smell a single ball.
Thank goodness, because it probably wasn't all that pleasant. Listen, this isn't just some fly by night thing. This Mando is a clinically proven deodorant product that was developed by a doctor himself who saw firsthand how normal BO was being misdiagnosed, and this is safe for your entire body. And when I say whole body, you know what I'm saying. Pits, balls, thigh folds, belly buttons, butt cracks, feet. This is an all-over deodorant, and it's never made with any baking soda or parabens. That's right. You can choose from a variety of fresh scents like bourbon leather, clover woods, Mount Fuji, or Pro Sport. This is clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, you know the stat. The average man's Grundle odor level can be up to a 5 out of 10. That's just 12 hours after a shower. With Mando, the average Grundle odor level, 0 out of 10. That's right, 0. You can get Mando at several retailers across the nation, including Target. But you're gonna want to check out the starter packs at Mando, because Mando's starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like a mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping. And as a special offer for our listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. So use code PHLY at shopmando.com right now. That's SHOPMANDO.com, and use that code PHLY. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando.
Heyo.
Shout out to Mando. I was in the middle of their read last night.
God, it was so
when
good.
the trade broke. So I'm not sure they got the treatment that they require.
No, I got extra.
So now we get to I get to bring it home for them, as I should have last night.
The Islanders continue their strong draft in my eyes.
They are doing good.
Luca Romano was my top guy on the board. I did not expect him to last till the Flyers picked in round 5. But to get my 40th ranked player at 74, good pick for the Islanders. They continue to have a very strong draft, at least in my eyes.
Goddamn Islanders! Why must they do this to us?
I don't hate them as much anymore now that Lou is no longer there. My annoyance with the Islanders was entirely Lou driven.
100%. Also, I'm not ready to crown them not stupid and boring until I see them be not stupid and boring.
Whenever anybody says crown them, all I can think of is the Denny Green rant.
Absolutely.
When he punches the podium. Yes. We let him off the hook.
I mean, I know that they want to be a different team than they were under Lou because
it stunk.
Attendance fell off a little bit. They were boring as hell. it was going poorly for them, and they want to change that. But we looked at their Puckpedia last night. Like, their young guy is Matt Barzal at 28.
Yeah.
They are locked in for at least one, if not multiple years of guys 33, 34. It's insane how many long-term contracts there are for players 30 and over on that team. I don't know how they transform themselves. I don't know how they transform themselves in a short amount of time. It's going to be a long process.
Yeah. Kind of locked into some dudes.
They really are. So the Flyers' next pick is like an hour from now.
Yeah, when is their next pick?
It is in the 5th round. I just had it, and I think I closed the.
Can we order pizza?
The 4th pick in the 5th round, 132. They are at 76.
So we have quite a bit of time now. Maybe they could always, trade back into
trade back into it.
Trade back into
Maybe,
this.
yeah, get a 4th round pick or something.
We're gonna see Danny like coming through here,
yeah,
having a
They're
beer.
on a lunch break.
He's just chugging.
You know
taking
what?
a swig.
You know what? I don't think they're gonna be trading into the 4th round.
Here's a question for you.
Okay.
At what? Because I'm certain that this had to have at some point this was done. What year do you think NHL draft rooms stopped drinking beer? Wow, like I guess you were on the floor, but like there was a time when the draft was not centralized. I'm sure that in the old days it was just a bunch of dudes sitting around a table sharing a 6-pack.
I feel like well into the late 80s.
All right. I am being signaled now. Who are we being joined by? Oh, it is Jack Murtag, one of the newest Flyers draft picks. Jack, very first question is we've been debating Murtaugh or Murtag?
Murtag.
Okay.
Murtag,
all right.
we got it.
Correct.
That is what I'm
wrong. And we actually got it right. All right. Outstanding. First of all, congratulations. You heard your name called on draft day. How does it feel?
Absolutely surreal. It's it's still breathtaking. A lot of emotion. I'm just super pumped to get down to Philly and meet everyone.
Jack, the Flyers obviously had a lot of picks in round 2, and with 2 of their other picks, they took, Carter Amico, a fellow member of the U.S. National League Development Program, and then Shane Van Sage, who played for the program last year. Are you guys all buddies? Were you all excited that you're going to the same team?
Yeah, doing all the media together and kind of being with them and kind of going over past memories and hopefully going to make a lot more in the future here.
Jack, going into to your playing style, the book on you is, really, really skilled, relentless player. But how would you categorize the way you like to play?
Yeah, I like to play kind of a 200-foot game and fast, skilled. I like to shoot the puck. I like to play physical and have a motor of a compete level. And I love to be in every part of the game.
Outstanding to hear. It looks like you are going to be teammates with Carter Amico at BU. That's got to be exciting, right?
Yeah. Obviously spending the last 2 years together and hopefully however many years in the future here.
Did you have a good read going into the draft that the Flyers were interested in you? Were they around? Were they talking with you and your representation?
Yeah, I think in Buffalo at the Combine, I think we had a great interview, and throughout the year, I think I met with them once or twice at USA Hockey Arena for some interviews, and I think overall, kind of leading up for draft day 2, I think they're pretty much on the radar, and I'm super grateful to get picked by them, and can't wait to get started.
When you heard from Danny, what was it he said to you? Was there anything that really stood out when you got that call?
Honestly, like I can't really think of too much just because it's just such a unbelievable moment and it's just a great organization and kind of can't wait to get to meet everybody and kind of make new friends, meet everyone I can meet.
Jack, I assume you'll be at development camp next week, so we'll be able to see you in the Philly area soon.
Yeah, you bet.
All right, well, we cannot wait. Thank you, Jack, for joining us today. Really appreciate you making the time. Jack Murtag, the 40th overall pick in the 2025 draft.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good one.
Thank you, Jack. It is cool that we are getting these.
It's
I'm sorry
really
I
cool.
stole your question, Hinkle. It was all I could think of.
Jack with that every dude on Tinder camera angle. Down here.
He's the August 22nd birthday. We just interviewed a 17-year-old.
Yeah,
That really puts into perspective what I've done with my life.
Yeah. No, he's young for the draft here. And
yes.
again, like, it's clearly not something that is a requirement for the Flyers because Van Sage is old for the draft here. But knowing what they did last year, it's something they must take into account. Jet Luchenko was young for the draft year. Spencer Gill was young for the draft year. And now you've got Jack Murtagh, also young for the draft year. It just speaks to plausible upside, developmental runway. And Murtagh's a guy where I look at him as a player who has better tools than the production has shown thus far. And given the fact that he's young for the draft year, that excites me about what it could mean for him as a potential breakout candidate down the road. You know, if he blows up in his freshman year at BU, suddenly you're looking at a guy who you're like, man, probably should have been a first-round pick.
No, it is. I do appreciate getting these players heading into their freshman year because there is so much of this runway, as we like to say, that developmental runway, and it's exciting to think. I just love the little like player types that they put on elite prospects, and one of Murtagh's labels, workhorse.
Yes,
I dig that.
Yes,
I think that will play well.
Very Flyers.
I think that will play well. It is really funny to think at 6'1", 198, he's like the smallest guy they've drafted.
Yeah, and he's not small.
No.
Very funny.
But yeah, he was 29th on EP's draft. I think that's one thing that you should take into account here about that pick is that he was ranked highly. You know, a lot of people looked at Nesbitt and they're like, oh, a lot of people didn't really like that pick in terms of where he was ranked. Murtagh, on the other hand, you know, 29th from elite prospects, 33 from Bob McKenzie, 33 from Craig Button, 35 from Chris Peters, 28th by Daily Faceoff. He's a guy where, you know, 29th by Constantino on Sportsnet. He's a guy that the vast majority of the people in the public sphere really like him and like his, you know, where he ranks in this draft class. It seems like a legitimately really good value pick.
It does. And as we approach the top of the hour here, I got to tell you about a couple of our presenting sponsors. We are so thankful to our presenting sponsors who've made this whole awesome draft weekend possible, leading it off with Bet365. PHLY Flyers NHL Draft coverage is powered by Bet365. Sign up to Bet365. Use the code PHLY365. Deposit $10 and place a bet for $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, whether your bet wins or loses. Bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, player props, futures, and more, whatever the moment. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 or older and physically located in PA. If you or someone who has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And before we get back to the show, Philly Sports Trips, man. Honestly, this is one of the highlights of the show, getting to tell you what this is, sort of. But Philly Sports Trips, one of our presenting sponsors this weekend. We love Philly Sports Trips. We've done some events with them in the past. The party last night brought to you by Philly Sports Trips, as was our trip to Montreal last season. You're going to get a chance to travel with us this upcoming season, perhaps out west, perhaps to a Disney area on the West Coast, perhaps to see Cutter Gauthier v. Trevor Zegras. Who knows? But if you want to be in on that, you can place a special offer deposit right now. $99 fully refundable deposit. It will give you a spot on this trip. Obviously, we don't know the details. Schedule hasn't come out yet. We can't say for sure what's going to happen, but we have a pretty good idea. And if you want to be in on it, $99 is all it takes right now. Scan that QR code on your screen, and you're signed up. That's it. $99 down. Special offer. It's not going to last. This is yesterday, today, draft only thing. I'll do this on Sunday. No, you won't. Not happening. Today, that's it. All right. And that is Philly Sports Trips, our presenting sponsor, along with our friends at Bet365.
To go to Disney World.
You refuse?
I'm not doing it.
You're not going?
I'm not going.
Why?
I don't.
What's the problem with Disney?
Disney adults.
You don't have to you don't have to wear the ears. Like, I don't think you have to.
I would like to go to Disney World or Disneyland.
I'd like to see Disneyland.
Disneyland is in Cali. Disney World is in Florida.
I would like to see the land to see how it compares, because it's not Disney World. You know,
I've never been to either of them.
You've never been to either?
No.
Oh, that's crazy.
No joy.
Senior trip is, I'm pretty sure, the last time I had sober fun.
We got soggy.
Oh, we got Van Sage.
Oh. Not yet. Okay.
Yeah, he's coming.
We are awaiting Shane Van Sage, apparently. So that is exciting as well. The Flyers 48th pick, their third of 4 picks in that second round.
I'm asking my one question that I thought.
All right,
of
go for
this
it.
time.
It's all yours.
Okay.
All right.
You
Who
can
do you
lead it
model
off.
your game
I
after?
have no idea what to ask these kids because I've never seen them play.
I don't know anything about you.
Or at least, like sat down and watched a game or actually understand who they
how
are
do
as
you
players.
like to play hockey?
Yeah.
So
I've never
you
seen
good?
it. Yeah.
okay, so
You gotta help us.
So as we're waiting for Shane Van Sage to come on, to me, the one thing that remains outstanding piece of business for Danny Briere, the goaltending.
Yeah.
They've now used up all their second round picks. They don't have a third. They don't have a fourth.
Babe.
How are they going to get a goalie? Are they going to have to do it in free agency? Are we going down the
Maybe it's Jake
the
Allen.
Jake Allen, Alex Lyon pipe?
I think Jake Allen does make sense just because his age and where the Flyers are, being that stopgap for a few years just to get us to, all right, is Zvragin ready? Is Bjarne ready? Did we figure out something else at the position? I am interested in seeing if that is it. And I think Allen does make a ton of sense. I am still very interested in Demko. I just don't know how you make it work. Like, do I, even if it's a 2027, want to give up a more premium asset for him? I don't. Based on some of the things Vancouver has done lately, maybe you could take advantage of them with a second next year or something.
I mean,
but
same with the Sabres and UPL, right?
Yeah.
Like, the Sabres are obviously dumb.
I am high on Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Would
Maybe
definitely
you can pry him away for
UPL. He would be an interesting
would
guy.
definitely.
It's now a little bit harder because you don't have the assets.
It's the assets you have are a year away, and we know GMs are like, well, I don't care about that. I'm not gonna think UPL trade. Kevin Adams is sitting there like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be making this pick, so that's a good idea.
Brink in a third.
Brink in a third. There you go.
Brink in a third.
Or am I being signaled?
It does appear that Van Sage is soon, but not quite yet.
Okay, great. Yeah, so the goaltending, it does feel, because I want to add to the defense. Aaron Ekblad, very, very interested in signing him. Don't think it's going to happen, but I don't think that's a requirement. They can easily go into the season with this defense and see how it goes. Bring some guys along. Hopefully, Risto's healthy. All that. Forward group, we like the forward group. We at least want to see what they do. We want to.
Zegras is a good ad. They've got a lot of. They've got some prospects in Bump and Luchenko and even Grabenkin who have legitimate chances to make the team. The forward core is intriguing. The D core is good enough.
It is.
The goaltending is not.
It's a must address.
Sus.
And I do wonder if it's it's not a secret that this is a must address problem for the Flyers. Everyone in the league sees an .879 save percentage or whatever the hell they had and went, oh yeah, you need a goalie, don't you? Well, what are you willing to give up for it? And as we've seen, Danny, while he knows he needs to address it, he is willing to wait out a negotiation.
That's true.
You're not wrong. We saw it in Trevor Zegras. We've seen it with Scott Lawton. He is a patient man, and it has paid off. It has paid off very recently for this team. But when August is here, if they haven't added a goalie, and listen, it's not even July yet.
I was going to say next
the free agency has not opened.
Right. There are several solid stopgap options available next week when we hit free agency.
As soon as you say he's a patient man. Actually, we got Van Sage. Van Sage.
All right. And now it will be Shane Van Sage, one of the newest Flyers prospects, number 48 overall. Shane, congratulations. You heard your name called on draft day. How did it feel?
Thank you, first off. But yeah, it felt unbelievable. I have a lot of family members here, and I remember hearing my name get called and hearing all the roars from the back row from all my family. So that's probably the most special part of this whole thing. But yeah, it's a pleasure to be drafted by Philadelphia Flyers, such a great organization. I've heard so many great things about Philly. So I'm super excited to get out there this week.
Shane, do you feel like your playing style as a a skilled but definitely a physical forward? Do you feel like that fits with kind of your perception of the Flyers? Obviously, there's the feeling of them being the Broad Street Bullies and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I fully embrace the type of player that I am, and the physicality and the grit, and that nasty game that I play. I love the
to play that rough game. I love to get in the opponent's face and make it hard on the other team. So, yeah, I think it fits right into the identity of the Flyers, and I think it'll be a really good fit for me.
Shane, you went to Michigan State this year, so you went to college, maybe earlier than some guys usually do. What went into that decision to leave the program and go the college route earlier than a lot of people do?
I kind of just I talked to my agent, talked to my family, and yeah, at the end of the day, I made a decision, and I tried to make a decision for the best thing that I could do for my development. And I thought playing in college hockey would be a good challenge for me. I thought playing against those older, stronger, bigger, more mature game, I thought it'd fit my playing style a little bit more, and I thought it'd give me that challenge that I was looking for.
Shane, getting back to the kind of game that you like to play, is there a particular NHLer that you model your game after?
Yeah, I like Josh Anderson. I think he's like, I think we both play a big physical game. I think he brings that physicality, that skill, and he plays that north-south game, and just a true power forward.
Do you envision yourself, kind of being more of a scorer at the NHL level? I guess what kind of player do you think you'll fall into? Do you see yourself as more of a, I guess, complementary physical guy, or do you think you can produce some serious offense?
It's hard to tell. I mean, of course, I believe in myself, and I believe in my ability, and I think the sky's the limit for myself. But I do think that I would be a really good complementary player to maybe two really skilled players, and I think I could create a lot of space for those super skilled players and bring together a line. But yeah, I believe I have great confidence in myself and self-belief. So, and I do a lot of work, and I really do believe in the work ethic to get me to where I want to go, and sky's the limit for me.
All right, Shane, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for making the time, and congratulations again on being drafted today. I'm sure it is an absolute freaking thrill.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Shane.
All right, Shane Van Sage, one of the latest Flyers prospects added to the pool in the second round of the draft, 48th overall. I hadn't put together like, oh, he's not 19 yet, and he's done his freshman year.
Yeah.
So many of those guys, it's like a prep year or the USHL, and he leaves and goes to the NCAA. And I liked his explanation for that. Like, well, my game is more like I need to play against grown men and grind it out, and that's I like that. I like that that thought process.
That was one of the things that most impressed me about Van Sage in my pre-draft evaluation process, is that, in comparison to guys like Prokhorov and Nestrasil, who I like both of them. I saw both of them in that same range. But one of the reasons why Van Sage was my preference out of those guys is that, Prokhorov was doing it against Russian juniors players, and Nestrasil was doing it against USHL guys. Van Sage was playing his game and playing what I see to be a very translatable game against college, in some cases, men. And I watched him play, and I'm like, he is winning battles. He is asserting himself physically. He is playing an aggressive game against guys that in some cases are 3, 4, 5 years older than him. And that just makes me feel good about him continuing to be able to play that game at the NHL level, as opposed to guys like Prokhorov and Nestrasil, who I like, but you wonder, like, okay, well, when he's going up against men, is he still going to be able to play that way?
They're beating up kids.
With Van Sage, I am fully confident he's going to still continue to be able to play that way when he gets to the pro level.
Seems very self-aware about his game.
Yes.
Like the player comp, like you could go, crazy. And
Oh,
say,
yeah,
like,
I'm Leon Draisaitl.
exactly. Like, yeah, like you can go. I mean, but he gave us, a nice tempered expectation.
It's like there's a
good player. That's
the player comps in the hockey news. It's just like we only have chosen from Hall of Famers and All Stars.
Right, yeah. We're all the next
All-Stars,
Chris Pronger,
or
in case you didn't know.
Oh yeah, Cam York, American defenseman, probably Brian Leach.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that's likely.
I will say, though, I do love bravado from players that are taken late.
yeah,
because one thing that will always
fucked up. I should be
that will always stick in my head when we interviewed Alex Bump after he was drafted, and this is a guy who's taken the 5th round. We're not talking about a guy who
Bump
is
does
expected to be an impact guy. And we ask him who he compares himself to, and he's like, I think I play like Philip Forsberg. It's like, You're in the 5th round, and you think you play like Philip Forsberg?
I really hope he works out because I'm obsessed with him.
I am looking forward to seeing Alex Bump this year. Had a really good start in the AHL. Seemed like he fell off a little at the end of the playoffs, but like went through a whole college season. All of a sudden, he's in the AHL. He had a really hot start. What do you think? I know we talked about this the other day, like which of these prospects do you think could make the team? But I really like Bump's chances, even though we are pretty stocked at wing.
Yeah, I do too. I think he's got a real shot. They're not the strongest at left wing, especially if we assume that at the start of the year that that Zegras is going to play center, which I think is a fair assumption at this point. Yeah.
Like they are really driving home the idea that we brought Trevor Zegras here to be a center.
Exactly. Yeah. So I would say that given the fact that he's a left winger and they're not as strong on the left side, there is a plausible spot for Bump. He's going to have a real good camp. But going back to what he said, according to my conversation with Danny Briere right after the signing, apparently one of the reasons why Bump did not sign a contract to burn a year in the NHL is because he wanted to play in the AHL. He wanted to get AHL playoff games because he felt like that would position him best to make a real push for the NHL team out of camp. He has eyes on making the team. He's a confident kid. I expect him, at development camp, I expect Alex Bump like him and Porter Martone, I'm expecting to be the two guys that pop the most. Martone just because he's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Bump because he's going to go to that camp wanting to show that he's ready for the NHL. I'm excited to see. And he's always popped at these camps, but now he's extra motivated to pop. I'm expecting Alex Bump to shine next week at development camp.
Can I just make an observation here real quick? Dr. T is stealing our shtick. They're taking nothing but Russian.
That is true. Yeah.
Russian.
I'm not familiar with Roman Balsov. We're starting to get to the point of the draft where I'm not familiar with everyone's name. Christian Epperson, who's just taken by the Kings, I am familiar with him.
Oh, I do know that guy.
Yeah, I am familiar with Christian Epperson. He's a redraft guy. He was on Michael Misa's line this year. He was passed over in last year's draft, but he is Michael Misa's regular line, made good numbers in Saginaw. Solid pick for the Kings at 88. Good value.
All right, so we're going to talk to Thomas Williams of Broad Street Hockey in just a little bit.
Get him in here.
We'll get him on pretty soon. But the one thing I wanted to go back to with Bump is what Tocchet was talking about, and we've talked about maybe the type of coach, the type of style Tocchet coaches get in on the forecheck, retrievals, create possession. I feel like he's going to like Alex Bump a lot. He is a north-south style player.
Yeah.
And I think that might give him maybe a little bit of a leg up for a team that is looking to establish something that outside of the Cates line they were completely unable to do for majority of the last two seasons, quite honestly. Like establish possession, establish a forecheck, get those second wave chances after the initial rush. I think Bump could shine in a middle six role doing that for this team. It is something that they're not great at.
I could absolutely see that as well. I think Bump is going to have a real chance to make the team. It's going to be fun. As I said, looking forward to seeing him be very impressive at development camp. And then looking forward to see him take a real run at it in camp as well. Porter Martone, though, he spoke like a kid who wants to make this team. I think Danny tried to throw a little bit of cold water on it last night where he's like, he might need one more year. But Martone has eyes on making the Flyers out of camp, and he's good enough that he could.
And it's not one of those, he's got the skill, but he's not physically developed enough. It's not as if you're worrying about his physical safety out there, 6'3", 205. Obviously, he's got to keep his head up and protect himself. Everyone does. But it's not one of those concerns like maybe we had about Denver Barkey. No, man, you look like you're 14. We can't put you out there. It's going to end badly.
Yeah.
He's physically developed and a little older for his draft year. He'll be 19 basically the second week of the season. It's not as if it's a concern, but I'd probably be surprised if he makes this team just because of what they have at forward.
Yeah. I would be surprised, and I think it's just easier to send him back for another year, but I would be surprised.
All right, and now before we bring on Thomas Williams, I have to take a quick commercial break. Whether your favorite team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino app. That's right. You got to check out the brand new casino games like Huff and More Puff, and Fireblaze Sky Queen, which is a BetParx exclusive. It is the only app I ever used to play all my favorite casino games, and it's right in the palm of my hand, whether you're at home or on the go. You can play blackjack, roulette, craps, poker, baccarat, and hot online slots like Cash Eruption, 88 Fortunes, and Cleopatra online slots. Play hot online slots based on your favorite streaming shows as well, like The Walking Dead, Squid Game, Breaking Bad, and Peaky Blinders, and all your favorite classic casino games from wherever you are. New users, this is just a tremendous offer from BetParx. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. It's basically like you can't lose. You can. It's gambling. This is hyperbole.
We're in Atlantic City.
Yeah, we're in AC. New users, you can get that $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. So go to betparx.com and download the app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParx. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Now, Charlie, I have a very serious thing to talk about you here.
Okay.
Walked into my house the other day.
You did?
And it was steaming freaking hot. I could not believe the humidity and how it had taken over my home.
Yeah, this Philly heat, no joke. We were over 100 earlier this week.
It was insane. And you know what I did? I went over to my convenience store. I grabbed like 20 bags of ice and I filled up an inflatable pool in my backyard and did a cold plunge, basically. I had to dive in there to lower my body temperature and just find some sort of relief from this heat.
Why didn't you just turn your AC down a little bit, up a little bit?
I'm trying to go green, like go birds, right? I'm just trying to be a little bit more energy efficient.
Okay, well, instead of icing yourself out, you could just check out Pico's energy saving rebates. They've got deals on Energy Star cooling equipment that actually work and cut your bills.
So no more ice?
It's the summer. There's no ice. You go to Voorhees. They're redoing the facility. There's not even any ice on the normal practice rink.
All right, I gotta believe that this is probably a much easier way to go than cold plunging myself.
So just head to pico.com/ways to save. They've got tips for everything: heating, cooling, lighting, you name it.
All right, and now we are joined by Broad Street Hockey's own Thomas Williams. What is going on today, Thomas?
Thomas, what's with this camera angle?
Nothing. I know. I'm trying to figure out where I don't want Brennan to have a hard job centering my face. But yeah, how's it going, guys?
Well, it is going well as we make our way through this 2025 draft. It's going to be like a day and a half before the Flyers' next pick. So it seemed like a good time to get you in to talk about what they did through the first two rounds. We'll just start with that first round, the high of Porter Martone and the some people would call it low of Jack Nesbitt. How are you feeling after the Flyers' first two picks of this draft yesterday?
It was a little bit of a shock for me initially, but as I kind of went through the round, and it took a little bit of like maybe several minutes, dozens of minutes to understand their thought process of seeing how the draft really played out, how the round played out, because they clearly wanted centers. So, and after that, they weren't going to get a center. I think the next best center that they could have got at 22, which was the actual 22 pick, was Bill Zanon, which I like, but I could see teams not loving his game overall, and especially compared to Jack Nesbitt. So I saw them trade up as a way to just guarantee to get a centerman in that range. And especially after we heard that he would have been gone by then in the mid-teens, I think it just made sense. And at the time, it was really dependent on this second day for me to see the whole board overall and everything. And I'm pretty pleased with what they've done so far in the second round.
Yeah, I was curious because I saw on a couple people. It's funny, like I feel like most of the feedback I'm getting on Twitter is positive on the draft, and then I have a few people in my mentions on Blue Sky being negative. And one thing that somebody said is that don't go into the BSH chat in terms of the draft message board because they're real negative on it. So I was curious as to where you would land, and it sounds like you're pretty positive on the 4 picks they've made.
Yeah, it was sorry for the 4 picks for the second round.
Yes, the 4 picks for the second round.
I think overall, it's I think combining a lot of size but with skill, and it's a mix of, especially with Murtagh and Vansagi as well. I think there's a way of projectability for those 2 players, and even Matthew Gard. There's a reason to be really excited about his defensive game. His tracking stats I saw from elite prospects were really strong. So I think there's a reason why that he was targeted that way, and I think it's hard to just see the height and just be like, oh, they're going big, whatever. But it's these players that are tenacious and aggressive and in pursuit of the puck. And maybe Vansagi's not the best skater, but he's relentless and like I said, super aggressive. But then you get the counterbalance of Murtagh, who's an excellent skater for him, and his age is just an added bonus where it's a big balancing act that they've been doing. And I think overall the class is turning out to be just we'll see in a couple of years, obviously, but I think just a strong, solid foundation for a lot to build on. And they've already got players like obviously Michkov, and hopefully Zegras is part of that scenario in that equation. So I think they're just banking on that and figuring out kind of their middle 6 from now on.
Thomas, what do you make of this strategy? They told us going into the draft, oh, I don't think we're going to focus on size too much. And now they are putting together the cast of heavyweights. Excellent film. But what do you make of this strategy of we are getting bigger and heavier and meaner and stronger for this team that I don't know if they got pushed around a lot, but it's not as if they're a ton of giants.
Yeah, I think it's a decent strategy to have. And I think with especially taking so many large forwards already, they are really banking on some of these players just to turn out and like become that third line that is super annoying to play against. And we saw like a Luostarinen, for example, in Florida, just like a super aggressive forechecker. Hopefully someone comes out like that. I think it's almost like they're just like a shotgun's blast of like, okay, hopefully one of these guys lands as like the difference maker and can be that size. And maybe you could have taken some other players that are smaller, like later on, Kolresny. I know, Charlie, you like him.
Yeah.
Like as just an example, like, but I think eventually you will need to address size, and on the trade market, it's a little bit more difficult to get someone of that size. Like I was in the BSH Slack, I was like thinking about an Eklund pick. I think a player like Eklund is usually available every year, whether it's a Nikolai Ehlers, it's this year, it's someone like that. So, and sure, Jack Nesbitt you could go get, and like Jacob Russell on conversation with him also compared him to like a Tanner Jeannot, kind of like a peak Tanner Jeannot kind of player. And you saw the players that like the picks that was given up by Tampa for him. So like it's a reasonable bet to what is the asset and what is the player that is hardest to acquire, and let's go get that guy in the draft and then see how it goes.
Out of the picks that they made in round 2, so the 4 guys they got, who would you say? Because I know you do a ton of draft prep. You know these guys really well. Who would you say is your favorite of those 4?
I'm no Alex Appleyard, but I do really like Murtagh, honestly. There was I looped him in with all these national development program guys, but I think he just stands out above the rest, like the Cole McKinney, that kind of group. I think his skating is excellent. He plays a much more, what he's going to need to work on is including his teammates. He plays a very individualistic game. So like, I'm going to forecheck, I'm going to beat this defender. Like a lot of what we saw is like, and even playing against college teams with the program, he would beat out defenders along the wing and be first to that puck behind the goal line and then try to make a play from there. But I think he would need to work on including a lot more of his teammates, and that's where the hockey sense comes in. But it was a very strong, like, crash, bang, shoot kind of player, and with that speed and skating skill, I think that's just a package that you can really throw together, and then that's like a middle six wing that you eventually fall in love with.
Crash bang shoot. I just like that description. I'm in. I'm in on a guy who goes crash bang shoot. That sounds like a ton of fun. Thomas, are you a little surprised they haven't addressed goaltender at all?
I was surprised a little bit because we've saw all the mock drafts and everyone kind of assumed that they would go with one of the Russian players, the Andrianov or the Frolov. Even like, and then an Ivakovich later. It's interesting, but also at the same time, I think they could probably get a similar range of a goalie. Like I haven't been paying attention to who's been taken, but there's that the Svech goalie. There's the Nieminen later on the finish, the undersized guy. Like there's ways to address it, and goaltending is just like a whole mystery.
Yeah, right.
So there's ways to address it, and I think in the end they might pick one, but in the end, like I'm not 100% surprised, honestly.
All right. Do we have anything else?
I was leaving it for Kelly.
I talk to Thomas all the time. I don't have time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Well,
fair.
Thomas, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you,
really
Thomas.
appreciate it
You're the best.
as I zone out and start looking at the draft. Really appreciate this. Thomas Williams from Broad Street Hockey, of course, our great friends over at BSH, along with Kelly Hinkle. Now, I just looked up, and this 93rd overall to Ottawa, Blake Vanek. Yes, it is Thomas Vanek's kid.
Oh my
I
God.
know already. With
Oh my God.
Thomas Vanek
We're
played-
so old.
He last played in 2019. Like I realized that's
I
longer
feel so
ago.
old.
That's like longer ago than it feels like. But I thought Thomas Vanek was still playing, quite honestly.
Amazing.
And I was like, wait, his kid just got drafted? How? But yeah, Blake Vanek, and now we are up to Ottawa back on the board at
We're almost in
97
triple digits
as we near 100. Where is the Flyers' next pick? I wrote it
coming
down
up
and
on
I've
the
lost
fourth
it.
round.
It's like 132 or something like that, I
Finally.
believe.
Yes, the
Early fifth round.
So
Yes,
we're like
132.
halfway through the day.
Yep, we're pushing. We're pushing through. We are in the fourth round, and this is a pick that they would have had pick 100, but it got moved. It got moved to eventually to Boston via Toronto.
I really like on the NHL tracker how it's like the history of the pick, like all the teams it has belonged to.
I dig that.
And then it's eventually, and then the team that actually owns it. So we are into the fourth round, of course.
Indeed, we are.
Yours, mine, and our Philadelphia Flyers do not own a fourth round pick.
Welp.
They are next up
Hanging
at
out.
132, the fourth pick of the fifth round. And will that be it? Or they do have a sixth, right?
They have a sixth.
Or they have
There's the board's right there.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, of
Board's
course.
right there.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Just look up.
What
2
would we
5s
do
and a
without
6.
Brenna?
That is what they have
What
left.
would we do without
I
Brenna?
looked at it and then immediately looked elsewhere. My brain has turned to mush.
I love it.
I'm sorry, everybody. I just got mashed potatoes in my head.
There's so many rounds.
Do they need this many? It's insane that there used to be like 10, 12 rounds. Didn't there used to be like 20 rounds? I know no one actually knows the answer.
There definitely used to be
like
more,
at least 9.
Yeah, there were definitely more than 10 because I believe I've seen guys taken in like the 10th or 11th.
Yes.
We really only need to televise up to 5, I think. Like, do I need to look at 6 and 7?
Well, you get to the point where, and I think they're
Who are
getting
they?
where it's just like the names show up and they're just showing video packages and talking about other shit. I'm sure like when they get to Thomas Vanek's kid, Blake Vanek, it's like, oh, let's talk about him for a couple minutes. Remember his dad? But I think this is where they just stop really showing you the whole shebang.
Well,
but this is why the NHL Network exists. Like if they're not going to show the rest of the draft, what are they even doing?
So it's been 2.5 hours to get through 2 rounds.
Three. Well, yeah,
Three.
two rounds. Yeah, right, because we just started round 4. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. But usually these rounds do go quicker. I guess we'll see if
it does start to fly.
Yeah, the second and third rounds take the longest. We'll see if that holds true even in a decentralized draft where everyone is picking remotely. One thing I wanted to talk to you guys about, because this came to me when we were talking to Thomas.
Okay.
Obviously, people are going to look at this and say they're taking size. This is a size draft, and I'm sure that's part of it. Danny claimed it wasn't yesterday, but look, the stats are the stats. The
They've been
numbers are the
taking
numbers. They're
big
taking big boys. But I also think there's a common thread between all 6 of the picks that they have that isn't just size. Every single one of these guys, extremely high compete level, extremely high competitiveness. Jack Murtagh isn't small, he's not big, but as Thomas said, man, he competes. He is he buzzes around, he's battling, he fights for pucks. Bansagi, ultra high compete. Amico, high compete, big, physical. He's willing to lay the body. You've got Martone. Danny compared him to TK in terms of yapping.
That was cool. I like that.
He's a big guy who's willing to get in your face and has that fire. Nesbitt, high compete. I don't see a guy who's going to be, he can play physical, but he doesn't have like the Carter Amico Bansagi where like they want to inflict pain. I don't necessarily see that in Nesbitt, but I did see a guy when I watched tape of him who battles. He's in the fight. He's battling in front of the net. He's got net front potential. He's going to be in the corners. They drafted all, and guard, same thing. Super high compete, defensive upside. All the guys they took, they all got that dog in them. They all do. And again, this is maybe where, and I'm not saying that Rick Tocchet has influenced the pick specifically, but they know who they just hired as their head coach. And maybe they're looking at it as, let's get guys that we're confident Tocc's going to love when they get there.
To be fair, doesn't every NHL head coach like dudes that have that dog in them?
True, but Rick Tocchet, that was his whole game. That when as a player, he embodies that dog.
Yeah.
He is the dog.
I do love it. Was a bit a couple of weeks ago on Puck Soup. They're talking about some coach getting hired somewhere, and it's just they're making fun of the press conference, and it's I'll tell you what it's going to be is we're going to establish an identity, and it's like you think that identity is going to be high flying offense, lots of skill, kind of hot dogging it, or do you think it's going to be we're gonna outwork the other team and be tough to play against? Which identity do you think this coach is going to go with? That said, while I think the idea of you're bringing back the bullies, it's not going to be a night at the matches anymore. Like it's not going to be the Spectrum in '82.
Trenton.
But we got a player from his name is Trenton. I was like,
Trenton.
The Devils took someone from Trenton. That's kind of funny.
For New Jersey.
But, I do think the Flyers.
There's Drew Shockos. He's a guy who Alex liked a lot.
While I don't think the Flyers are going to be the bullies, I do think they want more of an aggressive mentality. I don't think get pushed around, but I think they want to be the ones pushing other.
I agree with that.
They want to be taking it to you, not like Nick Delorier getting in 3 fights and kicked out every night, but they just want to be setting the physical tone and have the other team have to match them. And listen, that is a good attribute. Whether you want to be the Florida Panthers or just a team that has success, you need to be the more aggressive team. And Toc talked about that when we talked to him at the top of the show, like having that aggressive mentality. And yeah, if it's big guys, but big guys with attitude, big guys who don't need to be taught to play big, a guy who's 6'1", 198, but that's league average already. He's 18, but plays bigger than that. Well, now that's one less thing you got to teach him because it's inherent in them.
Yeah, bummer. So after Drew Shock at 101, Adam Banach goes at 102. Banach was my top player left on the board. My new next top player on the board at 52, LJ Mooney, a small player from the USNTDP. Again,
many Americans
might not fit the Flyers MO in this draft, but LJ Mooney is my top player available now that Banach.
It was Mooney. I can't believe Drew Shock didn't make the name list.
It's a good name.
That's a pretty good one.
It's a good name.
Maybe that C kept him out of there. If it was just Shock as you spell shock, but maybe the C. Adam Bednack, another good one. I love the name list. I really do. It's my favorite thing we do leading into the draft. And I'm still holding out hope for Mons Goose. If they get him with that 5th round pick, it will have been worth the wait.
Mons Goose.
Just one of those 2 5th round picks. Come on, Danny, throw me a bone. I know you can hear me.
Yeah.
My voice carries.
You're right there.
All right.
While you're listening, could you speed it up?
Just move things along here.
Yeah.
They're the ones that slowed it down.
I know, right?
When they traded down, it was the second round was moving along.
That's
but
true.
no,
This
is
orange
much easier.
square.
Than
I
last
hate the
night.
Ducks so much. Stop being orange.
Yeah.
I keep looking up and
not
seeing
your
an
color.
orange square, and I'm like,
It's
not your
really
color.
maddening. Like at least Edmonton had the wherewithal to be like, you know what, this isn't who we are. We should just wear our colors, which is blue with some orange. The fact that the Ducks were just like, we're going to be orange now, is why?
Yeah. It's infuriating.
You have iconic jerseys, and you're just like, nah. Like, you brought players out from that movie, actors out
that
from
was
the
stolen
movie.
valor. That's not you anymore.
Yeah, and you don't even wear that jersey anymore. It's infuriating, quite honestly.
A little bit. The Ducks just they're our mortal enemy now.
They just want to be us so bad.
They're our mortal enemy.
But you can't.
Why? Yeah. You're famous. You're a team because Disney put out a good movie. That's it. That's the only reason you exist.
It's fair. Very fair.
Of course, they've won a cup this century, which is probably pretty nice.
Oh, that Trenton Bennett is 6'8".
6'8"?
6'8"
Matus
goalie.
Kucharczyk. Matus.
Jan Kucharczyk.
Jan Kucharczyk.
That's something.
That's a name. Why wasn't that on your name list, William?
You're slipping.
It's a really long draft guide. It's like 1,700 pages
There's
long.
so
in
many
case you have,
weird
in case you've
names.
ever flipped through it.
Not
Well
once.
worth the elite prospects.
Oh yeah, no, they do such a good job.
The draft guide alone is worth the elite prospects subscription, and I don't subscribe to much that doesn't give me streaming television, quite honestly. So that's one of those things I'm actually willing to shell out for. But you can't catch all the names. You can hear though. On our draft show. And I think it is a great time to take our next commercial break.
Let's go.
Let's talk about Rothman. Listen, we've all been there trying to power through your summer plans with just a nagging injury or some stubborn pain. But when rest isn't cutting it, it's time to call in the experts. That's why we trust Rothman Orthopedics. Whether you're running on the beach, swinging your golf clubs, or lifting the little ones for a pool day, Rothman specialists are here to treat what's holding you back. Their top-tier care will have you moving and enjoying every minute of the summer. If pain is slowing you down this season, take the first step. Head to rothmanortho.com/PHLY and schedule your appointment today. Rothman Orthopedics, your summer, your mobility, their mission. While we're here, I got to tell you about TrueMark again, because you really got to check out this offer for TrueMark Financial Credit Union members. We know summer's here, and that could mean your kids are getting their very first job. You remember that. You got a little money in your pocket. Time to go spend it irresponsibly, right? Well, TrueMark and Greenlight are teaming up to try to instill some real-world money skills in your kids before they become monsters and just throw away all their money on the stupidest things imaginable. It's the perfect time to set your kids up with something that teaches those real-world money skills and gives them a little bit of freedom. It is that Greenlight debit card and money app. If you're a TrueMark Financial member, you can get a free Greenlight account for your kids or teens. It's a simple way for them to manage their own money, whether it's from a job, allowance, birthday cash, gambling winnings. No. Not 21. Don't gamble. First life lesson there. They'll get your own they'll get their own debit card. They can set savings goals, track spending, and learn how to budget, all while you stay in the loop from your phone. So you're still in control, but they get to learn how money works in everyday life. So before the summer rush kicks in, this is a great way to help your kids build smart money habits that'll stick with them long after the season's over. So head over to truemark.com/greenlight and get all the details and sign up today. Don't miss the chance to set your kids up for financial success.
Okay, before we get into a new topic, I got to point out some of these names. So we have it's the disparity in name quality. So we got at 105. At 105, we got the most BS NHL EA Sports. Like, we're going to combine two of the most boilerplate hockey names in the world because it's franchise mode in NHL and it's now 2030.
Yeah.
So we're making up guys to draft. Travis Hayes, boring name. And then right above him,
What is that?
Elijah Neuenschwander.
Neuenschwander.
That may be my favorite name of the draft. That is up there with Monster.
Neuenschwander.
Elijah, awesome. Neuenschwander.
Yes.
Wow.
I
love it.
I was seeing some let's see here. Where are you? Are you listed? What is he? What's that flag?
But I think Swiss.
Swiss.
But we're talking about like
Switzerland.
a 10 out of 10
Yeah.
ultimate name, and then a 0 out of 10. You're 10 years into your dynasty in NHL EA Sports. Travis Hayes. Like the disparity. I don't know if I've ever seen a disparity in name quality like that.
That is really, really good
That
stuff.
close.
I'm being sent on an errand.
Okay.
I'm gonna get bevs.
Okay.
Does anyone need anything?
I could go for a Coca-Cola.
A Coca-Cola. You got it, William.
We have waters and stuff. I think I'm all right.
Yeah.
Go, Kelly. Go into the media room, and
media room?
it's 2 doors down, and there will be free bevs.
Am I allowed in
Yeah, you should be. You have a
You're
credential.
Kelly Hinkle of Broad Street Hockey.
There were credentials for you and Bill in the media room yesterday.
Oh, were there?
Yeah, you guys just never picked them up.
How about that?
How about that?
Well,
turns out I work here.
Just tell them you're with PHLY and that you have a credential that you just didn't pick up, and they will let you in to get free stuff.
See if ours are still there. I'd like to have that. That would be cool. I haven't had a credential in so long. It's been years, Charlie. No, these
been 50 years.
I was seeing. I wanted to know where Neuenschwander. I wanted to see where he was from because I saw like between the 3rd and 4th, like. The last pick of the 3rd and the 2nd pick of the 4th, there were 2 Germans taken. So I was wondering if there was yet another, but
it looks like a German name. But you know the way it is in Europe, like he's probably of German descent, and then his family moved to Switzerland.
Yeah, that's the way my 23andMe was. Like, oh yeah, you're like English and all these things, and it was like it's just Germans that moved to England, and then a move to America. It was really just the migration of Germans across Europe.
There we go.
That's pretty much what it was.
There we go.
All right,
we're getting closer.
We are. It's actually moving along pretty well here.
We're at
108 on the clock.
Yeah, and the Flyers are at 132. You know, at this point, like there's still a lot of guys that I've done research for that are still available, but we're pretty much through my board. I think I have LJ Mooney at 52. Then there's a couple other guys that I had in like my top 63. Arvid Drott, who is a Swede who Alex liked a bit, who I've watched some tape on. Philippe Velou. Is a guy who I mocked to the Flyers as a late round pick. One. He's a small scorer, 40-goal guy in the queue. He might, given the way this draft is going, he might not even get drafted. But I like him. I like his game. And then after that, it's pretty much just guys who I know about, but I don't necessarily feel like I've watched enough tape to have meaningful. Like most of the guys that have been taken so far, at least in the first 3 rounds, let's say, I could be like, I have either a positive or a negative feeling about that guy. We're getting to the point where I know things about these players, but I don't necessarily feel strongly enough to be like, I love this pick or I hate this pick.
Now that we are into the triple digits, Charlie no longer has strong takes.
Yes.
You got to work harder, Chuck. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think you're doing enough around here. I will say, though, the party last night, I do wish you could have been there because it was a really cool experience. And man, it was freaking packed. Thank you all so much to everybody who came out to the party. We sold like 300 tickets. It was an awesome time. Thanks to Jiggies and Pete's for hosting the party. We had a great setup. Obviously, everyone behind the scenes who made it happen, starting with producer Brenna here. But Kelly, I always say the draft party is her baby. And so many people, from Vince to Julia to Chris. We had intern Ethan there last night. A ton of people who you don't see in front of the camera had a lot to do with the show, in which I threw a piss fit at the end because I wanted to go home. Everyone else was doing their job. I was being unprofessional.
By 1:30 a.m., you were back in a good mood.
No, I was. By the time we got down here and checked in, I was back into a great mood. It was just that last half hour, I was just hot and done. But yeah, you see, and this is an early picture before it was really it was. It was bumper to bumper in there.
Well, you said we had over 200.
It was like 275, 300 tickets sold, something like that, and like 100 VIPs. So shout out to all of our listeners, and shout out to everyone who has been watching us live. I mean, we did 4.5 hours. We are well on pace to hit like 4 o'clock today in all likelihood.
Yeah. Speaking of that, if you're watching the show, hit the like button.
Hit the like button. I know we demanded a lot, but I really feel like we've earned it in the last couple of days.
I think so.
Hit that like button. I want 4-digit likes on this show. Absolutely 4-digit likes.
Yeah, I do too.
We got like over 13. I think it was like over 13,000 on last night's show. By the time I got down here, I haven't even checked the number like since I woke up. But I'm assuming we're going to do similar numbers today. That means we need at least 1 out of every 10 people to hit the freaking like button.
Yeah,
I'm not asking for the world here.
We've got 953 people watching right now. We're at 466 likes.
Y'all are
Those
nuts.
are rookie numbers. Rookie number. We need to get to 1,000 likes.
To the 1,000 people who are watching us live right now, y'all are nuts, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you, because we couldn't do what we freaking do here, Charlie.
We need to come up with the PHLY Flyers PHLY Eagles show has the sickos. We need to come up with a name for the lunatics who are this dedicated to the Flyers that they are sitting wherever they are on a Saturday at 2:47 watching us talk about day 2 Philadelphia Flyers draft picks. We need an endearing name like the sickos for that group of fans. Thank you so much. Seriously,
we absolutely
we are really, really excited about what we've built here so far, and we're not going anywhere anytime soon. But it's really cool to know that there are people who really value what we're doing, but also want to be part of this. And not when I say this, I don't even necessarily mean PHLY Flyers. I just mean the Flyers.
Yeah,
people want the Flyers to be relevant again, and I just think like, man, if they get good. If they just get good.
That was the cool part. Like, it's always fun meeting the listeners, meeting the people who say they watch every day. Like, that means a ton. Last night, Charlie, something even cooler happened.
Okay.
I'm like standing by the doors, like half hour, 15 minutes before we have to go up and do the show. I'm just greeting people as they come in. It was the groups of people who just came to the party because it was the party and actually had no idea about the show or who the hell we were or anything.
Interesting.
Like now, like the Flyers are gaining some momentum to a point where someone like just sought out, okay, where's the I'm in the city, where's the draft party? Like, okay, I'm going there. And like that was like a different level of really cool. And it was reassuring that the team is coming back into the public consciousness in a way that hasn't been the case in a while. And I do gotta say, while maybe it wasn't my hire, like talking to Rick Tocchet, like I can see how this is gonna play really well to the fans, even maybe the ones who are less inclined, like who didn't get to see him play, like who, yes, we know is of Rick Tocchet as a franchise legend, but like even me, I remember him in the 2000, like in 2000 when he was here. No, I don't remember him prior to that when he was a Flyer. No memory of it. Like to the somewhat younger and way younger than us crowd that never saw him play. Like I think it's still he's going to play real well here. That interview was just brief amount of time with him. He's got this part down.
He's a real good talker. He's a real good communicator. And I liked one thing that I low-key liked a lot that he said when I asked him about his knack seemingly to connect with star players, and for star players like Sidney Crosby, Quinn Hughes, Phil Kessel to kind of swear by him. And he said, look, like number one, you got to feed their appetite for all things hockey. You got to be ready when Sidney Crosby wants to talk about a power play that happened in a game in San Jose on a Tuesday night. You got to be there for that, and you got to be able to speak intelligently and speak their language, but you also have to challenge them. The great players, the truly great players, they don't want a coach who is just patting them on the back the whole time and telling them how great they are. They want a coach who pushes them to be even better. Now, they don't want that coach to be doing it in a totally dickish manner, but they want a guy who is going to challenge them to be even better than they already are. And it seems like Tocchet gets that, and I can see why a Sidney Crosby, a Quinn Hughes, a Phil Kessel would really appreciate that aspect of Rick Tocchet, in that good dude, knows the game. He can speak intelligently about everything I want to speak about in terms of hockey, but also he's not going to let me even remotely rest on my laurels. He's going to say, oh, so you scored 100 points this year? Why didn't you score 120?
I do like there's that little bit of just that you can tell you're talking to a coach when you're talking to him, and
Yes.
I very much picked up on that. All right, as if you didn't have enough reason to sign up to be a diehard if you're not one already. A feature that I was hoping to get to this past season for the post games, we're now introducing for the draft show. I just dropped a link to Zoom into the diehard Discord in the Flyers general chat. If you would like to be amongst our very first ever like sports radio style callers here, if you want to jump on to the draft show with us, now is your chance. Click that Zoom link in the Discord channel. If you're not a diehard yet, well, great time to sign up right now. You'll get access to the Discord right away and have that Zoom link. Scan that QR code on your screen or go to allphly.com and take advantage of the big sale we have going on. $36 for the year, as I just made Brenna's life insanely more difficult.
Read my article that I published late last night on the round one. I'll have obviously another article out later today on draft day 2. Also, we got some updates from picks. LJ Mooney, my top guy, 52 on my board. He goes to Montreal. And William, your name guy, Mads Kongsbach Clivo, he's gone.
Oh, that is spelled so much different than it was on Elite. I didn't know what that was. That is not how it was spelled on Elite Prospects at all. And now it's just this combination of letters that I do not recognize.
Well, the O doesn't have the line through it.
I was just about to say, who the hell is this guy? That you
and then we got Ilyas Magomedsultanov. What a name.
Oh, that's who I was looking at.
No.
There's he went to Florida, and the guy who I did not recognize at all went 115 to San Jose. I see what you're saying now.
I actually have some notes. I did some research, pre-draft research on Magomedsultanov. Good skating D-man, plays a physical game, toolsy, but does he have any offensive instincts, puck skills, needs to become a lot better passer, but he's 6'2", 176, an MHL defenseman with 7 points in 40 games in the Russian Junior Hockey League. So I actually did have info on Magomedsultanov. What a name.
Of course you did.
What a name.
And that's just a little bit.
But yeah, there's John Mooney, LJ Mooney. He's Logan Cooley's cousin, LJ Mooney is.
Logan Cooley, LJ Mooney, they're cousins. That's fun.
Yeah,
that's great stuff. It is very. I just am always taken aback by how small a world hockey is. Even with hundreds of players being drafted this weekend, thousands around the country, obviously around the world, there does seem to be a connection. Like the Flyers just took 2 guys who are going to be playing together in college next year. Of all the players they could have taken, 2 of them who are going to be teammates at BU next year. It's very, I don't know. It is a very small world, a very connected world.
It is. They and Devin Kaplan was a BU guy, so they seem to maybe have some not some ins with that program, but it seems like they're comfortable with that program.
Do you think they're targeting BU as a punishment to BC?
To BC for cutting.
Actually, you don't exist to us anymore, and we're only going to take BU guys. Thanks for handling that professionally, BC.
There we go. Then here we got Linus Funk.
That is good stuff. Linus Funk goes to the Colorado Avalanche.
He's one of those guys. I really wish that he makes it and ends up playing for a team that has individualized goal songs, so he could be Uptown Funk. That would be a great goal song.
That would be good stuff.
You just hit that chorus with the horns.
I am not worried about Kelly. Wasn't she just going next door?
I thought so.
Kelly has been taken.
Yeah.
We're going to need Charlie to go rescue her.
Oh, no. And then I'm never going to come back, and then you're going to be stuck doing the rest of the show by yourself.
That's fine.
Taking phone calls.
I would just bring Thomas back, and we would talk about wrestling for 40 minutes.
Thomas, one thing I love about Thomas, he's also a big music guy. He's more on the the metal side, but we have some similarities in terms of indie rock. I had a really good conversation with him. I believe it was last summer about my favorite record by one of my favorite bands, The National.
the amount of time he is able to dedicate to his hobbies and interests, I don't know how, like, does he have a job? When does he like sleep and eat? He watches all of the wrestling imaginable. He knows everything about every prospect. Apparently, he knows as much about music as you, which is insane. I don't. Thomas is a wonder to me. I just
He is one of those.
amazed
He
by
is
his-
absolutely one of
his
those guys.
eclectic-
He's one of those guys where you're like, how do you do all the things that you do? How are there enough hours? Because he is like married and has a kid, I think.
He's got like a real life.
Yeah, he's got a family.
Yeah, it's very. I love our guests and the friends we have over at BSH, and I've enjoyed being able to incorporate them over the last few days. That is pretty cool as well. Tell you, Charlie, I know again we're not going to get into CBA stuff, but it is. I know sometimes you can be a worrier.
Me?
It's really nice to know that there won't be a lockout. Like it really felt like there wasn't. Like this is peacetime. They released the cap numbers, 2-3 years early, just to make sure everyone listen. Everything's going well. Just don't rock the boat here. But they actually get the CBA done.
Yeah.
Listen, we lived through the COVID times of doing shows about RX Bandits albums and Highlander. So we would have figured something out. But it's nice to know, at least for labor reasons, we won't have to do that.
Oh yeah. I think
it feels really good to be like, all right, 4 years, no lockout. I don't have to worry about this for a bit.
Yeah, like we got punished by having a weird year and a half due to COVID. Number one, not having hockey for a while, and then having it back, but not being able to cover in person. I am very appreciative that the NHL is not going to then hit us with, 3-4 years after COVID, hit us with a lockout.
All right, we have our very first caller. We are joined by Kyle Plotkin. What's going on today, Kyle? Thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, thanks for doing this. I just wanted to say I've seen you guys a super chat a while back. I've been dying for like real actual sports talk radio with Flyers content for years. I found you guys like a year ago. And honestly, it's been like game changing for me as far as like being able to follow this team daily and, I don't know, feel part of the family, like just sitting around with your boys, like talking about the game. And I've never really had that. So I really, really appreciate what you guys are doing here. Keep it up.
Oh, thank you so much,
Thanks, Kyle.
Really, really appreciate it. That was the whole motivation when I started wanting to do a Flyers podcast. Is I was one of the people who complained, why doesn't sports radio ever talk about it? It was like, well, you have a computer, you can just do it. And so that's how it all started. And now we're able to do this, and it's awesome that you were able to find us. What do you think of the draft so far?
I'm a big fan of the Martone pick. I was worried about not being able to get a center, but I feel like the zegras thing is like game changing as far as that goes. Like he can slide in as your 1C, maybe be a 2C long term, but like he buys you time to find that guy. I think is kind of the way I'm looking at it. So bring in Martone, like isn't he a right winger? So him and michkov are on the same side.
Yeah. So Martone is a right winger. That said, and this is it's worth noting. If you're a diehard, you could read the in-depth article that Alex Appleard wrote on Porter Martone.
Totally worth it, by the way.
Yes. Thank you very much, Kyle. But Alex did a really good job of, in his breakdown, theorizing that even though Martone is a right winger, that the way he plays seems conducive to him being able to play the left side. Now, he hasn't done much of it in his career, but based on his tendencies, especially in the offensive zone, Alex, and I tend to agree with him, thinks that Martone could play left wing, and it wouldn't shock me even a little bit if that's ultimately the Flyers' plan for him, given the fact that obviously, as you say, Michkov is a right wing, Konechny's a right wing. They've had Tippett playing the left, but he is a natural right wing. The short answer is he is a right wing. The long answer is I think there's a decent enough chance that he could work really well on the left side.
I'm just picturing like Michkov and zegras just like wheeling around doing weird, cool stuff. And he's just crashing the net like Wayne Simmons being a pain in the ass to everybody.
Yeah.
I think we all have those visions as well. Thank you so much for being our first caller today. Kyle, really appreciate the kind words.
Guys.
All right, take it easy. All right, see, it's that easy. I don't know how Discord works. Diehards know that. But I dropped the link in there. If you're able to find it, you can join us just as Kyle did by hitting that Zoom link for our diehards. And it's just one of the many benefits of being a PHLY diehard. I never get tired of people saying like they found us and they just think like, oh yeah, it's like hanging out with my buddies talking hockey. That's what we're going for. I like that okay, cool. We hit the right notes with you. You're picking up what I'm putting down, so it was great to hear from Kyle.
We do have some chatter about not Flyers related, but league related. Both Elliot Friedman and Darren Dreger reporting that something to keep an eye on. Toronto and Vegas have been discussing the possibility of a sign and trade with Mitch Marner.
Yo.
So that would be to get Marner the 8th year.
Get him the 8th year. I guess you get something. I can't imagine it's like a huge asset when it's just like, okay, well, he's gonna walk. But you get him the 8th year, and you are making it happen. So that's interesting. Vegas, huh?
Vegas is just they approach this the way the Flyers under Snyder used to, where it's like
get everybody
like oh, big name player available, I want him.
I can't believe another high-priced free agent ended up in a tax-free state.
Oh my
All right, let's go to our next caller. It's Mellerman4. What's going on, Mellerman? It is great to see you.
Regular in the chat.
Great to see you. A regular super chatter is Mellerman. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So how are you feeling about the draft so far?
Oh, well, you know, if you've been following my chats, I was a Martone guy the whole time. So I was fist pumping at work last night when they picked him. It was just super exciting.
It really was the atmosphere at our draft party when Martone was selected. It was awesome. It was really one of the most fun times we've had at these draft parties, the 8 years now that we have done them. So I think most are right there with you. What do you think of this strategy where they seem to be really targeting some big guys out there?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think a lot of modern day hockey is talking about speed, skating. And to see the Flyers kind of, I don't want to use the word overcorrect, but strongly lean into the big boy mentality in this draft is pretty interesting. I really like the idea that we are going after assets that are maybe not as valued as before. Sort of the quasi Moneyball strategy.
Yeah, I think where I'm at, Mellerman, is like Nesbitt's the only guy who I look at as, based on my evaluation of him, they overdrafted. Now, this isn't the industry evaluation of him, but I had Nesbitt more in like the 30s. The guys they've taken today, they took them all around where I thought they should go. They're good value picks. So, like, yeah, they're big, but I think they're good too. It's not like they were just taken because they're big. It's that they're good in part because they're big, and that's a legitimate tool that they have that other guys don't.
Yeah, 100%. I thought the conversation earlier about you were saying, Charlie, that you're concerned that we haven't really addressed the goaltending hole yet. Were you saying that in the sense of anyone we draft as a goaltender now we aren't going to see for many years? Were you thinking more that they were going to trade some of these picks for an established goaltender? What was your thought behind that?
That was exactly what I was referring to. I thought that there was a decent enough chance that they might have used one of the second-round picks they had to trade for a goalie, to address the goalie position in the here and now. And now they don't have as many assets to go do that. Now, it doesn't mean they can't. Doesn't mean they can't trade a pick that's next year in the future. It doesn't mean they can't trade a roster player or a prospect. But they now do have fewer assets they can use to make a move. It may put them in a position where they have to get that guy in free agency, because I do believe they are going to get a goalie to pair with Sam Ersson. I've heard that from way too many people, that is on their list of things to do this summer. And I just thought maybe they would use one of those, second, third round picks. Now they've used them all as draft picks, so you can't do that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm mildly surprised they didn't take a goalie with one of those picks in the second round, but I also thought that maybe they might use one of those picks to get an NHL caliber goalie in the here and now, and they didn't. So that's more what I was talking about.
Well, I would really like to see them pair Ersson with somebody who is a steady performer.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've seen Ersson have, really high highs, kind of low lows. If we can pair him with a professional who can help him even out his game more and get it to a more consistently excellent level, I think that would be very good for his development. Who do you think fits that profile and the potential availables?
It's a good question. I mean, Jake Allen's the big name, and I would be fine with him. Alex Lyon's another guy where, he's not stellar, but he's fine.
He fits that consistency you're talking about, Meller. And thank you so much. We have to hit this top of the hour, and we actually have made it almost to the Flyers' next pick.
Yay!
So thank you very much. We really appreciate you calling in today, and always appreciate seeing you in the YouTube chat.
Yep. Thanks so much, Mellerman.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. It's my pleasure.
All right, yeah. So it is now. Oh, so the Florida Panthers have made their back-to-back picks. Now it is 1:30. The Penguins, and then it'll be Nashville at 1:31, and finally the Flyers at 1:32 will be making a selection. We hope. We believe that they will be.
We shall see.
I gotta believe that they are going to. After going, 2 full rounds without a pick, this won't be a trade down situation, but maybe they want to stock up with more.
Never
Who knows?
know.
Who knows? But we only have a few minutes until the Flyers will be picking, so it sounds like a great time to tell you about our presenting sponsors. NHL Draft coverage here at PHLY is powered by Bet365, and new customers can now get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose. All you got to do is sign up. Use the code PHLY365. Deposit $10 and place a bet for $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, whether your initial bet wins or loses. Bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, player props, futures, and more. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 21 and older and physically located in PA. If you or somebody who knows a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And I can't tell you enough how much we love Philly Sports Trips. That's right. One of our presenting sponsors for the entire draft weekend. Last night's draft party, they sponsored, and they are with us again today. And they have a very special offer for you while the draft is going on. So get on it now. You can place a fully refundable $99 deposit on a Flyers trip this upcoming season. Now, schedule hasn't been released, so all the details haven't been worked out. So we can't guarantee that this is the way it's going to go. But perhaps if you really want to see the team that movie is based on, we were talking about earlier with Charlie Conway and the Triple D, maybe you want to boo Cutter in his home arena, this might be the trip for you. That's right. So check it out now. Philly Sports Trips. Scan that QR code on your screen to take advantage of this special offer.
All right, William, we're getting close.
Let's go.
The Nashville Predators are on the clock at 1:31, and then your Philadelphia Flyers will finally pick after a good hour and a half of waiting around.
It has been quite some time since they last made a pick at 57. Now they will be drafting at 32. I did want to. Okay, yeah, we'll wait for the pick, and then we'll talk about this other thing, because I brought up they're not bringing back the bullies, but they did hire a UFC fighter to teach everyone how to fight.
I didn't see that.
That was really.
I just remember.
That's that Comcast money, baby.
Yeah,
just spend it. Who cares?
I just always remember during the lockout, like a lot of guys were going overseas and playing elsewhere, really picking up their hobbies, whatever it was. And it was like, what did Donald Brashear do during the lockout? Oh, he took boxing lessons. All right, that's a man who knows who he is. That's good
like
stuff. And now, yeah, we'll get into that after they make this pick because it is very funny to me. So it's Nashville on the clock and then Philly up next. I said this.
Who do we want, Charles?
Good question. At this point, we're pretty much through my board.
Okay.
One
we're just
guy
gonna
who
get some
I'm
dudes.
intrigued by, Bruno Osmanis. He is Latvian.
Ozymandias, like that episode of
Latvian
Breaking
who
Bad?
played in Sweden. Alex likes him.
Okay.
I like him too. He's interesting. He played on a really bad team, but he still put up pretty good numbers in the J20 and played some time in the Allsvenskan as well. Which you know, if you can get a guy who has some offensive skill in the 5th round who played for for in a pro league, wouldn't be too bad. So I feel like he's probably the guy I like the most. Mons Goose would be great. And a lot of people also from a goalie situation are intrigued by Petteri Rimpinen, the guy that Alex really likes.
Yeah, he really likes him.
Yep.
He said he liked him last year and he got passed over entirely.
Yep.
And his numbers are like insane. Yeah, it looks like the Oilers have traded
so
with Nashville for 131 to get ahead of the Flyers. Nashville, I was saying this last night, I think it was to Steve. You know how I always draw the comparisons, like in the 2017 draft, there was the Flyers and the Stars, and one franchise went this way and the other went this way.
Yeah.
And it's like they mirror each other, almost like the picks are right next to each other the whole time. That's us in Nashville this year. And I am very interested to see, like, okay, which of these two franchises is going to go up and which is going to go down because of their
Flyers are on the clock
All right.
at 132.
Asher Barnett goes
Barnett.
131.
I
and
do
now
not know who that is.
The Flyers are on the clock. It has happened. We've survived.
So here's the question. Will this guy be somebody who I know, or will it be someone I've never heard of?
Mons Goose.
Mons Goose.
If it's Mons Goose, we're going to lose our
If
mind.
it's Mons Goose, the show's over.
I'm running down the hall into
Max
the Flyers.
Westergaard. I know that name. I know Max Westergaard.
Max Westergaard.
Max Westergaard.
I've heard of him.
Sounds like a 90s rock star.
Not super familiar with him, but I will pull up the old elite prospects as I do recognize that name.
I feel like it's
Thomas likes him.
Thomas likes him.
Thomas likes him. Okay.
Max Westergaard, 108th on the elite prospects list. He's a small guy, 5'10", 158. The elevator pitch on elite prospects, a productive two-way winger whose offense flows through his off-puck instincts and ability to anticipate. Had a promising late-season stint in the SHL where he showed more pace, played 4 games for Frölunda in the SHL. 50 points
from under
in 41 games. This is why I've heard of him. This is why. Yeah. Okay, Max Westerberg seems like an interesting swing, and they apparently can take guys who are under 6 foot still. They are allowed.
No, and
He's a small child too, eh?
Yeah, he's a small boy.
5'11",
No, like
168.
just turned 18.
And
he's young.
He
Okay.
is a September 07, so he's actually even younger.
One of the younger players in the draft.
He's 17 and won't be 18 until September 3rd. So he is a very young player who has already stepped foot on the ice in the SHL and actually had a pretty good he put up a couple points in the playoffs after the regular season. So that's something.
I suspect this will be a pick that Alex will like. This guy
is-
seems like an Alex Appeyard type pick.
This
Yes, reading Alex's Max Westergaard, fantastic pick in my eyes, late second, early third type talent, great swing on a guy who could be a middle 6 winger, has the grit and pace of play to be a bottom 6er, real skill. Now I knew just by looking at the statistical profile, I knew Alex was going to like this pick.
And what I dig about it is yesterday on the Gargano show, he had Jonesy as a guest, and Jonesy really, I thought, gave a great answer about the well, you know, everyone wants the big players, everyone wants the bruiser guys who come through for you in the playoffs, the power forwards, that type of guy. And is that something you're going to focus on? And Jonesy said, listen, yes, you need those guys, but you also need to get to the playoffs. You need a mix. And while it doesn't feel like this draft has been much of a mix, when I see a 5'11", 168, speedster, as he is listed on one of his player type, one of his little player type tags on Elite Prospects. All right, here is just a little bit of a mix. Do something. Here's a curveball from what the direction we have been going for the last 2 days, it appears.
Here's the thing, though. It's not like they took a bunch of Sam Morans. Like, they didn't just take big dudes.
I agree with that.
Yes,
Like,
no,
they
that's
took
that
good
is
dudes that are big.
No, absolutely. And that was the point Charlie made.
good.
Like, there are upside skills to all of these players, and that is different than going, well, we needed a defenseman who's 6'5", so we took Sam Murray.
I am 100% going to call this guy Westerberg so much just because of Paul Westerberg from the Replacements.
That's who I was thinking
I am
of.
absolutely going to do that so many times.
Like a 90s rock star.
He sounds like
Paul Westerberg.
Paul Westerberg from the Replacements. Yeah.
So
Westerberg
Noah
slaps, by the
LeBurge
way.
Yeah,
just
he's great.
drafted 135th. No relation.
No relation to
Pascal.
Pascal.
LeBurge. He almost made the names list, and then there were no family connections, so I took him off. I was like, well, the joke's not funny if they're not related.
But I am 100% going to slip and call this guy Max Westerberg all the time. All the time.
I like
Apologies, Max, in advance.
Max Weinberg? Is that the drummer from
the
Max Weinberg? So he's a Max Weinberg, Paul Westerberg mix.
I love it. No, this seems like a good pick. These are the types of picks that you should make in the late rounds. Guys who, maybe are a little under-scouted. I like going with European swings late, and also smaller guys, especially in a draft like this where smaller guys have fallen probably further than they should, in no small part because of that Florida effect. This strikes me as a really solid 5th-round pick. I like it.
And it's not as if he's short. Like, he's 5'11". League average is 6 foot. It's just that he's a 168-pound speedster.
Yeah, he needs to put weight.
He needs to bulk up, and he has the frame to do it. Like, he is 5'11". It's not as if, oh well, yeah, he's 5'9". This is all he's going to be. He can definitely support a little bit more, I would say. I love taking a 17-year-old out of Finland. He plays in the SHL, but he is Finnish. I like this swing a lot. Just, I like the idea behind it. Like, yeah, this is, why wouldn't we? It's not as if he's going to be here anytime soon, I wouldn't think. But that said, he played in the SHL at 17, so perhaps perhaps he's further along than I would guess, even for a 4th or 5th round pick. What round are we in?
We're in the 5th round.
We're in the 5th round.
6 points in 5 games for Finland. In the under 18 Worlds a couple months back. I like this pick. Yeah, and then he played 11 games in the playoffs for them in the SHL. So yeah, this is a cool pick. I like this one.
No, I think this is definitely one of those, why wouldn't we take a swing here, kind of. And that's what I wanted today. After we saw, like, Martone, like, absolutely great. And then Nesbitt, well, is this, like, are you banking on upside here, or are you just getting a dude for exactly what he is? I wanted a lot of upside swings today. That seems exactly like what this is.
Yeah, and I'm looking now at so Alex writes for, in addition to us, he writes for Smart Scouting.
Yes.
And looking at their list, I think this is probably where I remembered Westergaard. He was ranked. Guess where he was ranked on their list?
69.
Nice, 69 on their list.
Outstanding.
And Alex wrote the write-up, and it opens with, it is somewhat shocking to me that Westergaard has had so little attention over the season so far, and his evaluation, given his age and physical maturity, maybe, just maybe, he can blossom into a complimentary NHL second liner one day, and with his grit and tenacity, he is certainly not top 6 or bust. One of the youngest players in the draft this year. Intriguing, I would say, and an intriguing pick. And also, it looks like he, again, fits that common thread, not big, high compete level. We have this line in here: despite being somewhat undersized, he never gives up on a play, is happy to mix it up, and can be a real pest. His forechecking is relentless. He can PK, and for a winger, his defensive game is solid. Compete seems to be the common thread for all these picks, even when they're going with a small guy.
And I like going back to just when we talked about, 3 guys who played together at the U.S. program, 2 of whom are going to BU together. Like, internal competition. I like that. That means practice is going to be competitive. That means these 2 are going to have an eye. They're teammates. But they're competitors. They're gonna. You think you're going to the NHL before me?
Nope.
I don't think so. Like, both taken in the second round, one ahead of the other. Like, there is going to be competition, which is maybe the biggest takeaway beyond the size factor that we have been talking so much about. So that is a common thread to keep an eye on for sure. Flyers next up at I just had it in front of me. What was it? 157. They will be picking 157th right now. The Islanders are on the clock at 1:38. Sounds like a great time to take a quick commercial break. If your hairline's been slipping and you're thinking about doing something about it, it is time for you to listen up. Hair transplants are not just cosmetic, they are real surgery. And if you're thinking about flying overseas just to save a buck, please think again, or maybe just think for the first time. Think. Because at GLAT HAIR by Morgenstern Medical in Bala Cynwyd, you're getting care from board-certified surgeons with over 30 years of experience, and they follow strict U.S. safety standards and deliver results that actually last. I said this to Steve last night because Steve Jaco actually interned with John Marks. John's hair now looks better than it did in like 2007. That's how long these results last. It is an ever-evolving technology, and GLAT HAIR is absolutely the industry leader. And here's the best part with GLAT. You can text them a photo of your hair right now. You can just text them, and their team will take a look and let you know what options make sense for you. No pressure. Just that expert insight, so you can skip the travel, skip the risk, and get real care from a trusted local team. Take your photo or call 610-980-4000 or visit glathairmm.com. That's GLAT HAIR by Morgenstern Medical. Let's get that hairline back in the game. Now it's time to tell you about Monarch Money. And listen, we all know, I think you, the audience, you know me well enough to know finances, mine, yours, anyone's, they can be messy and confusing. And Monarch Money, what are they? Well, they act like your personal CFO, giving you full visibility and control so you can stop earning and start growing. It's more than your average budgeting app. Monarch Money is a complete financial command center for your accounts, investments, and goals. So you don't just manage your money, you start building wealth with 50% off your first year for our listeners. That's right. You are getting half off for 1 year. So yeah, build your wealth, save a little here. They'll make you more elsewhere. It's that easy. I've learned so much using Monarch Money, and I feel so much more in control of my finances. And this is me. This is me we're talking about. So you can easily get this under control. Start managing your finances to build the life you actually want. Monarch makes managing money simple, even for your busy lives. With all your accounts, credit cards, and investments in one place, you'll always know where your money stands without the hassle. And it's not as if this is just some fly-by-night new thing. Monarch Money is the financial tool people actually love, and it's been named the Wall Street Journal's best budgeting app of 2025. It's the Wall Street Journal. They probably know what they're talking about. It's the top recommended personal finance app by users and experts with over 30,000 five-star reviews. Get control of your overall finances with Monarch Money. Use code PHLY at monarchmoney.com for half off your first year. That's 50% off your first year at monarchmoney.com with code PHLY. All right, do we have some? We have some callers now.
Hey,
all right.
Okay.
Let's see who we have next here, and it is
Number one Brenna
fan, PHLY diehard Kevin. What's going on today, Kevin?
How's it going, guys? Shout out Brenna behind the scenes, making the magic happen.
Always shout out Brenna.
Absolutely. So, Kevin, what are you thinking about the draft thus far?
I think I was okay with either Martone or Hagens at number 6. I think with the way it's gone, I'm even more comfortable now with Martone because I understand kind of the vision. I see very, very clearly what they're trying to build here. Nastiness on like the back end. Hunter McDonald, Spencer Gill, and now you have Carter Amico. You have is it Murtag?
We have been told, yes.
On the wing, more tenacity. Like I see it, but I'm just like, my very first thought was what you echoed today, Charlie, which is where's the 1C, or do you even need it? Like if your first line is Martone and Michkov, you could put me at center and I could probably put up 50 points, right? So
that's fair.
I don't know what the front office is thinking if it becomes a wing heavy team. do you need to go out and make a big trade to get a 1C? Because this is really the year to do it, right? I mean, you could have taken Hagens and locked it down.
Yeah. It's a fair point, and it's going to remain the big question facing this team is what is your plan for center? Because I pushed Danny on it after the after day one about, do you feel like you're done at center? Is the center problem in your mind resolved? And he did not say it was resolved. So I think he knows that the center situation, while certainly in a much better spot than it was when he got here, they don't have that one guy, and they missed their opportunity this year to get that one guy. But it's completely understandable that they missed their opportunity because Porter Martone is most likely going to be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Jack Nesbitt, becomes his ideal, and he's a 2C that you can slide in at, first line. But, I'm just very curious to see what they do if they go out and make a big trade with a lot of these assets, a lot of the guys that they've taken today. Are they part of a package? Can you go do that? Or, next year free agency is the year that they want to really start spending some money. Whoever's available, it lines up with their 2026 timeline. But I love the way it's gone. I mean, I'm very happy. I think it's more Florida brain than Flyers brain, which I'm fine with. But I think it's been great so far.
Clearly, the plan is to get
Connor McDavid. I wasn't going to say it. Obviously, it's Connor McDavid.
Very obvious.
I think so.
Yes.
Give him the key to the city. Yep. Do it.
Yeah, it's I don't see why not. What's stopping it from happening? All right, thank you so much for joining, Kevin. We really appreciate you jumping on with us today.
Kevin.
Thanks, guys.
All right, and it is that simple, folks. The Zoom link is in the Die Hard Discord. If you're not a Die Hard, sign up. $36 for the year. Deal won't last. Get it now. And you can even be a caller on our Day 2 draft show here from the Hard Rock Hotel in Atlantic City. Danny making the picks from 100 feet away from us?
Not that far away.
Not that far away at all. It's been a really cool weekend as we are actually kind of, approaching 4 o'clock here, 3:30 now. It's definitely been some long shows, but I've enjoyed today's much more because I don't feel like I'm missing a party behind me.
No,
there's a lot of FOMO going on last night.
I know.
Fair.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like they're having fun down there.
I need to find a way to get you to the party next year.
Yeah, we'll figure. And listen, if that's the worst thing in my life, I don't have problems. Yeah, that's the thing. But it's just been really cool getting to do this. And Charlie, I was not expecting you to be with us through the entire show today.
Yeah, well,
so that's really fun too.
I figured that was the play. I mean, I'm gonna leave when we're gonna get Danny.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're gonna get Danny. We're definitely gonna get Brent Flair. We'll talk to him at the end of the draft. We always do that. We may get Danny as well. So I will leave for that. But that won't happen until the Flyers are done picking. And now that we're getting most of these prospects on our show, the prospects that we're not getting are the prospects that the rest of the media isn't getting anyway.
They're not there.
They're just not
there.
there.
Yeah, that was the thing is the ones who are in LA, they're able to communicate with, and the ones who aren't, it's like, well, I don't know.
Exactly.
They're not giving you a cell phone number.
Like Guard was not in LA.
Yes.
Westergaard is also not in LA. So, and they're the only ones that we haven't gotten.
He didn't fly in from Finland to be taken in the 5th round.
Finland. The existence of an Easter guard.
The existence of an Easter guard.
There's a guard, there's a Westergaard, there must be an Easter guard.
Does that mean, do you think we can never get them together because that would signal the end of the world, or we must get them together, like the gatekeeper and the keymaster? We have to keep them apart. If we can get
the 3 of them on a line, do you just automatically win the Stanley Cup?
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
Perhaps. Awarded to you immediately.
Perhaps. Yes. Absolutely. A couple of dumb things I wanted to run by.
Those are my favorite things.
Yeah, I mean, it's
go.
It's my favorite stuff. There was talk that this season,
yes,
there would be a return to home white jerseys, but Coldwater has been thrown on that.
Oh, really?
Yes,
like it's gonna happen.
It was Ryan Kennedy from the Hockey News. He said from the commissioner, Gary Bettman, says not to expect white jerseys at home, darks on the road anytime soon. Apparently, most teams like things the way they are now.
How unlike hockey to fear change. Oh no, different thing. We can't do.
I don't understand why it can't just be wear whatever you want. Obviously, there needs to be some sort of arrangement with the road team, and I know teams don't like to travel with all these bags of jerseys. God forbid you throw one more bag on the private jet you're flying on.
I was going to say, what are they carrying?
Yeah, that excuse really doesn't hold up for me, but it's one we hear all the time, why it can't be like basketball and teams can just do whatever the hell they want. But there's this like contingent of fans that are dying for home white jerseys. I kind of like it the way it is. I don't care. Like if they were to go to home whites, no, that's different. But I like the home fans seeing the cool color jerseys. And the road team, like, yeah, you're the road team that I hate. You're wearing generic white.
But what about the whiteout, Bill?
Does nothing for me.
See, I'm on the opposite side where,
different, to be quite honest.
I think for most teams, not all teams, but for most teams, I prefer the white jerseys to the color ones.
Interesting.
Most teams, not all, but most. Like my favorite jersey in the league, and I always will hold to this, are the Detroit Whites.
White Detroit is a
I
great
think
jersey.
they are the best jerseys in the NHL. And not that the Reds aren't cool, but I just think the whites are so clean and crisp.
Yeah,
Yes.
clean
Love
is
it.
they are. There are some great ones, and I guess like that's the Detroit. Like the original six should be allowed to do whatever they want, if nothing else. Did you catch Carter Amico calling us an original 16?
I did correct that. Yeah, small
They might as well be. They might as well be.
Seventh team.
Original seventh team.
Yeah.
Everyone calls it, and like it's not as if here's the original six thing. While I get it, it's not as if they're the only. Oh yeah, they're the original six. Like there were other teams.
There were other teams.
They came and went. There were plenty of other teams. It's just that when the league expanded, there were only 6 teams.
That just tells me that kid really respects the Flyers organization because he thinks it's that important.
And once again, like a 17, 18-year-old, like
I know
the original six is like
like
great grandparents.
That's a really fair point.
The Florida Panthers. Yeah.
It has been passed down through the generations to him. That like the story is now that the Flyers were an original 6 team. And honestly, what do you always say? Retcon it. Let's just say that let's just call them an original 6 team and see if anyone has anything to say about it. Yes,
exactly. We're an original 6 team now.
Although I don't know if I would call the Flyers winners at this stage of their
they were then, damn it.
They were
winners.
They were winners. They were.
We're winning. We're absolutely winning.
Oh, we're winning.
And if you want to run up the score a little bit, hit that like button.
Like it.
Do it. I keep looking at myself rather than the camera.
Smash it.
Hit that like button. We want 2,000 likes. I have no idea how many we have right now.
I'm checking to see where we're at. I'm checking.
But it's not enough.
We were at 599. We need to get to 1,000.
599.
Get to 1,000.
I'm not here
1K
to shame you all. But
however,
we've done like 9 hours of content already since Friday afternoon.
48 straight hours.
I'm just telling you, poor Brenna, just listening to me yell since noon yesterday. You're going to be deaf.
In multiple states.
That can't possibly be good for your hearing. So hit the like button. Come on. Let's go here.
You animals.
I am now very interested that like the next piece of business Danny takes care of has to be netminder, right?
Gotta be.
I realize he doesn't want to get beaten in a trade or something.
That's next week's work.
But it feels like that has to be the next thing he does.
Yeah.
I would have to agree.
It's the most important thing.
And they know that they have to do it. That's the big thing, is that they know. I believe I've even heard that, like, one thing I heard, this was that I heard a couple days ago. So Danny talks to, like, has like a thing where he does with the people who sell tickets for the Flyers, and he listens to their feedback. And one of the things that they said to him was, we're getting a lot of people when we're trying to sell season ticket packages are like, well, what are you going to do about the goaltending? And Danny apparently was like, don't worry, we'll handle it. So, I think they're going to do something.
All right, the Flyers up in about 5 picks, so let's squeeze in our next caller here. Yay. It is a diehard Daniel Padre. What's going on? Oh,
this is
Padre.
Okay. This is
friend of the pod.
This is Danny Beans, who writes some great articles for us as well. The analytics articles that he does for us are fantastic. Daniel, thanks for joining the show.
Hey, how's it going?
Going
very, very well. So how are you feeling about the draft thus far? We're up to 157 coming up, but they've made, what, 8 picks so far? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I was at the
7.
draft yesterday.
Oh, cool.
The vibes were great there. You get to see all the players up front, which really puts into perspective how old they are. Like my wife poked me, and she's like, "That guy is 12 years old. He's in the suit. Who is that?" And I'm like, "That's probably Victor Eklund. I don't know." It's really, really cool. I love the draft. Martone was my number 1 with a bullet. I was all in on him right away. I think he's the highest floor player in the league in the draft so far. I would even say he's in that tier with Schaefer Misa in terms of what he would be. So I'm really, really high on that. Nesbitt's fine. We'll see what he becomes. But, everything else is just, they're bringing a lot of size, which I think is cool because it gives them more flexibility long term, I think. Like they're not looking at every single player who might be small and available for them as being somebody who they can't bring on anymore because they're like, oh, well, we have 9 of these guys that are under 6 feet tall. We can't bring another one. Now that they have the huge pipeline built out, they can bring someone in.
I think that's a really good point because I think a lot of us took exception to the explanation last year of passing on Zeev Buium. It's like, well, we already have Jamie Drysdale. How many of these guys can you really have? And it's, okay, well, if you've built out that other part of your pipeline, maybe you're not as afraid to take chances on a small puck-moving defenseman if you do have, a 6'6" defenseman to put next to him.
Yeah, exactly. And that flexibility, I think, will alleviate a lot of fears. It'll give them more options. It'll make trades more, palatable for them to bring in somebody who they might not have before.
I was just thinking, does this make Marco Rossi more palatable to them?
I think that ship is sailed.
I know. I'm just still gonna.
I think Zegras buried that.
Yeah,
personally.
Probably.
Because at that point you're kind of have too many projects at that point because Luchenko's going to be a project to see what he becomes.
Sure.
Zegras is a recalibration of what he is as a high-end player. I'm excited though. This is probably the most positive I felt in the Briere era because now I have a confidence that his top 10 picks at the very least are going to work. And I'm also not convinced this is the last time I picked top 10. I mean, even if they fix the goaltending, there's a lot of questions about next year. 2026 seems like it's a pretty good draft. You might get like 9 or 10 there, and then you're picking somebody who we were thinking 9 or 10 this year. So maybe we get next year's McQueen, and then from there we have a 1C we can figure out and go with, and then we'll have better info on Zegras. We'll have more idea of what Martone's ceiling looks like. We'll have a better idea of what Nesbitt, if Jack Berglund remembers what skate size he is, like we'll have a lot of stuff that we can have more data on, and then 2026 is apparently the year they want to start really adding, and then easy peasy, grab McDavid. What are we gonna do?
Yeah, simple as that. Just go get Connor McDavid. Plan kind of comes together from there.
Obviously the plan.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thanks,
I have to
Daniel.
hit these reads.
Have a good one, guys.
155 is on the clock now. Flyers picking at 157. Real quick though, Rimpinen just went off at 152. So the goalie that Alex was hoping they would target has now been taken. All right, let's take our last commercial break.
Hey.
All right, for the past 30 years, Golden Nugget Jewelers has operated out of that very same location on the corner of 8th and Chestnut, right in the heart of the city. But customers from all across PA, Jersey, even Baltimore, NYC, they have come to Golden Nugget Jewelers to find that perfect engagement ring or wedding band. And why? It's very simple. It's because their staff is highly trained and dedicated to providing a personalized shopping experience. I have been on the ring hunt, and it is super stressful. You need an experience that not only, okay, we're getting a nice looking ring. That's great. I'm about to drop a whole bunch of money. You want someone to put your mind at ease that you're making the right decision on the ring. Hopefully, you're making the right decision on the person you're giving it to. But you need your mind put at ease when you are going and getting that ring because you don't know what you're doing. You have no idea, color, cut, all that stuff. That's why you need those experts at Golden Nugget. And they have a vast selection of engagement rings and wedding bands, as well as high-end watches, fashion jewelry, diamond necklaces, and so much more. And when you get that engagement ring, you receive a final cleaning and written appraisal with every purchase. Golden Nugget Jewelers, you can trust them because they've been a family-owned and operated business since 1987. You deserve an expert and the best price. Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. Visit Golden Nugget Jewelers, goldennuggetjewelry.com today to learn more. And now we're closing it out with Shady Rays. I tell you all the time about the durability, the crystal clear optics, just how cool Shady Rays are, quite honestly. But I don't think we focus on the protection plan enough because it's pretty dope. You know that moment, the one where you realize you left your favorite sunglasses at the beach or on the roof of your car or at a gas station 3 states away? I have been there so many times. I've lost like 5 pairs of sunglasses in the ocean. Why do I keep wearing them in there? I don't know.
You forget.
Who's to say? But the thing is, I have now found Shady Rays, and it has changed the game. These sunglasses are made for real life. They're good looking, polarized, durable, and not stupidly expensive. And the craziest part, if you lose or break them, even on day 1, Shady Rays will send you a brand new pair. No guilt trip, just replacements. So now I actually wear my favorite sunglasses without fear. I don't wear them on hikes. I don't know why they're telling me to say, you know I don't take hikes. But I do go to concerts. I do go to the beach. I wear my Shady Rays every single day, and you can do it without fear. Shady Rays is eyewear that has your back. We've teamed up with Shady Rays to bring you an exclusive offer. Head over to shadyrays.com and use code PHLY for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. And the Flyers have made pick 157. It is Luke Vluzwick.
Vluzwick. What a name.
How did this guy? I really didn't read the draft guide close enough.
There were so many.
There are, I mean, like 2/3 of the. And
there's Mongoose. There's Mongoose.
Mongoose comes off at 158. Fuck you, Dallas. Yet another reason Dallas sucks. They have done it again.
Taking the better
player. Taking the next guy. It's 2017 all over again.
Mongoose.
Luke, I mean, as far as consolation prizes go, though, Luke Vluzwick is pretty good.
I mean, it's a great name. We're back to going big. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. Well, actually, 6'4.5", so 6'5". You round up. This is more rounding up. This is more the kind of pick that I'm not super into. Just because, like,
7 inches.
He's a WHL guy, 17 points in 68 games, big, physical. But usually these guys, like, there's a reason why WHL guys, if they slip to round 5, probably not going to be panning out. I really like the Westergaard pick. This pick wasn't ranked by EP. They gave him a D. They gave him a D rating. There's probably some stuff there for this guy, but this is, put it this way, this is not the kind of pick that gets me excited.
It's pick 157.
Yeah, I'm just saying, not the kind of pick that gets me excited. So it would have been Mongoose. Mongoose would have got me very excited.
The Flyers will pick next at 164, I believe. And that'll pretty much be it for us. They do not have a 7th round pick. So, Brenna, let's hit those super chats.
Super chat.
Oh, wow. Super chat time.
And Mellerman called in and
legend.
He has a super chat. Whoever did the cartoon drawing of your faces deserves some props. They really captured the essence of all 3 of you. I want one for myself. It's funny.
Mine frightens me.
When corporate saw it in corporate, just like, you know, the guys in Denver, when they saw I cut my hair, they were like, "But your cartoon was so perfect." I was like, "Yes, but it's so hot."
You change your hair and your facial hair so regularly that
it's you can't have it for like it was never going to be permanent, you know. But I do like that they captured our essence. So I told them I don't want the cartoon change. They did do a killer job with
the cartoon is extremely you.
It's very good. Very funny.
Did we ever get a Kelly cartoon?
We did.
Yes.
We got a Kelly cartoon.
Kelly cartoon.
Okay.
You never see it because I only do mailbags when it's just me and Kelly, and that's when it pops up. All right, from Linden 49, Detroit and Vancouver, we're going to take Nesbitt. It does. I definitely did hear Detroit.
Yeah. Somebody was going to take him. That's why they traded up.
This is one of those times where us being. Not that Charlie isn't connected, but an outsider in terms of the hockey world.
Oh,
Not groupthink, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
of the hockey world, there's going to be disconnects. Like, we are going to rate Jack Nesbitt lower than they do. Like, the insiders will always have a different grade, especially on players like that. And that's just kind of one of those things. It's not like anyone's right or wrong. It's just a we'll see. It's a case-by-case basis.
I think there's one distinction that's important to make when you're evaluating picks.
What's that?
So there are 2 real ways to talk about whether a pick was good value. The one way is it a good value relative to industry consensus? And then is it a good value relative to how good you think the player is actually going to be? The Nesbitt pick, if you're talking about like people talk about, oh, it's a reach. Relative to industry consensus, Nesbitt was not really a reach. He was going to go in the, 13 to 16, 17 range. The Flyers jumped that range to get the guy that they liked. This was not like people look at the draft boards and they're like, oh, he was ranked 30th by this person or 40th by this person, or, I had him, I believe it was like 38th or something like that. Man, like they really reached on him. He was viewed very highly in NHL circles. It was not an industry reach.
Right.
However, you can make the case it was a reach in terms of how good you think he's going to be. But there is a distinction between the two things.
The way Alex put it when he was like, when he's a 26-year-old, 45-point center, like that might not cost you 2 first-round picks. And I was like, that's kind of, that's kind of the value thing.
Yeah,
well articulated. All right, the next super chat from Flyers Chirp. Love PM94, Porter Martone, but you also could have had Hagens Eklund.
Yeah, but you got Porter Martone, so
yeah, I think it's
I'm not gonna allow any negative. Like, come on.
The only guys
he's good.
Martone and Hagens, it was, what do you prefer to me? Like, I think both are really good. Who do you like better? Danny likes Martone better. I think it comes down as simple as that. Now, Charlie does make the point, like, well, you still haven't addressed 1C. Now, maybe it's Trevor Zegras, but there's no evidence of that yet. Or at least the evidence is pointing away from it the last couple years.
There's no guarantee that Hagens is a 1C.
True.
Exactly.
True.
There's no guarantee of that either. So I personally, I think I liked Martone a little bit better. I was very happy with that pick. The Eklund thing, like the fact that he dropped the way he did, it's discouraging that they weren't able to steal him there.
And in fairness, clearly one of the focuses of this draft for the Flyers has been to get bigger. Flyers Chirp, you are basically advocating for them to take 2 small guys. In retrospect, it just doesn't seem like that was what they were going to do. It seems like they wanted to use this draft to beef up their prospect pool, which in fairness, before today was a pretty small prospect pool.
It was.
Now it is not small. Dude, did I really like both those players? Yeah, but I openly admit that I lean more towards skill, and I don't care that much about size, but size is important. It is important to have a balanced team. I don't necessarily want my entire team to be big, but I do think you can't have an entire team filled with small guys, and you probably don't want everybody at the top of your lineup to be small. That isn't a problem anymore, especially with Porter Martone. It may have been a problem if yes, getting Hagens and Eklund would have been fun, but then when the top of your lineup 5 years down the line is Matvei Michkov, Travis Konechny, James Hagens, Victor Eklund, that might be a team that is pretty easy to handle in round 1 of the playoffs.
I think if there was a real solid chance of him, James Hagens, being a 1C, he wouldn't have fallen. Like he would have been taken in the top 3.
Well, I mean, I think there's a solid chance he's a 1C, but I agree with you that I think there was a lot of skepticism in league circles of that.
All right. According to the NHL.com tracker, the Flyers are on the clock. The TV's a little behind.
All right, here we go.
Okay,
164 on the clock.
Let's go.
So we'll take a quick break from the super chats to see who the Flyers take with their final pick.
Yeah, this is their final pick.
But before we find that out, Kelly, can you read me who got selected at 162?
No. Ashton Cumby?
Ashton Cumby.
That's great. That's Chicago there, and then
American.
Daniel Niemanen went 163, and now here we are, 164.
Incredible.
The 4th pick of the 6th round, the Flyers' final pick.
Pick a small guy just for
of
funsies.
this draft.
Find a guy that's 5'7", 152.
It's going to be Nathan Quinn, a center.
Nathan Quinn?
Definitely know who that is.
Yep, definitely not familiar with him. Let's see what Elite Prospects has to say about Mr. Nathan Quinn.
Nathan Quinn is the 164th player taken.
They have him
104-201.
They have him 125th, so he is ranked on their board.
Okay.
5'11", 168, so he's small. A highly cerebral forward who excels in small ice scenarios. The physical tools will need to come, but if they do, he'll be a versatile third-line center. 46 points in 54 games in the queue. Not bad. One of the best defensive players in the draft. Interesting. Okay. So it looks like the reason why he slipped is because he projects as more of a defensive guy,
Okay.
but he's small. So a lot of teams don't necessarily want small guys playing a defensive role. But okay, I can get behind this pick. Looking at what the
ranked higher than we got him. So
yeah, he is not 6'5", 201. That was Luke Vluski. The elite prospects hadn't changed over to the page I had searched yet,
gotcha.
so I wasn't just making things up.
And he is yet again young for the draft. He turns 18 in August, late August, so he's very young for the draft.
Yeah, August 29th. So another 17-year-old. They are just
Danny likes that.
They are loading up on
likes
the young guys.
runway
Yes.
on the guy.
So all right.
Alex's website likes this guy. They ranked him 91st.
91, yeah.
Just reading the write-up. Despite decent production, the underlying offensive numbers with Quinn aren't great. Playing 20 minutes a night on a bottom 5 Quebec Major Junior Hockey League team. He's not generating a ton of scoring chances. That's also reflected on tape. There's a lot to like and admire about how Quinn plays, though. As one of the youngest players in the draft class, his ability to transport the puck and carry it from the defensive zone to a dangerous offensive position is solid. He's also one of the best defensive forwards in the draft in our estimation, often being well-positioned and disrupting play. Some coaches will not be open to the idea of an undersized player with only bottom 6 upside, but if the right team picks him and knows how to deploy him, he could be a useful player. So
All right.
Interesting.
All right.
Interesting.
All right, so that's it. The Flyers have concluded, at least as far as we know for now, their draft. Let's hit the rest of these super chats. All right, from B Pumper. How about a Simon Wang, left defenseman, 6'6", 222, brick wall of a man, size matters? They did not end up with Simon Wang.
A couple of picks before us, right?
Yeah, it was only a few picks, I believe. But yeah, I know that was someone I think both Charlie and Alex found intriguing.
Yeah,
he went off the board a little before the Flyers. All right, from what's this? G Blaze 80. Oh, this is Gary B. Okay.
Oh, Gary B.
They're showing like the username instead of the actual name for some reason.
Infuriating.
Vansagi and Nesbitt, I do not love that they are taking chance on reformation with skating issues.
I like it though.
I'll push back on Vansagi having major skating issues. Nesbitt, you'll watch him; he has major skating issues. I don't think Vansagi's skating is that bad. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's not amazing. And again, like I'll use this comparison. Like no one would say that Wayne Simmons had great skating, but I don't think anybody would call him slow.
No, he wasn't slow.
I don't watch Vansagi and see a slow skater. I see a guy who needs to clean up some things, but overall, I think he's fine. Now, Nesbitt is bad. He needs to get better. He needs to get better in a lot of ways to be, in terms of skating, to get close to that 2C upside that the Flyers see. I don't think Vansagi is a bad skater. I don't think he's a great skater, but I don't think he's a bad skater.
And it's like he seems like a small area game player. Like this isn't a guy that I think is going to be maybe breaking defenders down on the rush or cherry picking for a breakaway. Like this is going to be winning a battle, getting into the front of the net area. Like you need to be strong. You don't need to be the fastest guy on the ice to accomplish that.
Yeah.
All right. This next one, this is J.E. Frucione, I think I can recognize. You won't find many of these Flyers picks at the salad bar.
Because they're big boys?
I guess so. I'm sure they have balanced diets.
I mean, who doesn't like a nice salad every now and again?
From Adrian Franklin. Hey guys, it seems like Danny Briere, Jonesy, and Flair are building the Bullies 2.0 with a better IQ. Let's fucking go. Yeah, that is the thing I wanted to bring up while I said, oh yeah, they're not bringing back the Bullies. They did hire a UFC fighter to teach everyone how to fight. I am pro that.
But it's
very much pro that.
But it's also noteworthy, and yes, they clearly went with size as a priority in this draft. It's noteworthy though that like they have a lot of small guys on the roster already.
Yes.
There's a decent enough chance that they're going to bring in a 5'8" Russian in the next week or so. So it's not.
Do we know anything about that?
There's been no new news on Shabanov, but it does seem like my read on this, and this has been my read for a few weeks, is that he has been telling people that he's going to Philly.
All right.
Now, whether he actually does it or not, I don't know. But like when he's hanging out with his buds, he's like, yeah, I'm signing with the Flyers. That's where I want to go.
That's pretty funny. All right. They just traded for Trevor Zegras. Like,
We needed all these big boys because we're bringing in another little man.
All right, from Kevin MB something. Can you give an overview on when we should expect each of these picks to crack the Flyers lineup if things work
It's an
out?
interesting question. I can
Between 0 and 5 years from now.
I would say Martone. I
think he has a chance.
I think he has a chance, but I think he's definitely in the NHL by 2026, 2027. So in 2 years at least, possibly even gets a cup of coffee this year. And if he gets the look in the beginning of the year, all bets are off. Then going through Amico, at the very least, I think is going to get a couple years at BU. I mean, he missed pretty much this entire year. That said, the size and the physicality and the body type, he probably won't need that much time to turn pro. So maybe he turns pro after a year. I would guess 2. Vansagi, maybe 1 more year, and then maybe he turns pro. I mean, he's a big guy who's very NHL ready physically, I would say. So Vansagi maybe one more year in at Michigan State. Matthew Guard, I don't really have a read on. I would have to guess he spends 2 more years in juniors before. I can't imagine he's the kind of guy who would make the team out of camp early. So I would guess 2 more years and then probably some time in the AHL. So we're talking 3-4 years for him. And then Murtag, he's going to college as well. So I would guess a couple years for him. So I would guess Martone the quickest. Vansagi and Amico physically already. I would guess Vansagi closer to the NHL because he didn't just miss a year due to injury.
All right, let's see what we've got next here. It is Charlie is wrong about white jerseys still. Love you.
Charlie's got a lot of bad jersey opinions.
Sorry, Beth.
Hey, Charlie,
for example, Charlie doesn't acknowledge that the 90s black is the best Flyers jersey ever.
It's not a good jersey.
I don't know if it's the best jersey, but to say it's not a good jersey is insane.
It's bad.
It's just an insane take.
That's bad.
This next one here from Plots. Connecting me being Zoom caller Kyle to my YouTube name.
This is Kyle.
Also clarifying, I'm not anti-Nesbitt. As I was thinking about the next 1 to 2 years roster, go Flyers. All right, this.
Thanks for calling, Kyle.
Yes, thanks. It was cool to have some callers today. I want to do that again.
I liked it. That was fun.
Yeah. From Connor, it says, "How do you feel about Jacob Dobes out of Montreal?" I don't.
I don't have any feelings.
I have no feelings about Dobes.
Okay. As a goalie option. Okay.
Goalie option. Okay.
I am not familiar with Jacob Dobes.
Jake Allen for 2 years.
He had 16 games with the Habs this past year, 909 save percentage. Look, I'm not super familiar with him, so I'm not going to pretend that I know him.
Yeah, it's an option, I suppose. Okay, next one here from Philip Paulbert. Charlie, can you do a Danny B trade tree episode?
You know trade trees annoy me.
The other day
you know they annoy me. Yeah.
All right, next one here from Benny Blue Skies. Bummed I couldn't make it to the draft party. Hope to be back up and see y'all soon. Hey, thank you for joining us live. Not everyone can make the party. I told you those tickets were not going to last, and you got the next best thing. You got to watch us the last 2 days.
All right, gang. I have to go to interview Brent Flair. I will be back.
Outstanding. We only have a few minutes left here, so thank you, Charlie, for all your time today. That's Philly's #1 sports writer, hockey sports writer. I can't take it away from the rest of our crew, but he's up there in the rankings.
He's the best one.
He's up there in the rankings. I just don't want to.
I understand.
How am I going to insult Zach Berman?
I'll say it.
You know, you can. Yeah, that's fine.
He's the best one.
All right. Okay. This one from Kyle Kochevsky. I don't know who I question more at drafting, Danny or Howie Roseman.
I thought Howie Roseman was good at everything.
Howie Roseman just drafted the #1 defense.
Like, what do you want from him?
They won the Super Bowl.
Didn't they just win the Super Bowl?
The ass of like the best quarterback in the league.
What's up, man? If we just did a Howie Roseman draft, I feel like that's probably good, right?
Yes, it would be excellent.
Seems good.
Like, it's not 8 years anymore. You can get over Jalen Reagor. They've been to the Super Bowl twice and won it.
I would like to win the hockey Super Bowl.
All right. Great job, Brenna, Kelly, Bill, Charlie, and Steve for a great program. Fills in for that horrible ESPN broadcast. that was why I didn't see any of the broadcast because we were doing this. I mean, I saw it, but it's been on mute the entire time except for the actual announcement of picks last night.
Sure, we missed
but I'm glad that everyone was able to join us the last couple of days. It was awesome having Steve with us last night at the party, Charlie today, all the behind the scenes people that I've mentioned. Couldn't have done it without them. I'm certainly not capable of hooking any of this up, making all of this happen, or listen to myself for 9 hours. So quite honestly, so thank you to all of them as well. And thanks for everyone who tuned in. All right. From Patrick Colmer.
Oh, it's Marco.
He says, it's Marco Belcher's 5-hole.
Yeah.
Thanks for everything. Last night was awesome. Appreciate all the coverage. You guys keep doing better and better things. So thank you. Thank you, man.
I'm glad you were able to come.
It was awesome. Everyone who was able to come, appreciate that so much because it was such a cool event. And everyone who watched live, you got the next best thing.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. I have no idea what that says.
Letters, 8.
Gernenminton 8865.
Yeah.
Thanks for the entertainment while I work. Between Jet, Nesbitt, and Amico, Danny B's judgment is really in doubt.
Come on.
He had better be right or should go.
Oh, boy.
I just don't like.
I mean, you could choose to be negative about a thing you don't know yet, or you could choose to be positive about a thing you don't know yet.
These are things that haven't borne out yet.
You don't know.
There's no way to know if these were good or not.
No. You know.
I think the value of the Nesbitt trade and pick is not great. But if he ends up being a good player, it doesn't really matter.
To me.
Amico, we know nothing about Carter Amico, and I thought his interview was cool.
Seemed like a nice kid.
And we'll see about Jet. I am not totally sold on him yet, but we don't know that draft class at all yet and how it's going to work out.
Nope.
There's just no evidence of any of this yet.
Nope.
All right, next one here from David Schub. It's they drafted dudes with huge eyebrows. You mentioned eyebrows. You mentioned eyebrows.
You want to talk about compete level? I want to talk about eyebrows. All of them had very distinguished eyebrows.
No, that's
and
important.
None of them knew how to hold a telephone when being on screen.
Yeah,
from all the way down here.
It's like it is the telephone generation, you know.
They don't know what they're doing.
They don't know.
They're
what
boys.
They're just little kids.
Yeah.
And that's it. Hey! And so is the show. Is that the show? That is it. And that is all the time we have for you on PHLY Flyers Draft Special Day 2. Thank you so much to our presenting sponsors, Bet365 and Philly Sports Trips. Philly Sports Trips, you still got a little bit of time to take advantage of that $99 deposit, fully refundable, to get on our Flyers trip this upcoming season. Thank you to Brenna. Thank you to Vince Pellegrini, Chris Frezza, Julia Hoff, everybody who has been involved with this last couple of days, from the noon show Friday up until now at 4:02 p.m. on Saturday afternoon.
So many
It
hours.
has been a long, long journey, and we have completed it together. Couldn't have done it without the audience. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We'll see you Monday. We ain't going anywhere. It's just we'll be back Monday at noon. So make sure you're following us right here on the YouTube page. Hit that like button while you're at it. I think we've earned it. Make sure you're following us on Twitter at PHLY_Flyers, and follow the podcast wherever you get those. Just search PHLY Flyers. I am Bill. That is Kelly. Until Monday, be excellent to each other.
We all silly like the mayor.